What's your I finally met my online friend horror story? Guy I knew in college met a girl online and spent every day talking about her. She lived about 6 hours away, so he planned to take a semester off and pursue this relationship. He got a job in her town and asked if I'd help him move out there since my car would hold more than he could take on a bus. I had a long weekend off and figured, why not? A road trip could be fun. I'd drive him out as a goodbye present, and the way back I planned to visit Yellowstone. Well, we arrive and it turns out he doesn't have an apartment lined up and he found a job posting in his girlfriend's town. He hadn't actually gotten the job or even applied yet. I make a bunch of phone calls and find him a room to rent that will let him move in that day with just first, last, and deposit, even without a job. I'm tired and disgusted with his lack of planning, but figure it's worth staying the night and trying to end things on good terms with my buddy. Then he breaks down and confesses that he hasn't actually met this girl. The nights he spent video chatting with her were really just him watching her vlog and jacking it. They've never talked, never texted, never even emailed. Hell, he's never even left so much as a comment or like on one of her videos. She genuinely didn't, still doesn't, know he existed. His plan was to hang out at this game shop she talks a lot about until she showed up and somehow create a relationship from that. He thought that they'd meet and she'd fall in love with him and move back to our college town to marry him, all before the next semester began. That didn't happen. Instead, I made my buddy buy a bus ticket for his ride back to school and left. He came back to school and got more cringy, not less. I lost track of him after that. This is way back in the mid-90s. Bulletin board systems were all the rage. I made friends with this guy from NC. He was friends with a bunch of us from my dorm, mostly females, which should probably have been a red flag, but I was extremely naive at the time. A couple months in, he mentioned he was coming to our state for a wedding and asked if he could come by our college to meet everyone. It was agreed he'd sleep in my dorm room, since my roommate was almost never around. Now, there was no discussion or thought of such, but I was pretty excited to meet this guy and see if he was as funny and charming as he was online. Well, day arrives, dude shows up. I should mention that I and all my college friends were 18 or 19. This guy was 24. Or so he said. Guy looked like, and I'm not exaggerating, a cancer patient. Pale gaunt features, long greasy pale blonde hair, except where he was bald on top, and just generally looked like he was about to die, or he was dressed as a gal for Halloween. He insisted on hugging all of us. I was trying to remind myself that looks don't matter, and that he was a cool guy despite his very unsettling appearance. But then, when we all started hanging out, things just got worse. He was asking really invasive questions of all of us, making weird comments to whatever was said, just all around creepy and distressing. I was sitting on the floor with another friend and actively rocking back and forth from discomfort. I lied and said I had hurt my back, and that sleeping on the floor helped, because that night he kept insisting we could share my tiny twin college bed. Nope. Last time I ever met anyone from that site. I don't know if it's a horror story, but it's how I ended up where I live now. I played WoW 4 years with a pretty regular group, got to know them offline, and at one point two of them, a couple, invited me to move across the country. At the time I didn't have anything tying me to where I was, so I packed up and moved. Got out here, moved in with my friends and everything seemed okay. My buddy was a long haul driver, so he was always gone for days at a time. His girl would try to set me up multiple times with two of her friends at the same time, one in Minnesota. I ended up having a hard time finding work for a while, finally got a job though, and was putting some money away while helping watch their kids. Out of nowhere one day my buddy accuses me of trying to fool around with his girl. Nothing had ever happened, but I had noticed her spending more and more time in my room when he wasn't there. I knew his history and his previous relationship had ended after she cheated with a friend of his. He wouldn't listen, so I got kicked out without any warning and they stole about $1k worth of my stuff and later moved. Ultimately it all worked out for me. Cut the friend and his girl out of my life completely and moved on. Now I have a good job here. Wife and kids. Edit clarified that I cut out the friend and the girl lol, not my wife and kids. After college ended, I was playing a game called EVE Online. I was in a corporation with a dude who I thought was the coolest. He had sold cheat in game for real world money and had built a supercomputer. He had a smoking hot girlfriend and had pictures of them rock climbing doing some super cool shit. He was also like a head chef where he worked, and since I was a chef as well, I had a little bit of a bromo crush on him. He told me after I graduated that he could hook me up with a manager job and all I had to do was move up there. I sold everything I owned that day at a pawn shop and bought a U-Haul and started driving 1 hour. Before I got there, it was like a week-long drive. He called me and told me the job was no longer available and I shouldn't come. When he found out how close I was, he said to just come anyways. When I got there, I was completely blown away. They lived in a disgusting Section 8 apartment with 4 other people in a 1-bedroom apartment. They had like 3 cats, which I'm allergic to, and a kid as well. Day 1 it was all drugs and partying. I did not partake. I was not enthused. Day 2 I went into the city looking for a sheet job. To survive I got one. It was sheet. Day 3 my buddy tells me we're all moving out and into a nice apartment. Week 3 we actually move into a new apartment, and the first night in that apartment he starts beating his smoking hot girl in front of their kid. The second time he beat her, I called the cops. Him and his girl immediately said I was a bad guy and that they were just loving each other. They had the cops escort me from the apartment, so there I was, 1700 miles away from home. Homeless at 2 AM, and it's faking raining on all my sheet. Lars, you are a sack of sheet, and I hope you die of space herpes. I've been active in numerous online communities over the years and have been fortunate enough to hang out with many of the friends I've made there in person. There's only been one incident I couldn't cope with. He picked me up at the airport, which was very nice of him, and as soon as we got into the car, he started picking his nose. There's a lot that goes through your mind when you hop into a vehicle with someone you've never been alone with and you immediately catch them 2 knuckles deep in their rostrum. I looked quickly away so that he wouldn't know I caught him and be embarrassed if he was just trying to sneak one out before I noticed. If he did notice, he didn't seem embarrassed, so I relaxed a little. I guessed maybe he was just so confident about himself and our friendship that he descended past caring if I saw him take care of a quick boog. Fine, sure. When I finally looked back at him, he was wiping his fingers across his dashboard. To this day I'm not really sure what to think, but this guy spent the entirety of the few hours we were together scooping out budgers and wiping them off on parts of his car or the table or wherever it was that we'd stopped at. I realized I was being transported in a rolling budger shrine and that there was nothing I could touch without needing to wash my hands. I was sitting on a crust of fossilized budger stuff. I had to be. I didn't want to hurt his feelings. He was a nice dude, but I wound up leaving out of our visit early because I couldn't handle it. I don't consider myself a clean freak, but as wiping started to stack it was all I could do not to throw open the passenger door and roll myself out into traffic to escape. I still wonder if I should have done or said anything to save him some grief in the future, but it didn't feel like it was my place, you know? What do you even say? He and I were part of the same forum many years ago. He was dealing with his issues, and I was dealing with mine. I think we both went there to escape, where people wouldn't judge. Also, because we were bored. I'm not quite sure when we got properly talking. I think it's when he told a terrible joke about kipper ties. We used to share everything with each other over MSN. I'd give him advice about his love life and he'd listen to all my fuck ups. It took quite a few fuck ups before we eventually met up. I think I already knew we were in love, but seeing him in person really cemented it. We decided to give it a go, even though we lived 300 miles away from each other. We had a lot of ups and downs. I was distant. He lived with his ex-girlfriend for a bit, even though she didn't have a job and couldn't afford her half of the rent. The same ex-girlfriend, who I'd given him advice on, who he had nicknamed Trouble, and liked to claim she was pregnant every so often. We got over that, along with many other things, and finally moved in with each other. I thought our issues were gonna be solved when there was no distance between us. Ends up, we were just very different people who wanted very different things and the distance wasn't gonna change that. We broke up after 3.5 years together. None of that's the horror story. Not the way he treated me, not the fact he probably cheated on me, not that I wasn't a priority and used to cry myself to sleep. About 1.5 years after breaking up, he gets back in touch and we talk, like it was in the beginning, when we were friends. After a few weeks, he asked if I want to get back together. I said no. I told him that he'd broken my heart again. The next day, I got a phone call from his work, because I was still his emergency contact, asking me if I knew where he was, because he hasn't turned up. The police got in touch too. The last phone call that day was from his mum, to let me know that he'd killed himself. A couple of years ago this girl messaged me on Reddit saying she really connected with a comment I made about first seeing the ocean, because she had just gone through a similar experience. She was going to come down to Chicago to visit a friend of hers, and asked for suggestions of things to do. I gave her a bunch, and then we kept talking and finding out we had more and more in common. We eventually started talking over the phone and text messages, and when she came down we went out for burgers and beer. We kept talking every day after that, and I was really starting to like her. She said she wanted to come down to Chicago again, and if she could stay with me. I told her of course, and a few weeks later she was here for Saturday and Sunday. Really it was mostly Sunday, because she got in late on Saturday and fell asleep on my couch. The next day we went to the zoo and had a really amazing day. After that we came back to my place and decided to go to the brewery nearby which made a beer that had her name in it. We went there and then ended up bar hopping through until we ended up near the dive bar by my apartment. We drank and played pool there and eventually grabbed some to-go beers and headed back. I asked if she wanted to see the place by the river I like to go and drink and think. We sat and eventually started making out and decided to head back to my apartment. We hooked up and then the next day went to the south side to get breakfast at a place she really liked near her friend's apartment before she had to drive back. We kept talking after that and I was planning on coming up to visit her in Detroit, but then one day she just ghosted me out of nowhere. Not as horrible as some other stories, but it was really shitty for me because I actually really liked this girl, and to this day I have no idea why she stopped talking to me. Edit. She's definitely not dead. We followed each other on Instagram and I saw that she was okay a bit after she ghosted me. Edit 2. Went digging and was actually able to find the message thread for those of you that don't believe me. It's not a horror story, it's a story about how I was put off meeting people from the internet. I was friends with a bunch of people I met through an online game. After about 2 years, I decided to meet 2 of them. The 2 I was meeting were a long distance couple, one from one country and the other from mine. They had met many times and had spent 2 weeks together prior to meeting with me. We met in the city, said hi and hugged, and did some touristy stuff, took their pictures etc. But throughout the whole time, they weren't really talking to me. At first, I put it down to anxiety as I was nervous too. But even after lunch, they were only talking to each other, and I felt left out. I even took a sneaky video of them talking to each other and sent it a friend, who agreed it was odd. When it was time for me to leave, I told them I had to go, but I had a nice time, and they continued to chat to each other. I said it again but no response. So I started to walk away until one of them said oh bye. I was really hurt. It was like they didn't want me to be with them. I had spent a lot of money getting down, especially since at the time I didn't have a job. When I got back, I stopped talking to them. The friend who I sent the video to sent a message to them asking why they were ignoring me, and they tried to turn it on me saying that I was the quiet one and that I was being rude to them, especially leaving without saying goodbye. I blocked them all on the game. A few months go by, and one of them finds my social media and tries to reconnect. Starts off well, and then goes back to blaming me. Haven't met anyone from the internet since. I was on Meet Me, met this guy who was super cool. We ended up texting every single day and I took the train out to Los Angeles to meet him. When I got there, he was being kinda shitty, and he told me that he hadn't gotten much sleep because he was partying until 5 AM. We walked to his house, and when I walked into his room, I was kind of shocked. It was a 8x6.5 room. All he had was a mat on the floor and a small little jewelry box full of mementos on top of his suitcase of clothes. We took a nap together. Later, we went to get ramen and he asked me to pay. I didn't mind. We went back to his place and we listened to music while we waited to go to a party. Fast forward to that night, we met up with some of his friends and they were so mean to him. They kept roasting him and picking on him, and he was visibly getting upset. I stopped him for a bit so his friends could walk ahead of us. I reminded him that it was all fun and games and to ignore them. Ended up at the party and lots of people knew him. I sat out in the patio with a few cool people that I had just met while I waited for my friend to come back from saying hello to everyone inside. He never did. I was outside in the patio with these strangers for about 3 hours. People kept coming up to me and asking if I was alright. I don't know if I looked sad or if I just looked like a plain loner. I went to find him and it was so packed. Didn't see him, so I walked back. I seen his roommate and asked him to please tell my friend that I was gonna go get a motel. He went to tell him, came back and said my friend was being a dick and he would walk me back to the house instead, so I didn't have to spend money on a hotel. We got to the house and I thanked him for walking all the way back home. I really appreciated it as my friend was probs inside doing coke or faking girls. I went to bed in my friend's room and he woke me up in the middle of the night kissing me, trying to get his freak on. I simply said no. I'm not interested in having sex. His exact words were, "Are you serious? What was the point of you coming here? You're such a waste of time." My feelings were really hurt. I went back to sleep, woke up and left. Never wrote him after that. He had texted me a month later asking to borrow $50. I simply ignored the message and moved on. Flashback 15 years ago, I was talking to a person online I'd known for a few years. We weren't best friends, but we talked daily. Seemed like a nice guy. At some point he asked where I was from, and I mentioned that I lived in Philly and I was going to the art institute there, living in the dorms. Didn't give specifics other than that. Most people knew I was an art student at the time. I posted it about regularly on LiveJournal. A few days later I come home from class and see a message on AIM. Figured out where you live. I'm outside of the dorms at the cafe across the street. Meet me. This guy lived on the west coast, and after finding out where I lived, he makes an unannounced trip across the country, tracked down the building where I lived in, and was camped out at the cafe across the street, asking him to meet him. All of this without any heads up. I immediately felt uncomfortable and didn't really know what to do. It's one thing to meet up, another thing entirely to make a trip cross country and camp out in front of a person's residence. I didn't answer the AIM message right away and needed some time to calm down and think, get more rational. More messages started coming through, each reading slightly more hostile than the last. Okay, this guy traveled all this way, it'd be a dick move to ignore him, but at the same time, I felt like I was seeing red flags everywhere. I was legitimately creeped out. More messages came, and each time, they started to get more agitated, more impatient. He started asking for my class schedule, so he could meet me outside class, asking where I'd be going, where I usually ate, what time my dinner schedule was. He started getting weirdly specific about wanting to know about every facet of my life. I was getting full-on stalker vibes. So I lied and told him that I was visiting my sister and that I'd be back over the weekend and I'd just miss him. That's when he said that's fine. I can wait. And he did. 3 days later, he's still there, still messaging me that he's still at the cafe, waiting. What the fuck are you waiting for? Why are you here? Why didn't you tell me you were coming? My privacy was having huge issues with all of this, and it got to the point I started feeling legitimately scared. I made a decision. Rather than meet him, I'd log out AIM, create a new handle, pretend I never existed at that point. I completely abandoned my LiveJournal and started posting under a new name and went so far as to change my entire online persona. I never heard from him again. Back during WoW's second expansion, there was this guy in my guild I'd become friends with mostly through other friends. We talked more and more over time and became fairly close. He had this as whole roommate, and I could hear the guy sometimes, especially when something went wrong during a raid. He'd scream and throw fits. He was pretty awful sounding. My friend told me he wasn't just loud and obnoxious, but verbally and sometimes physically abusive too. I had my own apartment, so I said, you know what, come stay with me. Just long enough to get you on your feet and into a place that's safe. He showed up at my place with a trash bag full of his stuff and a laptop. I set him up in the apartment and started trying to help him find a job. Well, he did not want a job. He did not get a job either. He sat in my apartment, day after day, eating my food and slowly draining my savings. No matter how hard I tried to get him motivated, he would just dig in his heels and somehow become more sedentary. Eventually I told him he had to go. I couldn't afford to keep him there. He was just couch surfing. I spoke to some people and eventually pieced together that his method of securing a new temporary place was playing on the sympathies of his friends to convince them he was in a terrible living situation. It just worked really well on me because he had that loud, obnoxious roommate to play off of. He wound up calling a nearby relative to come and get him, I think his aunt. I don't know what he told her I supposedly did, but I have never seen a more venomous look from someone in my life. As far as I know he moved in with his sister and brother-in-law after that, but frankly I don't care where he ended up. He also stole a bunch of my stuff. First and last time I do anything like that. I met two LiveJournal friends. I'll call them Adam and Betty. Adam came from the East Coast. Betty came from the West Coast. They met in the middle and vacationed in my state so all of us could hang out. Betty was fine. Exactly the same IRL as she was on LiveJournal. Really pretty too. Adam, though. OMFG. The first night we met up, we were going to karaoke. Adam and Betty would drive to my house, meet my mom, and pick Twin and I up to go to the karaoke bar. Betty doesn't drink, so she'd drive the rental car. They knocked. I opened the door. Missy, my elderly terrier mutt who I love so much, immediately made friends with Betty. Betty walked all the way in, backing Missy up, and then Adam walked in. It was like a switch had flipped. Miss Dog lost her sheet. She did the I'm going to kill you bark, hackles raised, tail tucked between legs, snarling, snapping, and it sounded like she was screaming. Mom asked me to help get the dog under control and in the back room, so I did. Mom said she was worried about this guy Adam and wanted me to be careful. I said Missy was obviously freaked out about him too, so I wouldn't trust him as far as I could throw him. So, we went to the karaoke bar. Betty ordered pop. This was a non-issue as she was a devout Mormon and didn't drink. I ordered pop, and Adam immediately started trying to talk me into alcohol, because he knows I drink. Hard nope, dude. Being young and naive, I said maybe later, rather than trying to pressure people to drink, is a dick move, and it makes people think you're a creep. Twin, who was still presenting female at the time, ordered pop. This surprised me, because he was going through a huge party phase. He spent most of his free time drunk. Adam started trying to talk Twin into alcohol too. No, I have a headache. Beer will make it worse. We did karaoke. It was unremarkable. We went home. The next day, Betty flew home. She just changed her ticket and bounced. She gave us the details in a filtered LiveJournal entry, saying that Adam wouldn't stop hitting on her, and she didn't feel comfortable being in the same hotel as him. We all blocked him. I had a guy profess his love for me over Skype. He wanted to come see me. He lived in the UK. I live in the States. Except I had a boyfriend at the time. I told him this. I told him that he was wasting his time and I had zero interest in him. He still is coming. I told him that there was no time to see him as I had work and school. He says it's fine. He will wait until I have time to see him. I told him not to come. He says he has his parents' blessings. So he came. He stayed in a hotel for 3 weeks while I had to deal with finals, work and spending time with my boyfriend. I hung out with him twice, once with a group of friends and once with my boyfriend. He got mad because he said that he wanted to hang out with me alone in his hotel room, and when I said no, he flipped. He said that because he flew over here, I should at least hang out with him. He flew back home to the UK a few days later and blocked me on all social media. TLDR dude travels from the UK to profess his love for me. Is upset that I didn't change my mind. Edit. Okay, I'll include some backstory. I knew him for about 3 years prior. He was a fairly popular streamer at the time, and I was one of his viewers. Eventually became a mod for him. We started talking on Discord and then Skype. I was 20 at this event. Why did I even meet him? I knew him for a long time. I thought we were friends. I thought that he would come and realize I didn't have feelings for him if I said it to his face. I thought I could save the friendship. I never thought he would hurt me, but even then, I was never alone with him. Not even close. Yes. This is my GW account. No, it was not something I did while I talked to him. No, I never sent nudes, nor did anything slightly inappropriate. Me showing off my body now does not mean I don't know how to make good decisions. Maybe not the decision you would have made, but still, you live and learn. I, 25, was best friends with a woman, 46, for nearly 6 years. We would talk for hours and send each other gifts constantly. We shared everything from art to personal trauma. We were very close. When I fell in hard times, she was very kind and offered to take me in. I was so grateful that she would do this for me. After a few months, things started to change. I started to see why she was such a lonely person. She was mean, if not cruel, to anyone who ever disagreed with her or even had a different opinion. She was so mentally unstable that she couldn't even buy something without having to call her elderly mother and ask for permission. I found out that she was scamming the disability services to get money from the government because she didn't want her mother tracking her spending. She was so horrible to her caregiver. I'll admit that the guy was a complete moron, but he was still a sweet guy that was just trying to help. She was so abusive towards him that I had to step in on multiple occasions, which she faking hated because it meant I wasn't on her side. That's when she turned on me. She began to freak out over small stuff, screaming and crying because I missed a spot while mopping, or because I spilled a little bit of water in the kitchen, or ate my food too fast. She was faking insane. As soon as I realized how messed up and unstable she was, after being screamed at and chased back to my room, I told her that I was going to be moving out as soon as possible. So, for the next week, she decided to make my life a living hell. She would scream about me to other people on the phone, telling lies about me, saying I did things I never did. And because she was a YouTuber with a big following, she doxed me on social media, telling people I punched holes in her walls and keyed her car. She even called the cops and tried to get me arrested for things I didn't do. Her followers began to harass me, sending me rap/death threats. Then she started posting and sharing all of my personal secrets that I had shared with her in confidence. I ended up having to call my family to come get me because she was wanting to keep my dog so that I would have to keep in contact with her, and I was no longer feeling safe. So, after 6 months of living in hell and 3 years of internet harassment and stalking that followed, I'll never meet someone I met online ever again. I have no interest in online friends. It's not safe because you never know how absolutely faked up someone is until it's too late. I never actually met him, but I used to play RuneScape when I was younger, around 11ish. I didn't pay for the member account, so there were a bunch of items and things I couldn't get. Some member started gifting me things, and I was super grateful. Every time I went on he would help me with my quests and whatever. But over time he started asking more personal questions like what I looked like, what I liked to do, etc, etc. In return he told me his first name, that he was 14, and that he was in the army as some cadet program or something, but back visiting family blah blah. I knew nothing about the army, a cadet program at that age. Didn't sound that far-fetched to little ol' me. He started to escalate how he was talking to me and started sending me messages like "hi sexy, miss you, come back and talk to me babe," etc. I stopped replying because I was creeped out and was 11. I still thought boys were gross. Anyway, in school the next day I was making small talk with a girl I sat next to, and she mentioned how her brother was home and how much she'd missed him while he'd been away in the army. I got a sinking feeling then which continued when she told me his name. A match. In desperation I asked her if he ever played RuneScape, in which she said he did, and his username was /friend's username. She showed me a picture and told me about how she was really excited about how he'd finally found his calling in the army. Dude was 26, yikes. Oh, finally I have somewhere to tell this story, but it's probably too late to get any real traction. Long story short, when I was doing a lot of online dating, I had multiple accounts across multiple platforms. One happened to be FetLife. I used pictures there that I hadn't put online before, with my face cropped out. It didn't pan out, however. I didn't really like any of the guys that messaged me. I was polite to them all, but ultimately kind of abandoned my profile. Cue Tinder. I match with a guy that looks white collar, tailored, professional. Just my type. We match, talk for a week or so, until we decide to get drinks. I get to the bar, took an Uber there, and look around. Don't see him. Until this scraggly looking guy comes up to me and says, "Oh hey Grenadine." I thought I'd never make it. Now, I'm not unusually one to judge by appearances. We all have rough days, and Lord knows I don't wear makeup or do my hair on the busiest of them, but his hair was significantly longer. Think short, well manicured hair versus mid-back length uncombed waves. He was covered in a patchy beard and dressed really badly. I honestly didn't recognize him, and he waved it off with sorry. Those pictures are kind of old. Red flag stupidly ignored. We grab a small table with huge chair and start drinking and talking. One drink, just to be polite, but I'm turned off at this point wholly. Then, the kicker. He leans in toward me, puts his hand on my thigh, and says, "You know, after you didn't message me back on FetLife, I'm surprised we matched on Tinder. You really are quite beautiful." At this point, I'm like, "I'm sorry." He chuckles, literally chuckles like a villain in a movie, pats my thigh, and says, "I'm going to the bathroom. You should look at your profile and figure it out. I found you because your body is quite distinct. It's worth noting we live in a major international tourist city. There are thousands upon thousands of new people here every day, especially on Tinder. This is not a small town. I used to match with people that would swipe between connecting flights. So I'm beyond nervous. Watch him get up and go, and I quickly check my FetLife inbox, and lo and behold, he had messaged me months ago. His profile picture looked like an absolute serial killer. I remember why I rejected him. Incompatible on all fronts. And I was polite. So anyways, I got to use the whole angel shot protocol, in which I basically ran to the bartender, explained the situation, and left through the back door. I was beyond uncomfortable, and deleted all of my social media for a few months. And I consider myself lucky that he only sent a few euro etc etc messages for the rest of the evening, but gave up after that. And I paid for my own drink too. I'm not a monster. Sorry in advance, this is a long one. I was talking to this girl I met on Quizilla back in 2008/9. We met because she made one of those which Twilight characters EU quizzes, and I was asking for help on making mine. We got to talking and realized that we were roughly the same age, lived in the same state only a couple hours apart, and had quite a few things in common. Fast forward a few months, I start thinking of her as one of my genuine best friends, and we start to broach the subject of meeting IRL. My parents understandably have their doubts, and only agree to let me meet her if I agree to bring my older brother along. I was 13, he was 18. I agree, and the girl and I arranged to meet at a museum that is equidistant from both of us. So the day comes, and it's time for me to finally meet this girl I've been talking to for a solid 6 to 7 months. My brother agrees that he's not going to breathe down my neck, but that I'll always be within eyeshot. I see her at the entrance when I walk up, and everything seems to be going well. After all, she's not an 80-year-old man, and she looks exactly like her pictures, which is really all that I could possibly expect from the situation. Later on in the day, my brother meets up with us so that he could drive us somewhere to get lunch, and everything immediately went downhill from there. This was the first time my brother had really seen her up close and not from a few meters away, and he gets a really confused look on his face. He doesn't react further, but stays pretty much quiet the rest of the drive. I think nothing of it, and just assume that he's letting us talk and doesn't want to interrupt. When we get to the restaurant, she doesn't want to sit on my side of the booth with me, instead choosing to sit next to my brother. She claims that this is because she wants to be able to look at me while she's talking, but my brother is looking more and more uncomfortable with the situation. I decide to sit next to him instead and don't really give her an option. Suddenly, the conversation starts to drift from me and her to just about my brother, what he does for school, where he works, his friends, etc. I start getting really jealous and eventually blow up saying, "Are you here to talk to me or to just my brother?" She starts backpedaling and apologizes for ignoring me. At that moment, my brother finally realizes that he recognizes her as a girl that had been stalking him on MySpace for the past few months, but without all of the terrible filter/makeup/angles that he was used to seeing her with. He immediately gets super freaked out and starts saying that we need to leave and that she needs to find her own way home. We end up leaving as soon as her parents come to pick her up, and I never hear from her again. And that's the story of how my junior high online best friend was also my brother's weird MySpace stalker. Needless to say, he still brings it up to this day and uses it against me at every opportunity. Met a girl online once. Can't remember where, but this was 15 to 20 years ago. We chatted for a while and seemed to hit it off. Eventually she invited me to her house. Turns out she was having a party with about 30 people. She pretty much ignored the whole time I was there, hung out with some cool people, and played some Mario Kart. Left when everyone else started to. Never spoke to her again. I have a lot of online communities I'm involved in, between some forums I'm active in and FFXI. I wasn't there for it, but a bunch of my FFXI friends got together one weekend 10 to 15 years ago. One of them got drunk off his ass, trashed some stuff, and made everyone else miserable. He never got invited again. The most prominent one was where I got cock blocked by 9/11. I had a trip cross country lined up for a car show and meet up with a bunch of people from a forum I was on. I had been talking to a girl out there for months beforehand, and it had gotten pretty hot and heavy. So I planned to go out for the show, then hang out with her for a week or so after. I also had some work to do out there, but it was mostly to hang out with her. 9/11 happened the Tuesday before the trip. I ended up on one of the first flights out of town that Thursday. 90% of the group cancelled their trips though. When I landed, she sent someone else to pick me up, and she was nowhere to be found. I saw her at the show for about 5 minutes, but besides that she ghosted me. I heard from her after a few days. Her ex and her had gotten back together after 9/11 happened. Because life is short, let's try it again, etc. I spent most of the trip in my hotel room watching the first X-Men movie on HBO. It was a surreal experience all around. They are not all horror stories though. Through the same group I made friends with another girl out of state. We hung out a few times, but figured out we click better as friends. I met her best friend on one of my trips and we started talking online constantly. She flew down one weekend to see how we'd get along in person. We've been married 14 years just about, so I guess it worked out. Okay, so I never really met them in person, but I'm so relieved I didn't. Also, this is a long story. TLDR, I really dodged a bullet by not meeting up with these people because they got extremely creepy and expected me to be a cheerleader, despite being 14 to 15. So, when I was a freshman in high school, my parents finally got me my own computer. I downloaded mod, cause, you know, that was the big thing at the time. There, I met my first and last online group. There were, like, 12 of us, and I was one of 3 girls. The ringleader of sorts was this one guy who was a senior in high school. For this story, I'm gonna call him Joe, not his real name. Now, at the time, my parents were extremely overprotective of me online, as my mother saw the online world as an absolute evil, and my dad just went along with what she said because he didn't know much about the platform. So, I wasn't allowed to show my face, I couldn't use my real name, and if I played with multiple people, one of my parents had to be in the room, so they could make sure I didn't accidentally let any personal information slip. No one in the group even knew how old I was. They assumed I was older, because, at the time, I had a deep voice for a 14-year-old girl. They assumed I was in college because of this. Well, Fast forward about a month and the group went from using no cameras at all to always using face cams and even just calling on Skype instead of gaming. For a while, they were okay with me not revealing my face, but they assumed I was just shy or self-conscious. It wasn't until then that I accidentally let slip that I was in high school, complaining about a teacher that hated me because I stood up for a girl with a fake learning disability. And then everyone wondered if it was a good idea to keep me there, as most of them were either seniors in high school or older. Now, Joe wasn't the oldest, he was a senior in high school himself, but he was the ringleader, so it was up to him whether or not I stayed. He said it was fine, as he had been a part of this particular group since he was in middle school. Now, I'm not exactly sure when this happened, because I was kept out of the loop on a lot of things. I was told about this by Joe's friend way after this happened, but Joe and one of the girls, I'll call her Belle, got into a huge argument. Apparently Belle had a huge crush on Joe, but he wasn't interested, and this exploded into most of the group getting involved, because Belle was being immature about it, and decided to vent to everyone. When Belle found out that I knew she got rejected, she then started to vent to me about stuff she didn't like about Joe. He's a slob, he shows too much favoritism, etc etc. Why? I don't know. Maybe to save face, or to make me hate him, I really don't know. I was a freshman, and I didn't understand relationship drama of any kind. About a week after I found out about everything, Belle called me and told me to stop flirting with Joe. Now, here's the thing, I hadn't been flirting with anyone. Everyone in the group knew that I was not interested in dating, that I was a bit young to date. Again, I was a freshman, and they all knew that my parents heavily monitored my internet use. Again, I couldn't even show my face. No matter what I told her though, she wouldn't listen. From here, things get a bit weird at a scarily fast speed. I didn't tell Joe about Belle's interrogation, but everyone found out. The group basically banned all girls except me. The other girl took Belle's side and went on a similar tirade, and the guys assured me that nothing would be different now that girls were banned. Boy, was that a lie. Suddenly, instead of girls joining the group to game, random girls would join the Skype calls for like 2 gaming sessions, leave, then be replaced for another 2 gaming sessions. I also realized that these girls never actually played with us. They kinda just flirted with the guys and encouraged them while they played. I started to get weirded out by this, cause, you know, this was not what I had agreed to join. When I first started playing, I slowly started to pull away from the group, and Joe noticed. So he asked me if I wanted to have a cheerleader for myself. Joe was the second person I told I was bi. I not so politely declined, as I thought it was extremely disgusting. I reminded him that I was a minor, and he said that he knew girls my age that would love me. I, again, declined. He asked me to turn my webcam on. Come on, your parents won't know if you turn your camera on and then just open up the gaming window. But I refused, as I was scared of what would happen if my parents ever found out, which pissed him off. He then said that he didn't want me to play, but would love for me to be his cheerleader, which would require me to use my webcam. I declined and basically cursed him out as best I could. Again, my parents were kinda within earshot. The other guys each asked me at some point or another to be their cheerleader, and one guy found out we live in the same state and asked if I wanted to hook up with him. He was 17 at the time. I was so disgusted by all this, so I left. This experience wasn't the only reason I haven't joined another gaming group, but it is definitely a major factor. I was told later by the third girl that had left with Belle years later that it was best I left because Belle came back and she and Joe have apparently blocked everyone that was in that group and began to date about a year after I left. Yeah. Sorry it was so long. Edit. So I don't know much of the details about the girls and the how and why they were there. This was years ago, and I was kept out of the loop because I was the only girl. The best reason I can give for them being there is that none of the guys really had any girlfriends, probably because of their attitudes and behavior, and having girls around to boost their egos and flirt made them feel better. I don't know. I just know it happened. I met someone on ICQ back around 2000. He was my online boyfriend because that was a thing back then. There was a few times we wouldn't talk for a few years, but every time we started again it was like no time ever had gone by. Back then he lived in Canada, East Coast. I live in the US, West Coast. He slowly moved closer to the West Coast as the years went by. Back in 2015 or 2016 he was coming down into the States for work and decided to stop by so we could finally meet. We had dinner. It was weird but oddly familiar. Pretty cool meeting someone you've been talking to for 15 years. Later we go back to my place and hang out for a bit. Decide to go out to the bar that I frequented at the time. I told him nothing too crazy because I had to wake up early the next morning. I can't remember now what it was, work or something else. But as soon as we got to the bar, he pounded 2 beers. Can't remember the rest. I started to distance myself throughout the night and he kept disappearing outside throughout the night, but he ended up getting kicked out. I was super embarrassed because this was my bar, my friends, and he just totally disrespected everyone. We walk back to my place. I set him up on the couch and go to bed. It was summer, so it was super hot and the only AC was in my room. I'd like to think the next part was due to it being so hot. He came into my room in the middle of the night and got into my bed naked. I slept out in the hot living room. Few hours later I left to go do whatever it was I was doing, and I texted him that he needed to be out by the time I got back. I remember I stayed out a little longer because I didn't want to see him. He was gone by the time I got back, thank God. He kept texting me for about a week, asking what he did wrong and that he was sorry. I texted him once telling him he disrespected me and my home and my friends, and if he didn't remember that wasn't on me. I didn't want to talk to him. I haven't talked to him since. Looking back on it, he was a raging alcoholic. I would get late night voicemails from him while he was drunk. I remember one in particular because he was walking home and fell or something and was yelling at cars, I think. Totally belligerent. It's kinda sad. I hope he got help. Getting involved with an addict was something I never wanted and wouldn't touch with a 10-foot pole. I immediately cut ties with a few addicts. Except my current boyfriend. I never figured out why I gave him a chance, but I did. Sorry for my random tangent. Done. I was 17 to 18. Jude, 25 or so, was a friend I'd known though a group on Yahoo chat rooms for probably 4 or 5 years by that point. He and his long-term on/off girlfriend had broken up around the same time I broke up with an online boyfriend for cheating on me, so we had been sharing our sorrows. Totally platonic, nothing romantic was ever mentioned. He actually knew about my mom's mental health condition too, and that I was uncomfortable around people with the same issue because she was super abusive to me, and the mannerisms are a PTSD trigger for me. This is relevant. One day he says I'm coming up to your city for the weekend so we can hang out. I felt pretty blindsided because he hadn't said anything ahead of time, let alone ask me about it, and had no reason to come to my state even, which was a good 2-day bus trip, but I was too polite to tell him no. I picked him up from the bus station and dropped him at his hotel and then had to go to work, thankfully. I knew from that car ride that I didn't want to be around him in person because it was pretty instantly clear to me he had the same mental health condition my mom had. That alone made me super uncomfortable, but we also had nothing to talk about in person, and it was pretty clear he had come up with romantic intentions. I saw him for about 2 hours the next day and then lied and said I had work again. He suggested I could stay the night in his hotel. I declined. He got back to the bus station on his own. After a week or so of silence, he actually apologized for his behavior, which I appreciated, but we never quite got back on the right foot. Looking back, I know it could have been much worse, but at the time it felt terrifying and dangerous. When I was about 30 and living in New York City, a girl on Cupid started messaging me. She said she was 21, a student at NYU, and was into anime and all sorts of other wonderful nerdiness. I should mention I'm part Asian, so online dating would get all the weeaboos. But what was strange was her pictures looked like a model. It seemed like there was no way this red-headed model contacted me out of the blue. We started texting. She'd text me all the time and started sending pictures of her cat, her shoes, her fingernails, never a full shot of her. And then she started calling me. We would actively have great conversations and she seemed like some parts of her stories were true. She shared an apartment with other girls and she would interact with them, and I would hear them talk BSCK during our conversations. However, the pictures of the redhead she sent me in the photo properties were pictures several years old, so definitely not her. I even had a female friend point out her fingernails were rounded, but the redheads were squared as evidence. Anyway, I pushed to meet her and she disappeared. The strangest part of the story was I would talk about this mystery, sometimes on other dates, and one of them had previously dated a writer, a nation guy, and shared with me a short story he wrote about his experience with the same girl. That a redhead contacted him, started texting, calling, etc. then disappeared forever. Nowhere near as bad as the others on this post, but we used to have this Skype group for certain people that liked a certain show about colorful horses, so we could talk about the show and art and make friends in general. Somehow managed to find people that actually lived pretty locally to me, so we arranged a day that we would meet up, me and two guys, we'll call them Johnny and Joseph. I was about 18 at the time, so figured I would be fine going without one of my other girlfriends to stick to me. The initial meetup was great, we talked and walked and just sort of enjoyed the time. Eventually Johnny went home because it was already getting late. So Joseph and I walk around some more, just chatting normally. We are walking really far away. I don't know the area, but apparently he does, so we just go. Soon I need to pee, so I ask Joseph if he knows somewhere I can go use the bathroom. He tells me his house is nearby, so we can drop by there. I'm kind of getting desperate at this point, so I agree. It takes about 5 minutes to walk to his place. It's in a pretty dodgy area, so I'm pretty spooked already at this point. I go to the bathroom and he tells me he will be in the room 2 doors down. So when I finish up in the bathroom I go to find him. It's his bedroom and he's on the computer. Backquote, do you want to watch me play TF2? He says to me. I say okay, as long as it's not too long, because it's getting dark outside. I watch him play, and my anxiety is just through the roof. He then puts on some horror game, knowing full well, because we discussed it earlier, that I'm terrified of horror games. So not only am I anxious, but I'm scared shitless, and on the verge of tears. I ask again a bit more sternly. I'm a shy coward, so speaking up like this is really out of character for me. Backquote, can I go home now? No joke now. Dude turns around and asks backquote, do you wanna make out? At this point I'm completely speechless and am frozen in place. Dude has condoms on the bed just ready, like as if he was expecting me to say yes before I even came to the room. Point, of course I just say I know and walk my way out of that situation. I'm so glad it didn't go further than that, because like it really could have been worse. The walk home was really scary too. It was dark, and after that I decided I was never going to meet people without someone else there again. So, not an actual horror story, as it ended well, but still gave me quite a turn. I'd been ML buddies/pen pals with this girl since she was 15 and I was 19. When I was about 25, I was staying with my dad and stepmother, and it was a really crappy living situation as my stepmom is a full-blown entitled narcissist and my dad is an enabler. I basically paid them $150 a month to live in a flea-filled corner that was freezing in winter and boiling in summer. Because of this and trying to avoid my stepmother, I'd wake up every day and go to the library for as long as I could and work on my manuscripts and study. Literally nothing but a blizzard or thunderstorm or the library being closed kept me home. I turned into a complete workaholic because I hated being in that house. So one day in at the library working away, and I keep getting messages from my online friend asking what I was up to. I told her I was working. She kept asking if I wasn't at home. I told her twice nope. I couldn't figure out why she asked. It turned out she had secretly hopped on a plane and shown up at my parents' house. She was like, hey, I'm Celestina's friend, can I use your bathroom? Which, given what stuck up prigs they are, is super hilarious to picture. It would be like if one of Harry Potter's wizard friends showed up at the Dursley house, and in all the time I'd lived with them, I never had friends, was always alone. Bit of a nasty shock for them, I imagine. But the girl was persistent and next thing I know she's got my dad escorting her through the library to meet me. Lol. She's awesome like that. I did get in a lot of trouble as everybody assumed I'd planned her visit, despite the fact that I knew nothing about it, but otherwise it was great time. Also I knew she was going to be loads of fun from the minute I stood up from the library desk and she gasped, "Oh my gosh, you are short." And I was, "Oh yeah, I warned you." Horror story for my folks at any rate. Not me, but a friend of mine met someone on the internet when we were fresh out of middle school. The guy he was talking to online claimed to be the same age as us and wanted to hang out sometime. So my friend invites me to tag along, and I warn him that's not a good idea because it could be someone dangerous pretending to be a kid. We fought and argued, and I was eventually forced to tag along to meet up with this online person. So we show up, and this guy's in his 40s. He walks up to my friend and greets him. Then the guy looks at me and seductively licks his lips, grinning like he's looking at fresh meat or something. I backed away as slowly as I could, and the guy touches me and says, "Don't go. I just want to talk." My friend is all warm and friendly with the guy and chats to him like a normal person. So after a few minimums or so, my friend and I leave, and the strange thing is, he still wants to be friends with the online guy. A month goes by, and I get a strange email asking for some personal info. I decline many times and the guy goes apeshit on me, complaining about how I'm being rude. He sends me some inappropriate content and I blocked him on my email. A few days later he finds my personal Facebook and sends me a friend request. I have no idea how he found me, and I decline the request. Again he goes apeshit on me and rants about how, if I don't add him as a friend, he'll make my life a living hell. I ignore it. Next thing I know, my Facebook friends stop talking to me because he's been harassing them, trying to get my personal info. I had enough with this guy, and I do some research. Next thing I know, I learn he's a convicted sex offender. I confront the guy online about this, and he says that an ex of his framed him for a crime he didn't do. I call BS on it, and I warned him, if he talks to me again, I'd report him to the police. Fatus here doesn't get the big picture, so he continues to message me with sexual messages like "How big is your dick?" and "Are you gay?" and "Have you done anal?" and other strange questions. Keep in mind this goes on and on for a while. I had enough and report the guy to the police. Police ask for evidence. I pull out the chat to see that the guy has been deleting his FB messages. Anyways, I report him to Facebook and his account gets deleted a day later. Few days later he makes another FB account and sends me a friend request. I don't bother replying to his sexual messages and report him to Facebook again. A month later he sends me a new friend request on his third FB account. I report him to FB once again. His account is deleted. Have I won the battle? Close. So I take a break from FB and spend some time on Twitter. Little did I know, he has a Twitter account and followed me and sent a series of sexual messages to me over a long period of time. Normally I don't read DMs, but I deleted all of the messages and blocked him on Twitter. I tried reporting him to Twitter, but they don't do anything about it. Hi, Twitter is still active. Ugh. Fast forward to 2 years ago. My IRL friend calls me sobbing. I ask what's wrong. He apologizes for dragging me with him to meet the online guy. He says he should have listened to me and how it was wrong to chat with the guy online in the first place. To make matters worse, he says the online guy has been calling him, saying sexual things to him. Anyways, I tell him to report online person to the police. Friend says he's too scared because no one will believe him. I tell my friend to block the number and just ignore him. So in the end, my friend unfriends the online guy, and to this day, we haven't heard a peep from him. TLDR, friend met a guy online, drags me in, got catfished, guy's a pedo. A series of unfortunate events unfold. I win the battle. This is u/Kickass Chiles story, but it popped into my head because she wins all horror stories amo with this. Link copy/paste text. This almost was me. Almost. Long story time. I'm an artist, and my main job before the one I have now was selling my work at comic, anime, and video game cons across the US and Canada, and sometimes in more countries. It was surprisingly a lucrative job if you did it right, and I enjoyed it and required a lot more work than people realized. But I digress. The point is, I was familiar with the convention scene, and this leads me to my next point. I used to take commissions at conventions, but I stopped doing them years ago because I got too busy and my art had improved enough that $100 felt too low for my skill level, and I'm all about artists pricing their work fairly and not working for pennies. A couple of years ago, just as I had started phasing out commission work, a man had approached me at a con. You get a lot of socially awkward people at cons, to be expected, but 99.5% of them are really sweet and just like to talk about stuff they dig. If you have a good amount of patience, it's enjoyable. But this guy, he immediately asked me if I did commissions. I said no, unfortunately not anymore. He asked me how much my prices were, and usually when people ask I just quote some arbitrary high number, just to get them to throw out the idea without outright telling them no. And if they want to pay it, well, then we can talk. I said $350. He said, cool, done. In cash? I was stammering at him, not expecting him to go for it. Eventually I just asked him what he wanted. To make a long story shorter, he wanted furry art. Softcore born to be exact. I had never in my life done furry art, but I knew how lucrative it seemed to be. I said, oh, each character would be extra. NSFW would be extra too. This would be a big commission. He's like, oh no worries. How much extra? This went back and forth for a while, and to save time, he paid me $700 in cash on the spot for some furry born. I wasn't even mad. $700 is nice. So I said sure, I'll draw the furry born. What do I care? I'll fake sign it. It's one and done. After I did it in one night in my hotel room, I found he had taken my business card and had given my email to his friends who may be interested in commissioning art. The requests for weirder and weirder, but the pay stayed surprisingly good. Eventually, I ended up making a Fur Affinity account under a fake name and tweaked my style and techniques enough that no one could ever trace the art back to me. I decided to just fully embrace the furry art bank life. It was open season. I guarantee you, I was a no-name in that community and still made good money, so I'm horrified to think what the really popular artists get. I didn't feel ashamed for drawing weird furry fetish born, nor did I feel bad for kinda being a fraud. I provided a service, and that was it. Things went downhill when I mistakenly befriended someone in the community. She was another furry artist, and we just sort of hit it off in the online community. She seemed like an edgy self-hating furry, so our jabbing humor at the expense of furries made us bond. She was cool, all was well. Eventually I admitted to her that I didn't actually give a shit about furries, and she took it in stride. Said she understood why I use the community to make money, because she wished she wasn't a faking furry either, but you can't help what you like. She told me that if I really wanted to make bank, I should go to a furry convention. I was immediately like, fuck no. Never in my life, but she told me about an AninCon that I regularly attended that next year would be sharing the same venue and weekend as a furry convention. Just table hop, she said. She told me to split her table with her, try it out, see how I fared. I already had a table at the AninCon, so I was like sure, why the hell not? What could it hurt? We decided to even share a hotel room. This isn't uncommon. In artist alley's many artist rooms share together, since we have similar schedules and don't tend to party hard because we are working. She seemed like a good person, and it's not uncommon to just meet someone IRL when you're rooming with them. I arrived Thursday before the con, but the furry con had already started. I got a text from my friend to come sit at her table in the furry con dealer's den for a few hours, since my con didn't start until Friday, just to see if it clicked. She had already checked into the hotel room and had the keys anyways, so I picked up my badge and went. I was surprised to find her at the table, in full fursuit. They was the weird part. She was a self-hating furry, or so she claimed, so to go full commitment and be in a suit was okay. HMM. I was already out of my comfort zone in the sea of furries, and my friend was supposed to be like my anchor, my guide through this other world, to protect me from this shit. I was immediately on edge. It got worse when I sat down and introduced myself and she did that thing. That thing that furries do where they are in fursuits and don't talk. She nodded when I made sure she was who I thought she was, but she just did the overly exaggerated cute poses and even had a faking squeaky toy in her fursuit to make noise. But she didn't say a word. She hugged me and somehow managed to interact with customers who all knew her and adored her. I guess she was well known in the community, and if she wanted to communicate, would write or text in this Bagazoa things. She said she hates wearing suits, but because she doesn't have to talk in them, she doesn't have to interact much with customers. Okay, that I could maybe believe. Sort of. At around 7 PM we packed up to leave to go to the hotel room. She stayed in suit the whole way up. In the room I flopped down on my bed exhausted. I asked her if she was going to come out of that thing, understandably a little freaked out from this whole thing. Then she did the thing that made me want to run out of the room, which I didn't against my better judgment. I had flopped on the bed with the upper half of my body, my feet still on the floor, my shirt had ridden up my torso. She stepped in between my legs and faking tickled me on my exposed belly. I flipped the fuck out, as one does when sneak attacked by tickles, and wriggled out of her reach. She made that laughing pose that furries do where they hold their paws to their mouths bashfully but still silent as fuck. I was so creeped out. My go-to way of handling stress like that is laughing it off nervously. She got the hint and motioned she was going to get a shower. As soon as she was in the shower I decided I didn't want to be there when she got out, for now. But instead of lugging all my stuff I decided I would come back for it, preferably with friends. But I needed a key, so I went to her wallet she had taken out of one of her suit pockets and tried to find the keys I had seen her slip into her wallet. And of course as soon as I opened it, I just had to see her ID. I just had to. I was too curious not to. And when I opened it, I looked at the ID slot and I flipped my sheet. Whoever was in that ID was not in any way who I was expecting to see on that picture. I didn't know the super personal details of my friend besides surname and age and general descriptive factors. Mid-20s, white girl, etc. That was not who was on this ID. It was a man with long greasy hair, glasses, and stubble, in his mid-40s or early 50s I'd wager. I was so faking shocked that I literally threw the wallet across the room after grabbing a key and ran the fuck out of that hotel room. I took 15 flights of stairs down to the lobby and called up a friend who was coming to the con freaking out. I never saw the real person under the suit. My friend, a tall burly scary looking dude, went up for my stuff later that night with the key I'd grabbed. When he came back with all my things, he said there was no one in the room. I stayed with him in his room that weekend and kept only to the convention my friend didn't have a badge to get into unless I was with a group outside of it. The next night I deleted my Fear Affinity account, blocked my friend on my chat app, and deleted every connection I had to the furry world. The money be damned. I would never venture into that mess again. Points to this day. That event still makes me sweat, man. I have some really awful, funny, and silly con stories from my time as a traveling con artist, and this and one other incident top the list as the worst trademark I have still not recovered. And that was how I almost became like the op in the image, but got out just in time, I hope, before anything terrible happened. Point TLDR, I got catfished by a furry and probably almost became a victim of some sort. All over furry art and my greed for that good furry money. It's not worth it. Don't do it, friends. I don't want to mention con names and stuff, but if you googled furry and anin con happens at same hotel I'm sure you can find the magical con this happened at. So, I got catfished once. I was 15, used this app / virtual chat world called IMVU on the PC. I was a pretty sheltered kid, still very hopeful and naive about the world, but I loved helping people. One day I'm on there, and I meet this girl named Morrow. She was the real gothic type, and I was really into alternative girls. We started chatting every day. Eventually I met her brother Justin, and her close friend Norma. We all chatted on this IMVU website, sometimes played games on Steam, hung out over Skype. It was pretty great. I even started dating Morrow. So, after dating for about a year she hits me with some weird shit about her being a vampire and how she's over 2000 years old. Basically the vampire from those Christopher Pike novels. Now to preface here, this was around the time Twilight got big, vampires were all the rage, and I was super naive, so I still believed that almost anything could be possible, maybe. So I tried to give her the benefit of the doubt, especially when her brother and friend are saying yeah she's totally a vampire, and treated it as if it was some big family secret. I know, faking stupid in retrospect, but I was young and really naive. Fast forward a couple years, I'm 17, still dating her, and believing she is a vampire with this long history and a family. Even believed that maybe I had talked to God about it, because of another set of circumstances in which a random number texted me, and I asked about these things, and the other text, or texter? Anyway, the person who texted me seemed to understand all of this stuff that I was hiding from basically everyone I knew, because I knew on some level that it all sounded crazy as fuck. The short of it was I was just willing to believe, and I loved Morrow. I was in my first year of college down in TN at this point, and I decided I was finally going to meet Morrow in person. Only one problem, she lived in Mount, hence why I hadn't met her up to this point, although we had exchanged pictures throughout our relationship. I'd even gotten supposed pictures of all of her, and said family together, so I used my savings to move out to Mount, but I was supposed to be moving with her 24-year-old brother, Justin. I wouldn't be able to see her for several more months due to her taking a long trip to India to visit her ancestral vampire roots. Again, I know it sounds insane, but you see where this is going. Eventually, we move in with other people. They help me to figure out that Justin was the only one who ever existed. I was 18 at this point, so I had spent 3 years believing in this whole interconnected network of at least 8 people by now, but it turns out old Justin had been pulling the strings the whole time. Just keeping up the charade, finding pictures online, and using all these different fakes to gang up against me. When it started to question things, I began to put the pieces all together, so I kicked him out of my house, and that's when he decided to tell me he had fallen in love with me. Such a piece of shit person who killed a part of me that I'll never get back. Definitely don't catfish people, it's a shitty thing to do. This happened back in the dial-up BBS days in the early 90s. Before Netflix and chill, we had VHS and couch. The woman wasn't especially pretty, but was smart and rich, daughter of a doctor, and really liked me, so I give it a go. Our first date, she wants to meet at her place and watch a movie. Great, I figure I'm in like Flynn. So I arrive at her address, and feel even luckier as it's a new neighborhood of McMansions, years before that expression was even coined. Walking inside, it's a semi-open floor plan showcasing a professionally maintained rainforest in a 25x25 floor-to-ceiling glass on 4 sides area in the middle of everything, open to the sky and now perfectly lit at night. I make a good impression on her doctor dad with some smart banter, then we settle in for the movie. Her girl game soon proved to be as awkward as her unkempt plain looks, as she started making over the top PDAs with her dad sitting nearby, nose buried in some scholarly tome. I was trying to keep the escalation slow and discreet below couch level, and she kept putting both arms around me and leaning in so heavily, causing us to shift and move in the good doctor's periphery, even though he's apparently fine with it all. At one point, she gets on all fours, as up and pointing in the general direction of her dad, and starts making out with my ear. Mind you, we haven't actually kissed yet, but now she's breathing and slobbering loudly into my ear, while her tongue explores it indiscriminately in a pattern like a Norway rat trying to find the little platform in the dark experimental dunk tank. Finally, she let out a low moan which was supposed to be sexy, but at that intimate distance of 0mm to my ear canal was more like a whale call fit to carry across countless nautical miles. Then she plunged her tongue piston-like into my ear canal, simulating upon one eardrum a sudden dive to fathoms of depth and barometric pressure whales are accustomed to, causing me to jump up and yelp. I locked eyes with her very Jewish father, while a long awkward moment passed, while no explanation was asked or offered as to why the hitherto nice very blonde and white boy suddenly jumped up and shouted, "Oi," while in the process of making out with his daughter, whose eyes is still up and pointing in his general direction. The moment passes, we get settled back into the movie, and at some point he bids us a friendly goodnight and pads silently into the dark catacombs of his suburban castle. Next lull in the movie, I go in for a regular kiss, which she over-edgily reciprocates. She plunges her tongue into my mouth as deep as she can, then swishes it back and forth rhythmically, like a windshield wiper. I try to interact using my tongue, but hers just sweeps it aside like a bug, and continues the determined swish swash swish swash. I break for air, then we kiss again, hoping it was a fluke. Nope, she plunges the tongue straight in again, and starts sweeping back and forth mechanically. Now we've gotten through the movie, and she invites me to spend the night. She leads me to bed, strips down to a shirt and underwear, then says just a minute, and goes into the bathroom across the hall. I'm lying there thinking it's weird, but hey, easy bussy coming right up. A minute turns to 10, then 20, during which my detective ears picked up the distinctive sounds of several sizes and hardnesses of pills rattling around different size bottles as they were upturned to disgorge their various rewards, and bouts of ugly crying. Finally, she burst in, turned out the light, and climbed into bed with me, and immediately started to try to make out. I paused the action and asked, "Are you okay?" She said yes, but it was obvious she had been crying, and might start again with every unsteady breath. She was obviously rapidly coming under the influence of whatever pills she popped, and the whole thing was now just a sea of red flags, so I pulled the ripcord, and made apologies as I quickly dressed to go. She clung to me and pleaded, "I don't want to lose you." As I thought, we just faking met today. Walked out of that palace of grave dysfunction, got in my inappropriately old and inexpensive car and drove out of the clutches of McMansionville forever. This happened when dial-up was at its prime. I was young, self-destructive and couldn't care less. I just wanted to meet new people and have fun. I joined a chat room and ended up finding someone who lived in my smallish town. We chatted for 6 months before agreeing to meet up. He was very aware that I was 14 at the time we started chatting, and I knew he was 30 something. At the time I thought he cared like a brother or a dad figure. I didn't know he was grooming me. It was just nice to be able to talk to someone who seemed like they cared about me. We decided to meet up for coffee for one day. We agreed to meet up at night a couple days later. The whole time leading up to it, he was saying he was nervous and scared. I couldn't figure out why he would be scared or nervous. He picks me up a block away from house. First red flag I actually noticed. I get into the car and realize he is one of my brother's high school teachers. I had met this guy before at a open house, and he was really nice. So, I put the red flags on pause. We kind of laughed that we had met before and didn't realize it. As we are talking, he passed by the coffee place. He says I have a better place in mind. He drove us 15 miles outside of town in a country-like area and pulled over. This area of town was rarely ever populated by moving traffic. We were alone and there was no way out. At this point I knew what was going to happen. I thought to myself, great, now I'm an after school special. He said that my top was really sexy and started to touch my breast. He began to kiss me and held my hands down with force. You guys can imagine what happened after that. He was kind about it, as kind as this situation could be, until I got up the courage to say no. Then he turned into a monster. I thought he would leave me for dead on the side of the road. After it was over, a wave of remorse hit him. He apologized for getting so rough. He begged me not to ruin his life. I promised that I would never say a word to anyone, and that I wanted it. He said he needed to hear me say I wanted it. It was pure survival mode at that point. I would have said anything to get out of there alive. Once he felt reassured I wouldn't tell. He helped clean me up. I was a bloody mess, and dropped me off a block away from home. So, that's my horror story. Don't trust people you meet off the internet. I met him playing online poker. When I was a freshman in high school, my friend and I would play Texas Hold'em online, and go in the chat room and just say dumb shit and joke around. Ask if a 7 and a 2 were a good hand, that kind of thing. Well, this guy, we'll call him Harry, started joining in with us, and getting up to the same antics. We got some dude really mad at us, so my friend and I decided to switch poker tables, and go annoy someone else. We invited Harry to come along with us and he did. From that point on, I was really good friends with him. He lived in a faraway state, and was maybe a year or two older than me. We talked online all the time. He was most definitely one of my best friends and I confided in him, and trusted him completely. We had a similar sense of humor and things just made sense between us. I'd tell my IRL friends about him, and he would often talk to them too. I had several other online only friends that I would just chit chat with and it never seemed too weird to me, but I was definitely closest with Harry. There was never anything romantic between Harry and I, things were always very platonic, but I had always found him attractive. I figured he found me attractive as well, but it really wasn't important. We finally met each other in person while I was in college after years of being friends online. He met me at a public place where I worked. He had a friend that lived in the same city as me and was visiting. He told me I was taller than he was expecting. Things seemed normal. I went out with him and his friend that night to bar hop. Got pretty drunk. His friend was very entertaining and outspoken. Harry was more my speed. After having a fun night, his friend had picked up some loud girl and the four of us went back to the friend's apartment. We hung out in the living room for a short time, but then the friend went into his bedroom and started loudly having sex with the girl he had picked up. Harry and I laughed about it. It could have been awkward, but it wasn't. We were both drunk. Something intimate could have sparked between us, but it didn't. I had a boyfriend and wasn't the type to cheat. We spent some time together and then I caught a cab home. The horror part of this story is that nothing ever came of us. Timing was wrong. Distance was wrong. If this were a movie, we would have gotten together. I like to imagine sometimes that it was. He now lives in the same state as me, but still too far away for it to matter. He is married and lives a much more active life than I do. I have been in the same relationship for several years. The saddest part is we no longer talk. I think we hit a turning point when we met, plus he no longer could handle the emotional instability I went through in my late college years. Still wonder what could have been. For the 2 people who read through this, thanks for reading. Not really a friend, but our small tiny TV show fandom, Odd Squad to be specific, had a troll that came after us, the cast and crew of the TV show, even one of the creators' kids, and basically harassed us all. They were madly in love with Jack McBrayer for his role in the show's accompanying movie, told me they would marry him. I don't know if Jack is married, and invited me to the wedding in my home state. It wasn't until I looked on Instagram on his account that I saw the truth. He looked ugly. I mean, I'm ugly, yeah, but this guy was far more ugly. Acne-ridden, morbidly obese, living in South Carolina. Pretty much what you would expect your average standard troll to look like. And oh yeah, he was a guy. I'm not sure he grasped the concept that Jack and him are guys, and I'm pretty sure Jack isn't gay, not to mention the troll has no idea what being gay means. Edit. As far as I know, he also has a very small and inactive YouTube channel, a few Twitter accounts, and is mainly active on a role-playing site called Feral Front under the name China. Similar messy handwriting. Can't confirm if it's the same person, but has a very eccentric style of writing that's easily recognizable, last I heard. I also happen to know his, presumably, real first and last name, but I'm not going to use it for any malicious intent, since the guy hasn't harassed us in a long while. We were friends of a friend in high school, but hadn't seen each other in 15 years when she Facebook friended me. After about 3 years of back and forth messaging, sending memes, etc. she came to town and was really eager to meet up, so I agreed to get coffee with her. I show up to the coffee place and she is half an hour late and looks nothing like her pictures online anymore. I almost didn't recognize her. She sits down and monopolizes the conversation for an hour. We visit a local attraction where she gets in free with me and spends money in the gift shop, then says she'd really like to grab some food. We ride over to a restaurant and she orders a huge amount of food and eats it all. The check comes and the waitress asks if it's together or separate and she immediately says together, smiling. I assume this means she is paying for me, since I drove her to the restaurant and got her into the attraction for free. The waitress brings the check and puts it on the table. She leaves it into shade for like 10 minutes. I finally am like, hey, do we need to split it? Mind you, I had gotten just some fries, whereas she racked up like a $30 bill. She goes, oh, you have to get this one. I don't have any more money. I freak out because I don't have $30. I end up texting my husband asking him to transfer some money into my account from his. I try to leave, and she starts crying that her brother kicked her out, and her parents paid for a hotel for the rest of her stay, but she has no money to get back, because she spent it at the gift shop. Mind you, we are in our 30s. I reluctantly give her a ride back, about 10 miles out of my way, and drop her off with a bye. She hits me with a barrage of FB messages how I'm a horrible person for embarrassing her, and should be ashamed of my behavior. I blocked and deleted her like a house on fire. I met a girl on a Facebook dating app. She lived hours out of the city. I was recently out of a relationship. She was cute. Body was banging. She seemed nice enough, a tiny bit country. So I offered up my place to hang out if she wanted to visit the city. She took up the offer. Was going to be a long visit. A week? 10 days? Don't remember. I drove 4 hours out to pick her up, where I got roped into going to her ex's house above a barn maybe, to be her backup as she collected her glasses. Got home. She was a freak. It was fun, but I barely kept up. I mean born grade stuff. Almost lost my watch. There was blood. She wanted to keep going. Took her out to a club. She got sheet showed and ended up losing her shirt after dancing in only her bra and flashing her tits all over the dance floor. We did some molly, went home. Cabbie looked at us funny, sure. More orange. Day 3, it's recovery. Went to a pub to just get some food and drinks with a buddy of mine. Ran into some old school friends too. She got blasted in no time. Went from fun to her yelling about how much she loved and all our previous nights, etc. Point to these people that were strangers to her. Then, she's sitting on a dude at the bar and accepting free drinks. What the fuck? Got home. She's crying. She's sorry. My friend dreamed her out. I went to work, got home and she had cleaned my whole apt. 0.0. Ended up driving her home real early. Awkward 4-hour drive. Barely ever spoke after. She was the 4th girl in a row with the same name I'd dated or seen. It should have been a sign. I stopped dating girls with that name after I met number 5. Positive though, at the club, Gothy, my longer time friend and possible interest, saw me with new girl and decided it was time to put moves on me that night. Country girl didn't notice. Ended up dating and making a best friend for life after. Do I ever? Buckle up y'all, it's a long one. When I was 11, there was a game website that had chat rooms. You could play games with other people and chat alongside the game, etc. There weren't a lot of younger kids on the site, and I never usually talked to anyone. Until I saw one day this kid, we'll call him A, said he was 12, so I started talking to him, because I had never seen another kid play on the website at that point. We ended up becoming friends, and began talking on AOL. My mom was super skeptical of the whole thing, so we asked him to write my name on a piece of paper and then take a picture with it. My mom seemed satisfied after that and never questioned it again. Our friendship was only ever platonic. We stayed friends for about 3 years and kept connected through the game website and MySpace. When Facebook came around, I stopped using MySpace and lost track of him after that. Cut to a few years later, and I'm now in college. I was in a 3-hour-long class and decided to bring my laptop with me, which I never ever did. During our 15-minute break, I decided to check my Twitter account, which was inactive and I hadn't used in years. I saw that there was a message from A from like 2 weeks before and instantly messaged him back, not believing it was him. But it was and we were connected. He was dating this girl from his hometown but wasn't happy. I was single and away at school, 10 hours from home, while my mother was dying from an unknown illness at the time. A was there for me at any hour of the day/night and comforted me when things were bleak and not looking good for my mom. We made plans for New Year's. I live in New York and he lived in Kentucky. To go see the bull drop in the city and finally meet for the first time, but I was broke and December was really rough for my mom, so I cancelled. I quit school to take care of my mom, and because I was so busy with her, we didn't talk as much. I started dating this guy and stopped talking to A altogether. It didn't last long and A messaged me after I had changed my relationship status back to single on Facebook. He told me he also had broken up with his girlfriend, and from that point on, we were talking. We would be on the phone for hours, texting all day and night. We would download movies on our laptops and press play at the same time, so we could watch it together. He would call up Starbucks at the mall I worked in and buy me a drink over the phone, then tell me to go pick it up. He connected with my mom on Facebook to wish her well in her illness. He was in my opinion perfect, and I was falling hard. This went on for months. The week before my 20th birthday, my best friend told me we were going out to dinner with her boyfriend and a few of his friends that she wanted to try to hook me up with. She knew about but didn't know it was serious. I wasn't really interested, but she kept bugging me so I relented. We go to dinner, and A walks in with my best friend's boyfriend instead of his friends. My heart dropped into my stomach and started doing the cha-cha slide. He had contacted my best friend weeks before and wanted to surprise me for my birthday. He stayed for a whole week. We went to the local aquarium, the beach. He had never seen the ocean before, got Slurpees, they don't have 7-Elevens where he's from, and went to Dave & Buster's, went paintballing. It was amazing. We kissed the night before he left, and I was heartbroken he was leaving. He told me he would be back. The next day, he messaged my dad, whom I live with, and told him that he wanted to be with me and wanted to know if my dad could help him move to New York so that he could do that. My dad, impressed at the speech and how I was treated the week A was there, told him he could live with us rent-free if he helped my dad with his business. I live on a poultry farm. It was labor intensive, but A was extremely adamant about moving to New York to be with me. So he did. A month later, he drove his little car from Kentucky to New York with his dog and all his belongings. The first night he was there, he had run out to his car to get something. Our phones, both iPhones, were next to each other, and one of them beeped. Thinking it was mine, I picked it up and saw there was a text from me. He was his ex-girlfriend. The text said, "I miss my Walla Nugget." I was super confused and slightly disgusted. Walla Nugget, but he had just driven 9 hours, hundreds of miles with all of his belongings and his dog. I didn't sweat it and never mentioned it to him. The first 2 weeks were heaven. I lost my virginity to him. Fell in love. Finished the summer with a new job and new confidence. He was working with my dad and that was going well. My mom was on the mend finally and things were just going really good. Then he started getting phone calls from his mother saying how much she missed him, how could he leave her, why would he do this to her, etc. She would make passive-aggressive Facebook statuses, would message me and ask for him. It was overwhelming, especially only a few weeks into the relationship, and it was every single day. How could you leave me, my baby? Gag. Something changed about a month in. We had been having sex every single night, and then it went to a few nights, and then it stopped completely. We had been squeezing onto my twin mattress, but suddenly he wanted the couch instead. He would blow my dad off to go fishing every single day, all day long. Didn't want to hang out with my friends anymore, and was always on his phone. This went on for another 2 weeks before he finally broke the news to me that his mother was falling into a deep depression and that he was going to have to move back home. I was devastated. He moved back home, and the next day on Facebook he was back in a relationship with E, which was funny because him and I had never broken up. We had kissed goodbye and had sex the night before even. I received a message from E on Facebook that they had never broken up, that it was just a break, and that he needed to find himself, but he didn't. That's why he moved back home. I was furious that I had been used for the last 2 months. I was furious that he was an amazing liar. She sent me screenshots of conversations they had during the 2 months he lived with me, making fun of my weight during sex, how bored he was there, and how he couldn't wait to go home. Every single thing he had told me was a faking lie. I don't remember how it started, but he started posting pictures that he took of me unknowingly on Twitter, and these were really unflattering pictures. One in particular that has stuck with me was a picture of me and his dog on my couch that he tweeted to National Geographic and said, "Look at NATGEO, a whale is eating my dog. Another one read, we'll have that one fat beach we've slept with. Guilty as charged." For 10 months, this was every single day. Back then, you could block someone on Twitter, but all blocking did was prevent the person from @ing you. I could still see all the tweets and morbid careers that he got me every single time. Didn't matter how many times I reported him to Twitter, they never took the tweets or his account down. Pictures I hadn't known he had taken. He had gone through my diary and posted entries on his Facebook that he and his friends and family commented and laughed at me on. Eventually I stopped caring. I stopped looking at his social media accounts. I met someone else and eventually moved on. Hindsight really is 20/20. I wish I could go back and slap myself for ignoring the Walla Nugget bullshit. I would have saved myself a lot of heartache. I actually have 3 stories for you, because I'm a dumbass who doesn't learn his lesson. A little background first. I grew up in a cult, had an abusive uncle, and lived with my single mom who had bipolar/schizoaffective disorder. I was awkward as hell, had no social skills or self-confidence, and home life sucked. So let's get to the 3. I had been playing an online text-based game with a guy that lived 2 hours away. I thought he was the coolest guy, really nice. One night my mom bashed my head in with a lamp. She was the sweetest woman when she was well, but violence was common when off her meds. Bleeding and desperate, I messaged him about what happened. He told me, hey, I talked to my parents and we are coming to get you right now. Never met him before. They came and picked me up, and I moved in with them. I had a trash bag full of some clothes and nothing else. I had just turned 16 a month before. The very first night I was there the mom got drunk, started ramming her Mercedes into the dad's BMW, on purpose, and the son pulled a gun on mom, to get her to stop. Mom runs off into the night, and moved in with her boyfriend. She'd been cheating. Dad didn't know until that night. So all 3 of us are in a bad place. We played Monopoly, and ate junk food until like 3 AM. I got a job at Walmart, started community college. I got my JED at 16. Things seemed okay. The family very generously was letting me live at their place for free. The dad was pretty well off, so he didn't bat an eye at taking me to dinner with his son and paying for it, etc. I'd never experienced anything like this in my life. We had always lived hand to mouth. About 3 months in, dad gets arrested. Apparently he was a prominent member of the Republic of Texas movement that wanted to secede from the Union, and as a sovereign citizen hadn't paid his taxes in years. House and cars get seized for back taxes. Son goes with his grandma, but I find myself with no place to live. I ended up moving back home. 2 months after moving back home, my mom tried to stab me in the chest with a knife. I caught her wrist in time so it barely broke skin. I decided it was time to leave again. I had been talking to a girl online for about 6 months. She lived near Chicago. I lived in Texas. We are both 16. So naturally I think I'll take a bus to Chicago and get a job there. Because that's what rational teens do, right? I saved up for about a month from my crappy data entry job, didn't tell my mom I was leaving, and went straight to Chicago, a small suburb, actually. I knock on the door of the address she gave me. She asked me to come, of course. Nobody answers. I call a mutual friend that went to school with her from a payphone. Remember those? And friend confesses that the girl had catfished me the whole time. She was using the friend's pictures. The girl I went to see was around 300 pounds, not the hot teen she was pretending to be, and both girls thought it was really funny until I actually showed up. The girl I went to meet eventually did come out and apologized to me profusely. She had been catfishing almost a dozen guys because she was addicted to the attention. Hot friend apologized too. I hopped on a bus and went back to Texas feeling defeated. 3. Home life still sucked. I started talking to another girl online because I was too awkward for real relationships. She lived in Canada. 2 weeks after my 18th birthday I flew up there thinking I'll get a job in Canada. Everything will be fine. This was before 9/11 and you didn't need a visa. At airport security in Canada I went through customs. Apparently I knew nothing about immigration or the law. On the plus side, the girl got to visit me in the airport security holding area before the Canadian officials put me on a plane, courtesy of the government, since I bought a one-way ticket back to Texas. I was handcuffed on the plane and had a security guard sitting with me all the way back to Texas and told not to come back. It was an interesting experience. Shortly after moving back in, for the 3rd time, I had my head bashed in again, and a friend from school and his family took me in. I moved to a big city when they moved, got a decent job, and now 16 years and lots of therapy later I can laugh about it all. Not a horror story, but still. I was on a trip to Ireland and my friend got sick and went back to Canada. I decided that I would spend the rest of my trip with an online friend who lived in Germany. We got along awesome through email and chat. She edited my stories for me and we talked about traveling. We knew each other for probably 2 years. Anyway, I fly over to Germany and stay at her place. She was really busy and we didn't really hang out, but that was okay. I hung out with her mom and did some exploring by myself, including a day trip to Cologne, and went for a weekend trip to Paris. On the morning I was leaving, we were having breakfast, and it's when I realized, after about a week, that things weren't okay. The plan was for me to catch a train to Frankfurt and then get on my plane. She wasn't able to drive me, but I told her no worries, I could handle getting there. She looks at me and says back quote, "It seems like you're expecting me to drive you to the airport." I'm like back quote, "No, I'm good with taking trains. TBH, I love trains." And she was really standoffish. When I leave, she waves goodbye, says it was nice meeting me, etc. Fly back to Canada. Everything is great. Then one day my mom calls me into the living room. I was 19 at the time. Apparently my back quote friend sent my mom a message on FB saying that I was basically a horrible guest and was rude, and that she didn't think I was ready to actually travel and maybe I should grow up some more. My mom couldn't believe it, and I actually started to cry. I had made sure to be the best darn Canadian I could be. I constantly was polite, said please and thank you. It was my first time solo traveling, so I was a bit weary, but I didn't think it was bad. That faked me up good. I was so uncomfortable that I still, 4 years later, don't want to go to my friends' houses for more than a day because I'm terrified they'll think I'm a bad guest. It took 3 years before I would even travel again, something I absolutely love. Long story, so my guy friend had become super BFFs with this girl he met on Omegle. No one thought anything of it because he's the most charismatic guy you ever met. So of course he had online besties. Well, they're basically pen pals for 2+ years. We all live on the west coast and she lives on the east coast until one day she prompts that he comes to her place for 2 weeks, and since my friend is always up for an adventure and being a socialite, he said sure. Keep in mind he was 15 and she was 16. Well, even his parents saw no issue and both of the parents got everything situated and bought the tickets. So now it's about 2 days before he has to fly out and he comes up to me freaking out because she just texted him about how much she loves him and how much she can't wait to be alone with him. Besides me telling him I told you so, I'm helping him figure how to tell girlfriend. The deal was that he'd be staying with family there. Well, my friend is also horrible when dealing with confrontation, so his plan is, if I just stand my ground and friend zone her by ignoring every romantic/sexual attempt, she'll get the hint, and then I'll be fine. So a couple days pass and he's there. The moment he met her she acted like they were some long-term/distance couple in front of her parents. In public she jumped on him and was shouting about how much she missed him. He plays it cool, but now strangers think he's a mean BF. During the almost 3-hour car ride/tour, every time he'd try to bring his girlfriend up and or any of his interests, this chick would change the subject. This could also apply to our/entitled kids. Her parents for both ease and hospitality had something planned for nearly every day of those 2 weeks. Yeah, right. Had her wrong. This chick was only ever somewhat nice when things were going her way. Her parents' lack of parenting, her age, and my friend's lack of courage resulted in him dealing with her flippant mood swings for 2 weeks. The worst/scariest things she did were 1. Turn off and hide his phone while they were swimming, mainly an attempt to get him to wrestle her. Also hiding his inhalers for the same purpose. 2. Block his parents, a couple of his friends, and his girlfriend because they are taking away from our alone time. They were watching a movie. 3. Convinced him to play hide and seek with a truth/dare twist on a dull day. Yet when she found out he was hiding in the basement, she came in and locked the door/turned lights off and started taking her clothes off because it was stuffy down there. He of course came out when he heard the door lock and freaked out. She used the "I'm on my period" excuse for. While at an amusement park, She was scared on the rides, so she kept trying to hold his hand or hug him. Conveniently right before the little scream cam would take their pick 5. While at a water park, with both families, she kept forgetting how to double knot her bikini and would only ask him to tie it. To which she would then ask if it's sitting right by bouncing her beak up just at him 6. When they went to the mall, she had taken his phone to just take a funny pic. To which she very quickly sent a horrible message to his girlfriend and then removed her number from his phone. This caused him and his girlfriend to argue, and when the arguing was done she came up to him all consoling like. These were all things that happened on the first encounter. This broad had convinced almost everyone that she should visit the West Coast during Christmas. A lot of these same things happened, but at that point my friend lost his cool. So for a week she spent her time trying to seduce almost all of his guy friends, whether or not they had girlfriends/BFS. During all the times she had his phone she had been grabbing his buddy's hashes. At this point she's almost 18 and he's 17. She was trying to hook up with about 6 of his friends, including a 14-year-old. This is also the first time his girlfriend and her get to meet, which the chick tried to avoid. GF stands at 5'7" and about 160 pounds, does MMA for fun, and has a pretty big cop family. Chick is about 5'1" and 100 pounds. Well, the chick, thinking she can outsmart this, tries to befriend the girlfriend to mainly turn the anger towards her boyfriend, also thinking that his girlfriend wouldn't act out since this was a family event. It almost worked until a smart remark about some of the creepy stuff this chick has done was made by his girlfriend, which the chick tried to punch her but missed. Yeah, his girlfriend quickly won that fight. This happened on Christmas Eve too. In the end my friend has never made a BFF online ever since then. His girlfriend and him are better than ever. Whereas the East Coast chick was flown home early and occasionally tries to come back like some virus. She's an ongoing joke to us now. Obligatory not me, but this literally just happened with my dad. So my dad is really into road bicycling and is in some triathlete groups on Facebook, where he apparently made friends with some pro cyclist from Portugal. This dude from Portugal posts in the Facebook group saying he's moving to my parents' city in the US to train for his triathlons, and asks if he can stay with anyone for a couple months while he finds a place and gets on his feet. My dad gets all excited about this and asks my mom if the guy can move in for a few months, and my mom for some reason agrees. I think just because all of us kids are out of the house now and they do have a lot of extra space. Fast forward to 2 months after this guy arrives, my mom has been getting super weird vibes from him and is getting anxious for him to move out and find his own place. But my dad is apparently having a great time with this guy as their roommate and is in no hurry for the guy to leave. My mom gets frustrated and decides she thinks there's something weird with this guy and Googles him. The Google search reveals he was convicted of felony credit card fraud in Portugal 2 years ago after hacking his friend's computer and stealing over 10,000 euros from his bank account. Not only that, but she keeps searching and finds like 3 more convictions for various different fraud schemes he had been convicted for. The schemes were always to steal from friends of his too, which seemed like the most faked up part to me. My mom ended up confronting him with it and asking him to move out as soon as possible. So the guy is supposed to leave tomorrow, but I told my parents to hide their valuables, put their credit cards on lockdown, and change their banking passwords. Super sketchy. Late to the party, but I met an online friend of 2 years in person while helping a friend from school move. We had met on an old school rollerplay chat and eventually moved to Skyping since we both liked crafting. We both lived alone at the time, so we'd put on movies and sit and crochet or whatever, and that was a big chunk of our relationship. She was 24 and I was 22. She seemed lonelier than me and spent a lot of time bemoaning how she had no friends or money. She had bought a house by herself at 21 and was part of multiple MLMs. I liked her enough that I just politely turned down all her offers to buy weight loss shakes and Macup. She was always angling for me to come visit, so when the opportunity came up, I let her know that I was helping a friend move a few hours away, so we'd be passing through. She graciously offered for us to crash at her place on the way. Turned out, she lived in the middle of this very 50s suburban neighborhood, in a 1-bedroom house with no doors on any of the rooms. She'd spent all her money trying to live this Facebook mom group life, despite being a single 20-something, so the house itself was basically empty with pillows on the floor in lieu of furniture. She had no bathroom door or table, but she had an expensive coffee maker and a metric ton of weight loss shakes. She was sleeping on the floor in a sleeping bag. She never had anyone over, because she barely had friends in real life, so her house was staged to keep up appearances with her mom friends online, and not really meant to be lived in. We decided to be polite and make do, but the bathroom was facing the living/bed area such that you had to look dead into the house if you sat on the toilet. Whenever one of us needed to pee and eventually shower, the others just walked outside. Naturally, I got massive stomach cramps at like 3 AM and had to crawl up and take the stealthiest, most painful pup of my life while looking over the bodies of my sleeping friends. I'm not sure if this is the right kind of horror story, but it still bothers me many years later. Way back in the day, I met a guy through online role-playing in AOL chat rooms. It was never anything questionable, we just had characters and would play out scenarios together. Eventually we really got to know each other, and friendship became a long-distance relationship. We would talk on the phone for hours and send each other packages. Our parents spoke at one point, and after chatting for a couple of years, they helped set up for us to meet. Everything went well. His dad brought him to my hometown and we actually got to meet. We saw each other a handful of times after that too. He was my first relationship, and just generally a good friend during a lot of my middle school/high school formative years. Eventually we broke up, but continued to be friends and keep in touch. I always thought I would see him again someday. When I was in my 20s, he had a death in the family and I remember talking to him. 2 or 3 months later I woke up from dreaming about him at like 4:30 in the morning. I couldn't sleep, so I went online to send him a message that I figured he'd get whenever he was next on. So the horror story part, for me, was that I found out that he had been found dead in his apartment a few days before I went to send him that message. He had had a brain aneurysm. It was absolutely crushing to know I hadn't made it a priority to see him again, and that I would never talk to him again. It still really saddens me when I think about it now, several years later. So this story starts with a man from Florida. We matched on Tinder while I was on vacation in Florida. We met up while I was in Florida and hooked up a few times. It was great. He was great. A genuinely beautiful man who ruined my whole life with his dick. When I came back to my state he reached out. Of course I responded. We had a great time. I was thinking I would never see this guy again, but talking to him, mostly sexting, was fun. We continued to talk, and he asked if he could come visit. I of course said yes, why wouldn't I? This drop-dead gorgeous sech god was going to visit me. I was thinking like months from now, not immediately. Well, he asks when I'm off, and I give him some dates. He tells me that he is coming to my city. I assume he is flying. I'm 1,500 miles away from Florida. He tells me he is driving. He drives 3 days to see me. He arrives Thursday night. We spend the night together. He rocks my world. Like really, I have never felt anything quite like this man. We spend Friday together. Midday immediately after having more mind-blowing sex, I tell him I'm going home to change and get ready for a concert we were to attend. My house is like 45 minutes away. I get home, text him a thank you for the great sex. He calls me and tells me that 3 days is a big commitment and he should have flown, and that he needs to go back to Florida. He leaves that night, goes back to Florida. Super weird situation. Now all I can think about is what is wrong with me, that this person couldn't even stand to spend the weekend with me having sex. Like, this has really messed with me. I asked him if I could have done things differently, and he said that he could not think of anything I could have done, that him leaving had to do with how he was feeling. I can rationally accept that, but on another level I just keep thinking that I'm the problem. Like maybe he had this expectation of who I am, and I didn't meet that, or that I'm boring. I just wanted to have hot sex with the guy. I didn't expect anything from him. Honestly, we spent more time together than I thought we would. The whole situation was weird. We didn't know each other outside of the biblical sense. Like I should have said no to the visit and given it more time. Like 3 days with a stranger may sound super hot, but damn it blew up in my face, and not in a good way. The whole situation faked with me pretty hard. My neighbor had actually done this and it wound up coming to my house. This was 2006 or so. All the kids in the neighborhood were all around the same age, 14 to 17, and my neighbor had told the social circle that he had made an box buddy that didn't live far supposedly from our location and was going to invite him over so we could all meet this cool guy. But I didn't think he was serious because he says lots of things that never come true or ever happened, etc. And he exaggerates his stories. I forget about what he said. I think we all did. And it's like a month later in late November. It's 20 degrees outside and we get a knock at our door at 11 PM at night. It's some goth kid asking if we knew so and so, our neighbor. He was like 15 and turns out our neighbor had completely ghosted him and went to the beach the weekend they were supposed to meet. His parents had to drive 2 hours to get here and had already left. He couldn't get cell service to call them, so he spent the night with us. My mom felt bad for him because he seemed really shy and was probably embarrassed af. He turned out to be totally cool, really sweet, loved animals and video games OFC. His parents couldn't or wouldn't come to get him, so my stepdad met them halfway. Well, he doesn't let that deter him and tried to meet up with my neighbor sometime later. The same thing happens. He comes knocking at my door late at night but has crying. They had stolen his wallet and broke his cell phone, and he was either high or drunk because he was slurring his speech and unable to stand correctly. My mom calls the police the next day because she didn't even know he was there. I was naive and wasn't sure if he would get in trouble for being high or drunk and made a bed out for him in the living room. I didn't believe him at first about the wallet and phone, but my sister said to let him in. Cops got called the next day. Was lots of stupid drama for that kid and neighbors. It wound up going to court. Last I heard the kid went into the Marines after HS, is married and is doing good. Oh boy, I got a good one. So in early 2017, I met a girl on Facebook in a group we were both in. We were good friends at first, then became best friends. She lived in the States, and I in Canada. Her home situation was not great. She was adopted and her adopted parents abused her in every way imaginable. In June 2017, we started dating online. She was my first ever girlfriend, my first ever relationship. And I fell in love with her. At the end of September, she escaped and lived in a women's shelter. We both worked on getting her up here so we could be together in person. We talked every day for hours on end. Text, call, FaceTime, you name it. And in mid-December 2017, she arrived here up in Canada. And I was happier than I have ever been before in my life. But she couldn't stay in Canada for long without citizenship, so we had a plan. We would get married, and that would give her citizenship, so she could stay here, and we could be together, for what I was hoping would be forever. On April 1st, 2018, we got married. I was 19, she was 20. Between then and August 2018, we managed to find a job together, and we located her biological dad. At mid-August, we decided to quit our job and move down to Alabama, where her dad and his wife lived. We drove down to the border and hit a snag. I got barred entry at the border and was not allowed to enter the States. So we tried going back into Canada, and she got barred from entering there. So we were forcibly split up, and I had planned on working on getting my way down there as quickly and legally as I could. About a week goes by, and she tells me she wants a divorce. For the next 2 weeks I try to convince her not to give up on us and to try again, and at the end of the 2 weeks, she drops a bombshell on me. She cheated on me. But not just with any random guy. No, she cheated on me with her stepbrother. That broke me. I wanted to die. I didn't want to exist any longer. Since then, up until this past Tuesday, I have learned a lot about her since then. Those being, she cheated on me with 2 other guys before she came up here and was in the shelter. She lied about her drinking and smoking weed. I have nothing wrong with weed, but she had made a promise and promises meant the world to her. She blames me for her cat's death, who was in my custody, even though we never found out what she died of, and it was very sudden. Apparently, all of my stuff that she has got stolen by crackheads. And somehow, I gave her herpes, even though she is the only person I have ever been with sexually in any way possible. And I got tested last year, and I'm as clean as a faking whistle. She's a sociopathic liar, and probably stole my stuff, and is probably also on drugs, not to mention drinking and whatnot. I'm now 20, and I'm gonna be a divorcee soon. So to sum it all up, I met the supposed love of my life. She turned out to be a multiple cheater, a chronic liar, close to being an alcoholic, and a heartless heartbreaker who lost my stuff. Me and my family believe she sold my stuff for crack/booze/whatever, and lied about it, which I wouldn't put past her. Accused me of killing her cat, who she says she cared about, but has no way of supporting her as well as a normal person could, and accused me, a monogamous, clean, herp-free, virgin male, of giving her, a chronic cheater, herpes somehow. I also can't work due to having a seizure from all the stress, almost got sent to a psych ward, put on antipsychotics, and was suicidal for weeks on end because of all of this. Not to mention I lost a lot of my stuff that is very valuable and precious to me, and holds a ton of sentimental value, costed a lot of money, and most of which were gifts from the people I love and care about the most in my life. So yeah, horror doesn't even begin to crack the surface of the finally meeting my internet friend story. I'm not sure if I've ever actually shared this story with anyone. It's more heartbreaking than anything. This was about 7 years ago. I was hanging out with this guy I worked with, who I was interested in, and a few of his friends. He was living at his friend's parents' house, so right off the bat it was a little uncomfortable. At some point he took his buddies and went across the street to do coke with the neighbors and told me to wait, since he knew I wasn't down for it. He was gone for like an hour, and I didn't have a car, so I was sitting there crying on the porch. The friends he lived with were 2 brothers, we'll call them Tom and Nick. Tom came out to have a cigarette and told me he'd take me home. He talked to me all the way there about what a dick guy was, and selfish, and even though they were friends, he didn't like what he was doing with himself, and he apologized a million times for getting wrapped up in it. He told me to stay away from guy in general, and I felt he was telling me because he genuinely cared about my feelings. He dropped me off, and on the way home, he got a DUI. I mostly cut off contact with everyone involved. Obviously I felt extremely guilty, since he had only been out to drive me home, and I hadn't even realized how drunk he was. Plus, after his really sincere warning about Guy, I was done with him anyways. Fast forward a year later, and Tom died. He crashed his car into a tree down the street from my mom's house and died instantly. I maintained a respectful distance. Another year later, I was living with my boyfriend, and I got this random message on Instagram. It was Nick, asking if I was that girl he had taken home the night he got his DUI, and he told me about how much had happened since Tom died. I wanted to connect with him, because I felt like it was somehow my fault, so I agreed to pick him up, and we could go on a drive and talk. Nick was friends with some of my friends from high school, so I didn't really think twice about it. I felt terrible for what he was going through, and wanted to be a good friend. I picked him up in the evening and we went for a drive, and I took him to one of my favorite spots, a local reservoir that was tucked away in the hills. We went and sat on the edge and just talked about Tom and Guy I had been talking to. Then shit got weird. He told me that the night Tom had gotten the DUI, he changed. I tried to be sympathetic because I still felt like it was my fault. Nick told me, I don't know why Tom would risk his record or freedom to take you home, but he saw something in you. Now I see what he saw. And I was like, thank you, but really that's just who Tom was, just a nice guy who really helped me out. He went on to say that, since his brother had passed, he believed that he could still find I don't even know how to explain, parts of his soul in other people and things. Basically he confessed that he was convinced that, because of that night, I had a part of his brother. And then he tried to kiss me. I was like, whoa dude, I have a boyfriend. I'm just trying to connect and hear you out. And he kept saying weird shit about me having a part of his brother and I changed him, and that whole night changed him because of me, and kept trying to kiss me over and over. He was a really good looking guy, and I felt for his pain of losing a loved one, but I had to throw up some boundaries. After several attempts to kiss me, and lay down on the concrete at the top of the reservoir, I was feeling really uncomfortable, and called it a night. He was pretty upset, but at that point I wasn't as sympathetic. I told him, look, I want to help you through this, but I can't let you kiss me and put me in this position. All the way back to his place, he basically threw a fit and insisted over and over again that somehow I had a piece of his brother, and the way fate had put me there that night and changed Tom was all this huge I don't even know, cosmic thing. He said it had taken 2 years to track me down. That alone was kind of scary, in retrospect. Needless to say, I dropped him off and let him scream at my car while I drove away, at this point full on shaken. I went home and told my boyfriend about it and told him what had happened. He was very concerned, and we both agreed it was probably best to block Nick for a bit while he goes through whatever he's going through. But the words themselves still kind of ring in my head now and then. You have a part of my brother, and I want him back. Edit. While after thinking about this for a minute, I remember how Nick found me. He had Tom's old phone, and I had given Tom my number to text me when he got home safe. He had literally spent 2 years digging through his dead brother's phone to find the girl he drove home that night he got the DUI. In retrospect, that makes it even sadder and creepier. I had gotten to know this one guy off an online game I played for a short period of time. He seemed nice enough at first, but would always ask me for personal information, real name, age, where I lived. I never gave him the info, but used fake ones. About half a year goes by, and he slips up, calling me my real name, which I had never given him. He tried to play it off that I had told him it a while ago, but I knew that wasn't true, and started ghosting him after a while. About 1/2 a year later he contacts me again, demanding to know where I've been. I told him I had been busy, to which he replied, didn't know a play took up so much time. This was when Facebook was just starting up, and I didn't have one. I didn't post about my personal life online beyond a privately set liver journal which wasn't under my name, and even those were random. This freak on a leash was stalking me for whatever reason. I promptly told him I didn't want to hear from him again, and kept an eye open for a good while for anyone acting shifty, as well as tell my parents about it. I never really found out who he was, but my dad did catch some shady looking guy creeping around our house and scared him off. He's a fairly big guy, and when he's mad he can intimidate people easily, but my dad's really a big old softy. Either way, it's been probably some 13 years ago since then, and thankfully I've not heard from the guy since. I have posted this before somewhere. Finally something I have an interesting story about. Haha. I met someone on the internet about 10 years ago. We got on really well, and he didn't live that far away from me, so decided to meet. He was my age and we're into the same things. We met and got on well, so we started dating. That's where it started to go wrong. We dated for a few months, but things started getting weird a few months in. He started to talk about how he could now tell me that he was a warlock and how he would do rituals to help our relationship and cement our love. He also wanted to do a ceremony type ritual to strengthen us. This started weirding me out. He also tried to get quite controlling, telling me what music I could and couldn't listen to, and if I liked something he didn't like, I was wrong. Unluckily for him, he tried that on the wrong person, and he was sharply shut down. He was also about 90 pounds soaking wet, and didn't scare me in the slightest. I met some of his friends, and we got on well. He didn't like this either, and started calling me horrible things. So I broke up with him. I didn't see him for a few months, but this was back in the days of MSN Messenger. He would message me horrible things, and how he hopes my life was awful without him, and how he hoped bad things would happen to me etc. He said he was using his powers to send me bad luck, and hoped I would hurt myself. He would also text me similar things, and then pretend it wasn't him. Few months later it was the friend I met's birthday, so I went for drinks with her. He turned up out of the blue. He kept texting our mutual friend how much he hated me, and how he wanted to incapacitate me using his magic, cut my head off, and use it in his ritual. Which she told me the next day. I was livid. I was still angry when I saw him in a club 3 months later, so I went up to him, tapped him on the shoulder to make him turn around. I told him that if he wanted to kill me, I was stood in front of him, and then I punched him in the face. Didn't even get kicked out of the club. Lol. Got a begging FB message from him that night asking me to leave him alone. He done nothing to me ECT. I sent him a scathing message back and have never spoken/seen him since. TLDR, met a guy on a dating site. We broke up. He tried to kill me using magic spells because he thought he was a wizard. NB. I have many friends who follow the Wiccan faith. I have no issue with this. I have issue with men who want to kill me using said faith. I want to say this was in 1997. AOL chat. Became friends with a girl from the same city, Las Vegas. We spoke on the phone for hours over a couple calls and decided to meet. She never showed up. We talk on the phone after and she tells me exactly what I was wearing and also described the friend I was with perfectly. Told me she was standing right next to me but didn't have the courage to say hello. Buttered me up with "you're really hot and I want you really bad," and I panicked. I decided, hey, it happens, let's try this again. I take a different friend with me this time and we went to a spot on the strip in Vegas. My friend and I were standing outside our MCDs on the sidewalk and kept hearing a girl in a car driving by yelling "woohoo," which was a catchphrase of sorts for her, and I immediately recognized it. My best friend started talking sense into me and telling me I was a putz if I stayed any longer. We left. I wrote her a long email when I got home and basically told her I really appreciated being made a fool of and that we should probably just stop talking. A few days later I started finding notes on my car after work from her. I did unfortunately tell her where I worked during one of our talks. After that, I started finding notes left on my car when I'd visit a particular friend. Then it started happening at my house. As this was happening, I called her and wrote her many times telling her to stop. Of course she never responded. Wherever I went those days I was constantly looking around, taking note of anyone who I might have seen anywhere before. Fast forward a week, and I'm at my friend's house where I had found notes on my car. We are playing basketball and a car pulls up with a single woman inside. She says she's this girl's mother and that she won't be bothering me anymore. She also said that she can see why she was obsessed with me as she looked me up and down. She was maybe 50, quite large, had really bad caked on makeup and a slight smell of sulfur masked by a strong perfume. I'll never know for sure if this woman was indeed her mother or was the stalker herself. She scares me now that I'm older. I was just an idiot 18-year-old and just shrugged my shoulders after that and moved on. Nothing else ever came of it, but with the amount of knowledge about my everyday life this person had, I've always wondered if they randomly stalked me after that. Am I the only person who doesn't have a horror story, but actually has something that kind of saved my life? Years ago, in the 90s, I met this awesome woman on a message board for a TV show I loved. She was so brilliant, and I loved brilliant. And an incredible writer, just awesome all around. So I made plans to go see her, in another country, and I did. The border patrol, or whatever it is in the airport, asked me how I knew her and I froze. Back then, early 2000s, people didn't really understand news graphs, etc. I wondered how it would sound if I said I had only met her online. But the agent got distracted and I got waved in without having to say anything. We had a wonderful time. Everything was great. A year or two later, she was coming to my city. I had just been diagnosed with a serious gastrointestinal disease and had lost a lot of weight. A lot. But I was avoiding the doctor and didn't want to take medication and was in total denial. Anyway, my friend and I agreed to meet at her hotel room. I knocked on her door, and when she opened it, my god, her face when she saw me. It went from pleasure at seeing me to almost instantly absolute shock and concern at how much weight I had lost and how sick I looked. She didn't say anything. She was wonderful. We had a great time. But I couldn't forget her face, and the day after she left, I went to the doctor and started the medication I had been avoiding. I'll always remember that moment. It ripped me out of my denial so fast. Thought I'd jump in. I was late teens, too late to be catfished, but whatever. I met this girl over BBM chat. Was it a thing in America? Although I still have no idea how she got my pin to add me. We spoke for a long time, months. We ended up having nightly calls and flirting and laughing. It was great, and although I didn't have problems with girls in real life, she was just so much more understanding and interesting. However, after 3 months, I still hadn't seen what she looked like. Every time I'd ask for a photograph of her, she would make excuses about her camera being broken or her being around people. She then sent me 3 photos, and I was blown away. The girl in the photos was gorgeous, really stunning, and me, trusting this girl way too much at that time, believed it was her. I actually stopped talking to real life girls to be with her. It all stopped when one day we arranged to meet up, and she never showed. She then stopped replying. 7 years later, I'm a police officer and I get a call to an ongoing domestic between a mother and daughter. On arrival, I separate the two. My colleague speaks to the mother and I speak to the daughter. She keeps looking at me like she knew me, but I just put it down to having seen me about town in uniform. She gives me her name and I recognize it as the same name as my online love, but again I brush it off as it's not that uncommon of a name. Then as she talks I recognize the voice, and then her laugh. It was super distinctive, but it looked nothing like the girl in the photo. She was about 220 pounds heavier and facial nothing like the girl I fell in love with. My heart was literally broken as I realized what the hell had happened, and it took a lot of professionalism not to confront her. I tell her my name as it was on my name badge anyway, and she looks like she's seen a ghost. I then had to leave to stop myself going off on her. That night, I had a Facebook friend request from someone with the same name, but the same girl in the photos from years before, only older. Block that sheet real quick. It's easier to be tricked online than people think. Oh, we are going back some now. I was living with a friend and had set up a Yahoo profile linked to my Yahoo Messenger. Moved out and hadn't been online in a year. When one night I got a random pop-up message. Started chatting to this guy and we clicked. We chatted online only for about 3 months, then by phone as well for another few months. He was Australian, 26, a guitar tutor, into weights etc. He drove 2 hours down to meet me, and we got on like a house on fire. 6 months later, and he's spending almost every weekend with me, and driving down once in the week too. We decide on a holiday to visit my family who are out of the country. Fly out there, meet all my family, stay at my sister's, babysit her daughter, get home and carry on with life. One day about 2 years in, he lent me a book, and when he's at his, I decided to read it. Out of the book comes an invoice addressed to someone else. I give him a call to ask about it, and he has a big conversation with someone, who I can't hear, responding about how careless it was to leave a client's business document lying about. Okay, fair enough. He collects it to take home next time he's over. My spidey senses are tingling though, not sure why, just a bit weird. So one day he's popped out to the car and I see he's left his wallet on the side, so I decide to have a peek. Inside it's empty except for one bank card with the name of the client on it. Not one for confrontation. I say nothing until he's gone. I have a huge conversation with him about it. He says he uses a fake name because of an ex who stalked him. Big long backstory. Believable, but by now I'm paranoid AF and turn into Columbo minus the wonky eye. We'd been dating for more than 2 years at this point. It took me little more than a week before I discovered, oh, we are going back some now. I was living with a friend and had set up a Yahoo profile linked to my Yahoo Messenger. Moved out and hadn't been online in a year. When one night I got a random pop-up message. Started chatting to this guy and we clicked. We chatted online only for about 3 months, then by phone as well for another few months. He was Australian, 26, a guitar tutor, into weights etc. He drove 2 hours down to meet me, and we got on like a house on fire. 6 months later, and he's spending almost every weekend with me, and driving down once in the week too. We decide on a holiday to visit my family who are out of the country. Fly out there, meet all my family, stay at my sister's, babysit her daughter, get home and carry on with life. One day about 2 years in, he lent me a book, and when he's at his, I decided to read it. Out of the book comes an invoice addressed to someone else. I give him a call to ask about it, and he has a big conversation with someone, who I can't hear responding about how careless it was to leave a client's business document lying about. Okay, fair enough. He collects it to take home next time he's over. My spidey senses are tingling though, not sure why, just a bit weird. So one day he's popped out to the car and I see he's left his wallet on the side, so I decide to have a peek. Inside it's empty except for one bank card, with the name of the client on it. Not one for confrontation. I say nothing until he's gone. I have a huge conversation with him about it. He says he uses a fake name because of an ex who stalked him. Big long backstory. Believable, but by now I'm paranoid AF and turn into Columbo minus the wonky eye. We'd been dating for more than 2 years at this point. It took me little more than a week before I discovered he wasn't an Aussie. He was 32, not 26. He was a bus driver. He was married. I sent him a copy of an extract of his marriage certificate that I found online. Never heard from him again. Fact, doing an accent for 2 years by the way. TLDR, met an Aussie online, dated for 2 years, found out he wasn't Aussie, was married and older than he'd said too. When I was around 12 or 13, I was heavily involved in the anime convention scene. I knew creepers were out there, but didn't think they would bother me, since I would usually be dressed up as male characters with almost every inch of skin covered up, which was extremely naive of me. I also got way too comfortable with the idea of older people being friends with me, since most of my genuine friends were 16 or older. So when a guy 10 years my senior messages me on Facebook, it's nothing new. We started talking, nothing weird from what I remember, just casually making conversation and being friendly. That continued on for maybe a month or so. Then there was an anime convention coming up he wants to meet up at. Sure, why not? I'd done that before. So, around lunchtime, he's messaging me that he's there. I'd been there for a few hours already, actually with my dad and a friend of mine. I was upset because my friend had basically ditched me and I wasn't good at socializing on my own. So when he offered that we could meet, I was relieved to have a friendly face to talk to. I see him approach, so I tell my dad I'll be right back and go to meet him. We say hi. He says something to the effect of, "There's something I want to show you." I start following him out of the crowded dealer's room, and then it finally clicks that holy shit, you idiot, you're following a random guy to who knows where. Stop this right now. I say something in a panic about how my dad is waiting on me, and how I remember it as I said that, and he left almost immediately. I returned to my dad, and we left the convention soon after. Funny enough, he later went on Facebook chewing me out over it, because it was embarrassing, and a waste of his time. I blocked him. I never told my parents what happened. They were overprotective anyway. That would have gotten me banned from cons or social media, and both were my only social outlets. That was the end of that. It was like a picture perfect sad on stranger danger. Right down to the corny. I have something to show you. Follow me out of this area with lots of witnesses. Definitely taught me a lesson on how naive I really was, and thankfully with no more trauma than the realization that it could have quickly gotten so much worse. This is really my parents' story, but I lived with the bastard as well, so I feel like I'm allowed to tell it. It started on a school day off in first grade. Little old me was playing on the kitchen floor with whatever the hell when I heard the side door open and close. My mother said a greeting and a man's voice replied. I instantly thought it was my father, and I gave an excited daddy as I ran to give him a hug. It wasn't. Instead, there was a stranger standing there with a suitcase and a Michigan State hat, smiling his crooked teeth smile. We'll call him Sheethead. See, Sheethead was an online friend. He was part of a guild my parents were part of on World of Warcraft. He was from Texas. We lived in Florida. I didn't like him in this first encounter, but I sort of grew to tolerate him until about 4th or 5th grade, about the time Minecraft had come out. He was somewhat of a control freak, you see. He loved to shout at us to do things a particular way, but was careful not to do anything too extreme, otherwise my mother, his landlord, would kick him to the curb. He especially hated it whenever I played flash games, because, according to him, your parents don't like you playing them. This was the same with anything I did. My sister was somewhat spared, but often not, because she didn't really get into anything I liked until later on. He would kick me off my computer whenever he caught me indulging in some mining and building, sending me instead to do something totally banal and irrelevant, like homework I'd already done, or playing with my sister, who didn't care one way or another. The worst was when we moved. He soon found a college he wanted to attend, but couldn't maintain a job to pay for it. Not like he couldn't, he was just a lazy scumbag. So my parents, in their generosity, offered to foot the bill, as long as he could repay them. Fast forward a couple years, we go to his graduation. He gets asked by my father when he'll pay them back, as he had managed to get a job at a restaurant about a year back. He purposely dodged the question, stating some bullshit, like I need to pay for my child support. He had a son who was my friend. I can't help but feel bad for him now. In the years following, we found that, after kicking him out not once but twice, we took him back the first time, because he was a changed man. He had Crohn's disease. This especially hurt us, because not only could he not afford the hospital bill, but it hurt my mother's business, because of how much time away supporting him she took. It was a dark time. A year after that, we as a family had had enough. My mother and father kicked him out. Got a restraining order. Never heard from him again. After 8 years of torture and leeching, he was finally gone. My mother called him a homeopathic sociopath, and I felt inclined to believe her. I didn't include all the details, mostly because most of them I choose to block out because I hate the memories. But as far as I'm concerned, internet friends like that aren't worth the time of day factsheethead. I've met at least 20 internet friends or more than friends over the years, and I only have one horror story to show for it. Played WoW. Ended up dating a guy from my guild for some months. Eventually he wants to visit me in my apartment. Sole renter/occupant. I was like heck yeah. He arrives. I go to pick him up. As soon as I see him, even at a distance, something in my gut goes no. No. Oh no. I should have paid more attention, but the traveling was done, and he was here planning to stay a while, so I figured I'd give it a chance. Or at least figured it was too late to change my mind. The chemistry was terrible in person, but we got on decently for a bit. Until over time it turned out his plan was to stay with me, indefinitely, without paying for anything. Or showering, except when the smell got so bad I had to ask. It didn't last long once that was clear. I made arrangements to kick him out. I was going to keep his computer and game system for collateral, to eventually be paid back, but he threw a pity party on the way out the door, so I, being too nice, ended up letting him keep one of them, which he later laughed at me for letting him get away with. Otherwise he had disappeared beyond means of contact. A few weeks after he was gone, I got a call from his father. I was excited at first, maybe he had realized what his son did and was going to make him pay up. But nope. His family also couldn't contact him and was also owed a significant deal of money by him. I felt bad for them. We commiserate a bit, and that was the last I heard from him or his. I met this guy in a Dark Souls group. He was a hell of an artist and seemed like fun, so I added him as a friend on Facebook. A few months later I was thinking it would be nice to have a group chat full of artists where we could share random doodles when we were bored, so I obviously added him. The group was a success and we all became close, since we talked every day. They even came to my birthday party and this guy gave me an amazing portrait of myself. Few months pass, and I decide to make a small gathering with the people from the group. Everyone was already at my house, but he wasn't anywhere to be found. I couldn't reach him on his cell phone, and was a little worried for him, since my neighborhood is not really nice. A few hours pass, and the doorbell rings. I try to look outside. It was about 11 PM, so it was late, but I don't see anyone. I carefully open the door and there he was, lying on the ground. He got up and said hi like nothing had happened. His birthday had passed, and since he gave me an awesome present for mine I felt like returning the favor, so I made him a Peep statuette. He was super grateful, but started behaving really weird from then on, touching me and another girl inappropriately, saying weird shit, and falling asleep on the table. We thought he was on drugs or something, and let him be. I ended up asking him to leave, when he started caressing one of the guys that was sleeping on the couch. But it didn't end there. The next day he started posting things about me on his Facebook non-stop, about how I adored him, and how much fun he had the night before, and even changed his profile picture to the present I gave him. I talked to him privately about how that made me uncomfortable, and asked him to stop, and he did. Few months pass, and he sent me a DM asking for advice about a girl and I did. He didn't like it. I was about to go to sleep, so I said something like not my problem and turn off my phone. I woke up next day with hundreds of messages in the group chat, a few DMs and missed calls, and I didn't knew what the hell happened. Turns out he started messaging everyone about how I was mean to him, so he was gonna kill himself. He even showed them a picture of a gun. Everyone got worried and tried to contact him to no avail. Some friends went to his house, and it turns out he was bluffing, and also discovered that his mom was alive. He told everyone that she was dead. After this I blocked him and never spoke to him again, but found out a lot of weird shit about him. He even had a restraining order. TLDR, added an artist to Facebook cause he seemed a nice guy, turned out to be a creep, a stalker and a liar. Met this girl online, we chatted on MSN, shared photos, she was hot. So everything was cool between us, and then she invited me over really late one night when her parents were out. I was 21, she was 19. Anyway, we are hanging out in her room chatting for about a half hour when she says she needs to use the toilet, then was keen to get into bed. I'm just chilling there, half erect already, and used my asthma inhaler. Suddenly I hear loud noises. Her brother has woken up and is screaming at her outside the door. I jump up and lock it, and he's screaming at her that he's gonna kill me. Panic. I try climbing out the window, but it's a 3rd-story apartment building. I see a little kid's plastic tea party set at the bottom, and decide fuck it, that will break my fall. I then ask myself what the fuck I'm doing, and climb back in the window. He's going mental, saying if he had his gun he would come in and shoot me, etc. I'm just losing my shit by now. Screaming at her that she's a hoe and that's why they had to leave South Africa. Eventually she calmed him down enough to let me leave. I'm leaving the house when I hear running down the stairs. I bolt to my car and jump in, started, and a goddamn 6'8" behemoth of a man comes tearing across the driveway at me. I floor it, and he is smashing on my car with his fists. I finally escape and don't stop driving. Close saint, I've come to literally sheeting my pants. Met a girl online through a mutual friend. She lived about 12 hours away. Her and I talked all the time for about 6 years. Skype calls, games, phone calls, would spend all-nighters playing Saints Row 3 and Minecraft together. Made a deal that we'd be each other's backups should neither of us find someone worth marrying. Flash forward, broke up with a longtime girlfriend, started getting a bit more affectionate with this online girl, started being all cutesy and Facebook sheet. Told her I was going to come see her, dropped about $1,000 to get there, and have a hotel to stay at. Right before I left, she posted a picture of her kissing some dude, hid it so I wouldn't see it. One of my friends who was worried found it for me. She told me it wasn't anything to worry about. It was for a photography shoot and to make a girl he liked jealous. Also had another dude who was always hitting on her and calling her his girlfriend, who she assured me was just a Facebook friend being stupid. Somehow, I still figured this was a good idea, told myself that she didn't owe me anything, and came to accept the fact of, if her and I are just friends, that's cool. I'm going to let her decide what we are. I won't push her into anything. Upon getting there, my hotel was awful. First room was missing appliances, second room looked like a CSI scene, third room was flooded, and my fourth room had blunt ends all over the floor under a table. Only place nearby was a Target, an HMV, and a Subway. Called the girl, asked when I'd see her. She told me, oh, I made plans today, sorry. Next day, she met up with me, and it was super awkward. All she wanted me to do was buy her things. She got upset when I wouldn't buy her 12 CDs, 2 pairs of shoes, headphones, a dress, and a Hello Kitty karaoke machine. I bought her 2 CDs, the shoes, and a cheaper pair or headphones. She wanted $55 ones. After I told her I couldn't blow all my cash on the first day, she said she had a lot of homework and should get home. Gave me a hug goodbye and left with some dude. Then later that night, she posted about how good of a day she had with the other guy. Messaged her the next morning, got no answer. Messaged her the day after, asking if I should keep trying to see her or leave her alone, and got blocked immediately. Best part, I was 3 days into my 8-day trip in Red Deer, Alberta. Spent the next 5 days blowing my money at HMV, eating Nutri-Grain bars, and playing Minecraft, since I was not able to cancel my remaining hotel days. Nowadays she's gone psycho, so I guess I dodged a bullet on that one. My story is more like a creepy cousin that found me online. My grandma emigrated to North America when she was in her 20s, and as a result lost contact with a lot of her relatives. Skip many years ahead, and I get a random Facebook friend request from a girl around my age. Initially I ignore it, because I don't know who the heck this person is until my grandma calls me explaining she got a letter from a cousin who is trying to get in contact with us. Realize it's the girl that friend requested me. We end up becoming very close, and at a time I even said she was my best friend. We would Skype almost every weekend and we played a ton of video games together. About 2 years go by, and she wants to visit. I'm a sophomore in college, so I'm still living at home, but my parents agree to let her stay. I probably should have mentioned this earlier, but I'm a female as well. Right off the bat she is acting weird. I tell her I made the guest room up for her, to which she asks why she's not sleeping in my room. I thought maybe there was a misunderstanding. I show her the rest of the house, but she really wants to see my room. I have a bearded dragon that stays in my room, so I think maybe she just wants to meet Saphira. Nope, as soon as we go to my room she goes to my bed and falls asleep. I tried to wake her, but she wouldn't budge. I was kind of irritated, but I slept on the couch that night. Next day she's acting like nothing happened. We have a relatively normal day and are watching TV. She is sitting real close despite having an entire couch. She asks me how I'm handling a recent breakup with my boyfriend and I say I'm fine. We continue chatting when suddenly she rubs my butt. At first I think it's an accident, but she does it again and again. I move away from her and ask what she is doing, and she denies everything, saying Americans are just standoffish. Next few days go normal enough. My dad has work, so my mom, myself and her go to the beach for a few days. We get 2 beds and I share one with my mom. The last day of the trip I wake up to see her standing over me while she is pulling the blanket away from me. In a mixture of terror and anger I kick her hard in the stomach and end up knocking her into the air unit. My mom asks me what's going on, and I explain what happened. She later pulls aside, and I tell her everything up to this point. She's pissed off at my cousin, but can't do anything at the moment, so we drive home. We get home, it's late, and I say goodnight to her and go to my parents' room on the other side of the house. I tell my dad everything, and my mom agrees with me. My dad thinks I'm overreacting and gets pissed at us. I leave their room, and I'm heading back to mine when I notice my door is cracked open. I go back and tell my mom, and she follows me to my room. I open the door and she's not in my room. My mom grabs one of my jackets and goes to hang it in the closet, and guess who is hiding in my closet? My mom goes off on her. My cousin claims she was just trying to scare me. Her remaining week with us is quite awkward. I keep my room locked at all times and my mom stayed with me. A couple times at night we heard the door knob twist, as though someone was trying to open it. But nothing else happened while she was here. After she flew back to her country I got a pretty nasty message from her saying I led her on and my entire family treated her poorly. I blocked her immediately and never spoken to her again. A few months later I was cleaning out my closet and found rope. TLDR, long distance cousin I met on Facebook came to visit and tried to sexual assault me. I'd met a guy online, and we had hung out a few times and everything was going great. Then one night around 1 AM he asked to hang out, said he was in the neighborhood, and could be at my place in less than 5. I told him I was busy at the moment, but that I'd get back to him. About 10 minutes go by, and he texts me saying he's on my street, and going to wait until I was free. I told him I didn't know how long I'd be, and that we should just plan for another day. He told me he wanted to wait, and if he had to leave later that was fine. I told him I didn't want to hang out, that it was too late, and I was tired. Around 2 AM he texts me back saying he found my backyard and asked me to sneak him in my window. I live in a suburb, in a semi-detached home, and we're the very middle. He climbed through 3 backyards and over fences to get to mine. I live in the basement, so there's just a small window beside my deck that can barely fit a grown human. I told him I wasn't home. He replied saying he saw my car and could see movement in my room. I was down there watching TV by this point. I curled up in the corner of my room away from the window and stayed there until he texted me 2 hours later saying that he was just going to go home and we would hang out the next day. I was so scared I didn't sleep at all that night. I also found out a week later from some Facebook snooping that he gave me a fake name and that he had a fiancé and child living at home 4 hours away. He just lived in my town for the week while he worked and then drove back home on weekends. He was insanely charming and sweet when we did hang out, always made me feel so loved and beautiful, and then that night happened. I never spoke to him again and thankfully haven't heard from him since, but that was a terrifying night. I was admittedly the horror story for someone. For a long time I was one of those guys, you know the ones, the nice guy types. There was a girl on a forum that I and my cousin ran a fantasy text-based RP on, and she and I ended up hitting it off and slowly developing a semi-romantic relationship over the course of a year or so. I got clingy and obsessive. We made plans for her to come visit me, and I bought tickets for her and everything. I don't know what specifically spooked her, but she got spooked and decided she wasn't coming. A month or so later I learned that she was going to visit my cousin, and so I arranged to visit my cousin at the same time. My cousin, as far as I know, was unaware that she had been spooked by me. Hell, I was oblivious too, and assumed that her decision to cancel was for financial or time reasons. So when I said that I wanted to surprise her, he was on board. He figured she'd be happy to see me, and I did too. We were both very wrong. Long story short is that things were going alright, at least, until I think I tried to either hug or kiss her. I honestly don't remember what specific romantic gesture it was, but she did not want any part of it and reacted poorly. It culminated in her basically screaming at me to get away from her in the parking lot of a store, me deciding I was going to walk several miles along the highway rather than ride in a car with her, and my cousin threatening to break my legs if I didn't get into his damn car so he could drop me somewhere where my parents could come and get me easily. I remember trying to use some shitty as bullshit line to try and salvage things with her, and her expression of exasperated disbelief. We didn't talk for months after that, and when we did again I remained oblivious to how much I had actually scared her with my behavior. When she finally confronted me with it, after whatever final straw I dropped, I tried to make it all about me, and had so thoroughly gaslighted myself about what actually happened to try to escape my responsibility for the situation, and subsequently gaslit her in my attempts to force my distorted perception of events on her, that she just gave up and blocked me. Things on the forum fell apart pretty quickly after that, and it ruined a lot of friendships I developed through it, and it honestly pretty badly damaged my relationship with my cousin, who'd been one of my oldest and best friends. I regret the hell out of it, and wish to God I could apologize for it all. That would only really benefit me though. I'm positive she's moved on from it, and I wouldn't even know where to begin with talking to my cousin about it. At this point I have to just be happy that I'm not that person anymore, and accept that I faked up, and that had consequences that I have to live with. But still, I guess, if you end up reading this by some chance, Rain, I'm sorry. I was very definitely a very shitty, deeply unwell person who was completely oblivious to the very real fear that I created, and I twisted reality into knots to try to get away from taking responsibility for my shitty behavior. Heard my friend ordering a pizza over Sparkslive. I got his address. I knew he lived about 30 minutes away, but never knew where exactly. I ask him if he wants me to come over to play Rock Band. He jokingly agrees and said he'd kick my as if I ever actually showed up. He had a history of getting angry very easily. He often broke controllers, punched holes in walls, snapped discs in half, etc. He would go from 0 to 100 in an instant. He's very athletic, and I'm the exact opposite. I go to his house with 2 friends. Almost didn't find his house, because his was the only one without numbers. We were all in high school. My friend stayed in the car and I knocked on the door. No answer. I go back to the car to get a piece of cheese for his mailbox. As I'm getting close to the mailbox, an older man comes out. It was his dad. He angrily asks what I wanted. I said I was looking for Spark's friend. He says okay and goes inside. A couple minutes later a beefcake comes out of the house. We have a very awkward conversation, and I find out the beefcake is my friend's brother. I had played Sparks with him briefly, so we were able to talk for a bit. Then my Sparks friend finally comes out. To no surprise, he is a beefcake too. Both of them look annoyed/angry. My two friends finally get out of the car. We all talk for a few minutes. At this point, I've been shaking and stuttering the whole time. I have beyond extreme anxiety and that was very obvious. We then left. It could been so much worse. I was embarrassed, but uninjured. Later that night, he said he was nervous too, and was in the bathroom hoping I'd go away. From that point on, he was much more careful to what he agreed to. I was 15 years old, and I met this guy on a My Little Pony forum. He was more than 20, and never had a good reputation. I wasn't feeling well with myself. I struggled with loneliness, anxiety, and stuff, so I was vulnerable. This guy told me he was in love, and he wanted to be with me. And I said yes because, at least I wasn't alone anymore. He lived far away, so I saw him once. And I broke up right after. Before, he was very weird, very creepy. He wanted to make a huge purge, killed people for some reasons. I was his girlfriend, so I was more or less safe, but I was uncomfortable. I'm pretty sure he was into Nazi shit. Also, my parents never knew this relationship, and I was scared. He stalked me on Facebook, told me stuff about my parents or my house that he wasn't supposed to know. Creepy, yes. Also, he told me once one of his sex fetish. I was like 15 years old. I never kissed a boy before, and this adult man was talking such about a young girl who can be his little sister. After all that, I decided to break up with him, but first, I wanted to see him. Maybe he was handsome? Nope. Smaller than me, has a creepy. It was a big nope. He tried to kiss me without my consent, wanted to buy expensive things for me, and meanwhile, all I was thinking is how I will break up. Finally, when I told him I didn't want to continue, he cried a lot. It was very cringe. He kept telling me he wanted to kill himself. It was a trap, to make me feel bad for him, and stuff. Later, he came back just for threatening me, and telling me he has a knife in his bag. Then he left, and I never saw him again. So a few years back I got some dental surgery, because I was born with an underbite. I remember asking for advice in this Facebook group for people in my situation, and I met this girl who I had a lot in common with. We went to the same school, had the same dentist, it was all perfect. So we decided one day, since we had a dentist appointment the same day, that we would go together. My appointment goes great, and we sit in a park and talk. Then we go back for her appointment 2 hours later and everything goes wrong. She seems nervous, but nothing too serious, and I try to calm her down. We finish her appointment as well, and we then leave the room. Then she suddenly passes out on the floor. Right there. I was terrified. I had never seen someone pass out, and I didn't know what to do. Thankfully the dentist is located in the middle of a hospital, and therefore tons of nurses come running to help her. They start asking me questions, why she would faint, and I stand there thinking I only just met her today. I don't know that much about her, let alone what her health situation is like. How should I know? They get her a hospital bed and I remember being terrified, trying to give her water through a straw. I try to ask if I can call her parents or grandparents to pick her up, but she insists that they shouldn't worry about her. Desperately, I ask my father to come pick us up, since I don't have a car and she's too weak to take the bus. My friend agrees to it. My dad arrives 30 minutes later due to heavy traffic. We are ready to go when she faints again. Finally a doctor shows up and send me and my dad home. Turns out she was just so anxious, nothing wrong physically. I know that it's not her fault for being anxious, but honestly it made me so scared to meet other people, since I feared they'd pass out too with no way to help them. I felt so stupid for being so helpless though, but I didn't know what to do, especially with a stranger. Not my story, but an endless story of online mishaps from one of my wife's friends. We'll call her Sally. Sally is one of those girls that has to always be in a relationship to think that she'll be happy. She's had 3 kids with 2 different guys. One is in prison, the other a deadbeat. Anyways, since everyone in our small town knows she's crazy, she retorts to online dating and is almost always catfished. The state has her kids because she's an unfit mother. Can't blame it on a drug, alcohol, or gambling addiction. Just poor life judgment. Last time she pursued a guy she met on Plenty of Fish, her life was almost on track. She had a great job, was working toward getting her kids back, then quit her job and packed up all her stuff to move to K miles away. Guy had told her he had his own $60,000 pickup truck, was ex-military, and had an awesome government contract job, and that he would take care of her and help her start college. So after driving all that way, quitting her great job which could have turned into a career, she made the move. Turns out he didn't have that truck, wasn't in the military, didn't even have a driver's license, and lived with his mother. Despite all this, she tried to make it work. Lasted 2 months I think. Now she's back in town broke, living with her mom. Still no kid custody, and working crap minimum wage job at Dollar Tree. Sad part is this is the 3rd time that I know of that she's done this. She's nearly 30, and it's been an endless cycle since she was 18. Met a girl on an online dating forum. We instantly click and video chat and text every single day. We play the same games, have same interests, etc. Dream come true, right? Well, after 2 years of chatting, gaming, and flirting, we set up a place for a date, though she keeps insisting on this one single place which in hindsight should have been a red flag, since it was in secluded area. I get there about 30 minutes early, because I'm nervous as fuck about this date. While I was looking through a window I see her being pulled by, I assume, her father. He is yelling on the top of his lungs. Where is he? Where is the faker who got you pregnant? I will murder both of you. And she is just quietly following behind him. Keep in mind I can clearly hear him through a glass window, in a place full of people. I instantly grabbed my stuff and got into the bathroom, then attempt to jump out of the window. When I returned home I spent 3 hours writing the most disgusting message in my life, only to find out her profile was deleted as well as all of her messages. Mine were still there for some reason. Don't know if she went to trouble to delete every single one, or if site automatically deleted everything she posted. A month or two later an unfamiliar man sent me friend request on Facebook. I instantly recognized him, but I did not recognize surname. Turns out that was indeed her father, but she lied about everything. Little search over his profile showed me her name, age, school, almost everything was different. I still have no idea why she lied or wanted to get me into that. Never ever using dating sites again in my life. Even if I die alone, it is better than the alternative horror scenarios it can put you in. When I was 15 I unwisely ended up in an LDR with someone far too old to be interested in me. It lasted for about 2 years and was probably the most miserable stretch of time I've ever experienced. He sorta groomed me, but I think he must have Forrest Gumped his way into that position. The guy was not clever or attractive or anything, and he managed to get me to stick around out of pity. He was a perpetually jobless 8th grade dropout who was wildly entitled, forced me to do a lot of horrifically uncomfortable and definitely illegal, on his part, things. Just horrible all around. And I mean, right off the bat this story is already a train wreck. I just want to share what meeting him in person was like. He was pale, obese, his face looked like a Ziti Vendetta mask, and his hair was long and extremely greasy. He had a receding hairline, and he stunk. I cannot even describe the smell. Something like rotten bananas and dollar store powder deodorant. It was uniquely disgusting. My mom drove me to see him, and today she says she complied because she knew he was going to be gross and wanted me to experience how wrong I was in person. She underestimated what the power of pity and extremely low self-esteem can make a mentally ill teenage girl do. Online I knew him to be whinny, manipulative, immature, and extremely creepy. He had a fixation on teenagers and had me convinced this was normal because he believed teenagers were much smarter than everyone else thinks or something that would have the youthful broken ego swooning. I stuck around out of pity and loneliness, and he knew how to pull those strings. Every time I tried to leave him, he'd start crying about all his past traumas and make me feel horrible. But in person, he was somehow even worse to deal with. Unpleasant and rude to a wild degree, and had zero sense of personal space and boundaries. He had nothing planned and seemed completely taken aback that I wanted to see things. Refused to go to a landmark in his town with me because he'd already been there, and even though he told me he wanted to show me around, it was clear he had no intention of doing anything other than sitting at home on his computer the entire time. He was childish and could not take no for an answer, threw tantrums and at times actually physically manipulated me like a toy when I didn't want to do something he did. The worst part was, his mother stared at me like a vicious hawk the entire time I was there. Was completely unwelcoming, as if I were the pervert preying on her innocent 21-year-old man baby. He embarrassed the fuck out of me after meeting my family in a giant, plain t-shirt and gym shorts barefoot, greasy and awful looking, and didn't communicate with them at all. He just seemed terrified of them, and was terrified of pretty much everyone for no reason. I got mad at him for it after the fact and he rolled his eyes and scoffed, saying I showered yesterday. Edit. Also worth mentioning is that I paid for everything we did. Again, I was 15. This was in 2001/01. I was in the military, and while stationed in Okinawa I met and kept in touch with a girl on AIM from Connecticut. Nothing serious, just good conversation during the week to keep me out of trouble. Genuinely nice person. Fast forward a couple months, and I'm planning a trip back home. West Texas, by the way. I had a lot of leave-in money saved up and just figured I'd go where the wind took me until I had to report back in. I landed in LA, visited family and friends in San Diego, Albuquerque, El Paso and many places in between. With a few weeks left of leave and needing to go to the East Coast anyway, NC, we were talking and she casually said come visit her. I thought, sure. I drove 30-something hours non-stop to Connecticut. I was too cheap to pay for a hotel. I get to her place in the morning, and we chat it up for about 20 minutes before I black out from exhaustion on her sofa. She was super sweet, covered me up with a blanket and let me sleep over 12 hours. It was good. It was a fun trip. We visited New York City, saw a few sights. It was great. I knew I was about to leave to NC, so I made it clear I was here to hang out. If she wants to screw around I'm totally down, but be aware I'm leaving. Ultimately the last several days of the trip involved lots of intimacy. I left a couple days later and reported in. I kept in touch with her as before, chatting through AIM in about the same frequency as before we met. Then, 2 or so months later, out of nowhere, she says she's coming down visit me. She comes down, and it occurs to me, I'm the only one who had no intention of a relationship, let alone a long distance one. She went down there waiting for me to ask her to stay. A couple days later she left disappointed and never contacted me again. That second trip became real awkward when the realization set in. I'd like to know what happened to her though. Guy here. Back when I was an awkward 16-year-old, I was cripplingly shy. I really wasn't too happy with my appearance though later I figured out it was just really bad social anxiety, not my appearance, that tanked my early love life. Anyway, the internet was my obvious refuge for friendship and my first attempts at love. You guys will laugh, but I met this girl on Vampire Freaks. I don't know if that site even still exists, but it was like MySpace for goths/emos/counterculture in general. Being a huge Kimber Christ fan I thought it was awesome. So back to this girl. She looked good enough in her pictures. I don't know if I really even paid attention to her age. I knew she was older than me, but whatever. We talked a lot and agreed to finally meet up. She came over to my house. This is where shit went downhill really fast. She showed up and I immediately was kind of taken aback because this woman had obviously used some old pictures or hardcore Facebook angles on her profile pictures. Call me shallow, whatever, I was still a virgin at this point, but I immediately knew I wasn't physically attracted to her and didn't want to lose my virginity to her. Current me world figured out how to deal with this gracefully and succinctly. 16-year-old me was terrified of confrontation and saying no. So we walked around town, barely talked about anything, before she started laying the compliments on. telling me how sexy I was, asking me over and over again to go back to my place to have sex. I dunno. I just remember feeling really uncomfortable. Skin was crawling. Just kept hemming and hawing and really felt like this person came all this way. I don't want to be in his hole, etc. I don't know what the hell I was thinking. I finally cave, buy a condom, and we go back to my place. Grandma was at work, dad was elsewhere. If I was unwilling, when I met her, seeing her undressed and getting naked in front of her definitely cemented things. At this point I was just praying it would get better and be over fast or something, whatever. She gives me oral till I'm sort of hard. She gets on top of me. I don't know. Just remember not really feeling like I was there. I got soft again. She tried to blow me again. I just remember finally getting the nerve to tell her to stop, that I had to go, or she had to leave. Can't remember. Felt faking gross. Blocked her on everything we had contact through. I flip-flopped about this 4 years since. For a long time I just kind of laughed it off as everybody has horrible sex at least once, but I'm not sure anymore. I didn't actually orgasm from sex until I was 22. After that, I always had to finish myself off. A few girls took that personally, and it faked up one relationship a lot, because I couldn't explain to her why. Not really a lesson or moral here, just needed to get that off my chest. Around 4 years ago I get a Facebook request from a guy I went to high school with. I approve it. We weren't good buddies in school, but same friend group. After a month or so the guy DMs me and we chatted. I realized shortly into the convo that he actually wasn't an old school friend. He just shared the same name. Think something super basic like Jake Brown. I realized the mistake when he said he was gay, and my old friend was definitely not gay. His profile picture wasn't a close-up, so I also wasn't previously clued off. I told him, oh, I just realized you aren't who I thought you were. I have an old classmate with the same name. Why did you request me? He said we had mutual friends from when he used to live in town, and he had seen me comment on a post about social activism and he wanted to friend me, and apologized if that seemed creepy. In my head I was like, he's gay, so it's not like he's into me, and he knows I'm married with a kid. It's fine. I left him on my friend list, and we chat sometimes. Over time he started getting more and more aggressive about messaging me. If I didn't respond quickly he'd get upset, and he also kept trying to talk about the sex he was having. I decided to slowly phase this guy out, because I kinda felt bad for him. He seemed like he may have been autistic. One day he's messaging me, and I'm not responding because I'm working, and he says something like show me your tics or fuck off. I told him I'd gladly fuck off, and that it's super creepy of him to pretend to be gay to make me feel better about speaking to him. Then I blocked him. Over the next few months he keeps calling my phone, no clue where he got my number, and messaging me from fake Facebook accounts. I don't respond to any of it. Then he goes to my business profile and starts posting porn on it from his personal account, and from his fake accounts. I never thought to block him on my business page before this. I blocked him on everything again, and reported him, and the other accounts. That night it's around 2 AM, and I had woken up, because I just wasn't sleeping well. I was playing on my phone, and I kept hearing some scraping sound in the living room. I got up to go see what the cats were faking with, and when I entered the room, and flipped on the light the sound stopped, and I heard leaves crunching outside. One of the living room windows had been pried open a few inches. Thankfully this was an old house and the windows were damn near impossible to open. I rushed to my son's room and got him out of his crib and woke my husband up. We called the police, but we couldn't prove it was that guy, even though we knew. My cousin that's an officer called him and told him that if he spoke to me or about me again they were coming down on him hard. We later figured out this guy's real name, and he had previously served time for kidnapping a woman and assaulting her. My son for now, and I still haven't sent him back to sleep in his own room. Been friends with this girl online for years. She tells me how horrible her in-laws are. She is basically Cinderella with a baby. The plan was that I move down and we live together. She gets a job and I'll help take care of her son. Since the dad split, she now has a new boyfriend at the time, but plans stayed the same. She racked me up 3k in credit card debt, which was my fault. I should have told her no, but since she had let me borrow money in the past, and I paid it back the next month, I figured she would do the same. I was wrong. She had a job now. She could pay me back, but she just ignored the fact that she owed me anything. When we were living together, I did literally everything, including care for her son, who even called me mommy cause she would shoo him off to me. She would leave dog poop and pee on the floors, wouldn't touch laundry or dishes. She wouldn't even have her son brush his teeth. I finally had enough and left. We still stayed friends, since she was basically my only friend here. It should be noted I'm disability. I can drive, but didn't and don't have a vehicle, so she knew I needed her. She moved in with her boyfriend, and would have me come over and clean in exchange for rides to crucial doctor's apps. Her boyfriend triggers my PTSD, and she ignores it. He's openly threatened me in a restaurant. She makes fun of my OCD, and will purposely trigger me. I finally had enough, and haven't spoken to her in a month. I have no family near here. I have no friends, and I'm going through some agoraphobia, I guess, so leaving my apartment isn't in my foreseeable future. Though I recently got in a relationship which is really helping. I can leave when I'm with him. The only good thing to come out of it all, really. 1. This was back when I was a junior in high school, maybe. I had just gotten out of a relationship, and I was spending more time on Meet Me, previously my yearbook. I got matched with a guy from my area, and we started talking almost right away. I made it clear that I was only interested in making friends at this point, and hoped he would have taken the hint, since those wounds were still fresh. Nope. For whatever reason, he really liked me. Like, a lot. Even just going off poorly lit photos of me with metalhead hair and mall kiosk bananas, he didn't care. About a week or so after we started messaging each other, I'd get messages or texts from his friends saying I was stringing him along, and weird shit like that, despite making it clear I wasn't interested in dating again for a while. I should have taken this as a hint that I was getting into something I shouldn't have been, but I didn't. We ended up meeting up to hang out at our local mall, with a relative driving me to his place to pick him up to take us there, since they weren't okay with the idea of me meeting a new person all alone. Good on them, I guess. The day out was pretty awkward, since we didn't have similar interests almost at all. He liked sports, and I didn't. I was more into metal and alternative rock, and he was more country and hip hop, I think. It was something else. Yeah, not all friends have the same interests, but still. I've met up with other friends through the site before, but his left me feeling uncomfortable, and I met a girl on there who used us matching up as a scapegoat to leave me babysitting her little sister at the mall while she hooked up with an ex. The weeks would go by where we'd talk to one another in bursts. He still wanted to get with me, and I would get continuous messages and texts from his friends telling me how much he liked me, and that it was wrong that I was leading him on. Again, I never said I wanted a romantic relationship, and I still had no idea what he saw in me that was interesting in the first place. Things would get dark when he'd talk about his mental health issues, and I'd get weird incoherent texts about him being drunk on a bridge somewhere and threatening to jump, and all kinds of shit like that. One of the last conversations we had before I cut him off for good that wasn't mental health related, as him, out of the blue, talking about how much he wanted to give me a blue job. It was so left field and random that I asked someone what I should do about it, and it was the last straw for me to jump ship. I haven't heard from him in years, and I'm so glad I don't have the same number one did back then, because I wonder if I'd still get swamped with texts like that. I think he single-handedly killed any interest I had in meeting online friends in person ever again for a while. 2. As I was typing the first one, it made me think about another shit show that happened 2 years ago. This will be confusing, so I'll be using fake names to make it easier to follow along. I was super close to this kid, Sam, in a fan circle I was part of, and we were all stoked about meeting each other at a convention in New Jersey that summer. Fast forward to maybe a month or two before the big day and it all hits the fan, with there being a massive falling out with just about everyone, including Sam and a guy, Luke, from our circle who was a father figure to them. The short version is that someone Sam was, or still is best friends with, Jess, was outed as being a sexual predator through texts with another friend of theirs, Alex, with Jess being close to 30 and Alex was 12 at the time. Luke was showing me texts he was receiving from someone else in the community, Laura, with screen caps of talks they were having with Alex about the inappropriate conversations they were having with Jess, who knew they were underage, possibly having an "I'll wait for you" plan. Sam even confirmed with me that Jess was creepy like that and warned them that they'll get in trouble. It was beyond repulsive. In the same breath, it was coming forward that Sam, Jess, and another figure, Len, were sending threats to people in the community to not show up to the convention or else via sock accounts Sam told me they use. Despite all this, almost overnight, everyone was dropping Luke for looking out for Alex's safety and wanting to let others know that Jess was dangerous, including Laura. I distanced myself from Sam, and I was immediately thrown under the bus with Luke after unfriending Jess and Len. I knew it was going to be a dumpster fire at that convention, and it was too late for me to back out, since I put a lot of money into booking our hotel room for myself, Luke, and another friend Tim, for the weekend. The con was huge, but I still managed to jump into Len, Jess, and Sam. It was super awkward, since Tim had no idea how bad it was. Luke had problems making it on the first day on time, but he pulled in at a good time to enjoy the last part of festivities before we called it quits for the night. The next morning was when shit got bad. Luke had tons of artwork to bring to a table, and as we were in line, he gets dragged out of line by security. What the fuck? Moments later, Luke calls me and says he needs me to step out of line to vouch for him, and he's explain when I got to him. According to him, security said that he was on a ban list by the people at the table for being a stalker, which he isn't. We had to explain he was personally friends with the people at the table and exchanged numbers. Luke wanted to know who reported him, but the security guy said he couldn't say. The second Luke started describing Sam, Jess, and Len, the guy got quiet, so that tipped us off to the fact the three of them did it out of spite. He said he was sorry and that, if they give us trouble again, to ask for a specific person on the security team, and it would be managed. When we got to the table, we explained what happened, and they were completely shocked, since they didn't get any notes passed to them, and were hurt to hear what went down. Luke was fuming for the rest of the day, and they still tried to play it all off, like we were cool, and they didn't have their hands dirty. The kicker is that sometime before the con, and I had a falling out with Sam, was that they said if they don't make it as a filmmaker, they'll just become a celebrity stalker, making it clear they plan on moving to the hometown/residential area of said people from the table after they turned 18 or had the means to move to Canada. They're 19 now, and I'm not sure where they are now, but it's fucking creepy knowing they might commit to it. This happened about 13 years ago. I was fresh out of high school and working at a moving company, working very long hours. I had been sort of a loner when I was younger. I played a lot of MMOs to fill that social void, and that is what I fell back onto when my social life fell apart yet again. This is where I met this girl. For her sake I will refer to her as Crazy. She and I hit it off and became fast friends. We spoke to each other every day online and then eventually on the phone. It was a long distance thing. She lived in the USA and I lived in Canada. Fast forward a few months and we confess that we have feelings for one another. We make plans to meet up. I agree to be her prom date for graduation. Things looked to be going pretty well up until a few weeks before I was to fly down. Then she pulls away and gets really distant. Late one night I get a message from someone I don't know claiming to be Crazy's best friend. This person tells me that Crazy isn't who she says she is. That Crazy asked this friend for photos which Crazy would pass to me to pretend to be someone else. Friend also says that she coached her on what to say when we were on the phone. Friend didn't want to continue the charade and felt pretty bad for helping Crazy lead me on. Said she didn't fully understand the extent of what was happening. As you can imagine, I was shell-struck when I heard this. The person I opened up to and started to fall for was a complete lie. I even talked to her mother and mentioned her to mine. Crazy later messaged me to confirm everything to be true. Said she did have feelings for me, but felt I wouldn't return them if I knew the real her. She even got upset with me for telling her off and walking away. Said that if I had cared for her at all it wouldn't have mattered if she lied. She didn't understand that what she did was beyond manipulative. The whole experience negatively changed me as a person and is something that still affects me today. And the craziest part is she twisted what she did to get sympathy from our online community and even got Setch from one of my good friends who she masterfully manipulated. Unfortunately for him, he knocked her up, and when the baby was born she made it very difficult for him to see his child. He eventually killed himself a few years later. Chatted with a girl for around 5 years 1997-2002. She lived in Ohio. Talked almost every day. Around the 4-year, 2001, mark, she suggested I visit Ohio. We had always had a close friendship, never romantic, so I thought that'd be neat. Didn't consider it a real option, though. As I was graduating high school in 2002, my parents sat me down and said your graduation gift is a round-trip ticket anywhere you want to go. Out of the blue, I remembered the Ohio offer. So, instead of thinking it through, I just said I'd like to go to Ohio. Made some bullshit up to appease my parents. Told the girl I was buying a plane ticket, and then I found myself in Columbus, Ohio. Being picked up by a girl I'd never met. Staying with a girl I'd never met, and her mom. Plan was to crash at her place, drive to Kings Island, and then to stay at her friend's place, and go to Cedar Point. Well, we made it to Kings Island on a Friday. That was fine. And then, it got really fucking weird. After Kings Island, I realized this girl was debating if I was a romantic interest or not. On Saturday, we left for her friend's house in Cincinnati. I was asked to sleep in her friend's room in the basement, which was covered floor to ceiling in boy band posters. On Sunday, I woke up to the sound of this girl crying upstairs. Her car was towed, and it was a Sunday. No chance of getting her car back until Monday. An hour later, the girl's friend's parents came home. No boys allowed. So there I am, stuck in the basement with no food, no water, and I'm not supposed to make a sound. Finally, at like 11 PM, they sneak me out and tell me to wander the streets of Cincinnati, no GPS, solo to find the lone Taco Bell open to eat. I do, and it was scary as fuck. Then I sneak back in. No Cedar Point, but at least I ate. Monday morning, the friend's parents go to work. I get to go upstairs. The girl and her friend figure out how to get the repo guys to deliver the car, while I watch Black Hawk Down with the friend's younger siblings, who I'm pretty sure had no idea who I was, or why I was there. We get the car, and the girl I was visiting drove me back to Columbus. We awkwardly spend the night again with her mom inquiring why I flew out to meet an online girl. Good question. And the next morning, they dropped me back at the airport. Whole thing was one weird trip, man. Still can't believe I did that. I don't have a horrible story of my experience, but more of an embarrassing one, sort of. No one knows this, not even any of my closest friends. I lost my virginity to a man I met on a Connect 4 app. We started out just playing against each other while chatting, to texting, finally to video chats. After talking for a couple of months we began having, I don't know what to call it, video sex. I was 18, and he was 21 playing college baseball at another state. One day he messaged me saying he was coming to play against my university's baseball team, and asked if we could meet up while he was here. My stupid young self said of course, knowing by meeting up he obviously wanted to hook up. During this time I was still a virgin. I always told the men I dated I just wasn't ready for sex, but the honest truth was I was really afraid of having my heart broken after losing my virginity to them. So then I thought, what if I just lose it to someone I'm not in love with? That way no man could break my heart then brag about how he was my first. I say this is embarrassing, because anyone who knew what my plan was, would have told me what a terrible idea this was. I mean we never met in person, I didn't really know him, and we were going to meet up at his hotel room. If that's not a perfect plan to get yourself killed, I don't know what is. Luckily he was the sweetest guy I ever met. He was really funny, charming, and a little timid. We stepped out for dinner, came back to his room to watch some movies, talked a lot and then attempted to do the deed. We struggled so much because I was still a virgin and had no clue what I was doing. He stopped, pulled away and said, "Are you a virgin?" I was so embarrassed. I just lied and said I didn't know what was wrong with me. I don't think he believed me because he kept asking if I was sure I wanted to do this, and the entire time he was just so gentle with me. I met up with him a second time and needless to say, that time was very successful. We stayed in contact for a little bit, but we lost touch 7 years ago. It was an interesting experience, and I'm happy about my decision on how I wanted to lose my virginity. But if I could go back in time, I probably wouldn't have chosen a guy I met on a game app. Oh boy, okay, I finally have a story for this. My friend of 10 years, whom I met on an online game similar to Jaya, ended up being a real piece of work when I finally flew out to meet him. We had our birthdays around the same time, so I offered to fly out so we could celebrate together. He owned his own trailer and had some roommates and his girlfriend living with him, along with 2 cats and a dog. A full house, but he still had a couch open for me. I'm gonna summarize the main points of the trip, but preface with the fact that I was raised in Massachusetts and he was in the Midwest with somewhat different economical backgrounds. We were both raised poor, but my family was well educated, while his was not. The whole house smelled like cat piss, and I slept next to a litter box. I asked if I could move it, and they said no. Day 3 of my stay there, I found out that him and his girlfriend had decided to go into the other room and have sex, with the door open, with guests over. I learned at a later point that they both had agreed that I was the only person they would ever want a 3/some with. I was uncomfortable. At one point the girlfriend saw my bank account balance and freaked out because I was super rich, when actually I just didn't spend needlessly. I have a policy where, if you're actively working on improving yourself, I'm ride or die for you. I'll support you and be there for you. This guy was content in wallowing in his situation and didn't care to get better. He has a degree in graphic design. I was hoping to hear something more than "I'm gonna work at Target forever." He punched his dog in the face for nibbling his finger. At one point he kicked his girlfriend's cat. I wanted to see some of the nearby attractions he promised to show me when I visited, but he decided he didn't want to, so we spent one day doing nothing at his place. I took the dog on a walk and learned that it wasn't leash trained, meaning it was inside more often than not. He's a large active pit lab mix. There's so much more, but I'm exhausted. I'll add more if people are interested. There's a lot. That one is easy. Met this girl online, and the way the conversations went, it was always friendly, getting to know you type banter. After a few online conversations, we meet up at a bar by her. The plans for the evening were to have drinks there, then go play Donkey Kong Country at her place. Being the oblivious male I am, I genuinely was excited to play some DKC on Super Nintendo. We meet up at the bar and things go fine. I wasn't really attracted to her at all, but she was nice, and we had an alright time at the bar. So we get back to her place and start watching TV. I look around and don't see a Super Nintendo. Thought maybe it was in her bedroom. I don't mention it because I don't want to be rude. She makes some drinks. We're watching Drunk History when all of a sudden she looks at me with murder in her eyes. "Are we going to stop playing games?" I look at her, smiling, trying to play it off. "Do you mean Donkey Kong Country?" She really didn't appreciate that. She scoffs and then proceeds to chide me about how guys are always wanting to play games and want sex. I told her the only game I was wanting to play was DKC. This is when it got weird. She gets up off the couch, calmly, walks to the kitchen and pulls a butcher knife out of somewhere. She just stands in the kitchen, still with the look of murder in her eyes, and stares me down. She doesn't move at all, just staring with the butcher knife at her side. I look back for what feels like a few minutes, and then I jump up and dash for the front door. I didn't even bother closing the door. Behind me I hear the door slam hard, and she's shouting at the top of her lungs, faking as whole, playing games, fuck you. So a night of what I was hoping to be relaxing, friendly conversation, and Donkey Kong Country turned into my maybe I could have been murdered dating story. TLDR, met friendly girl online for drinks and hopefully Donkey Kong Country on SNES. Felt like I was going to be murdered by the end of it. less a horror and more a tragedy. Thanks for the patience to read this. I was a lonely high schooler. Go figure. I had a hobby making next guns. Yes, really. In a community where I befriended a British dude and eventually a friend of his found out about me and messaged me on YouTube where I had cringy videos up about my hobby. Alas, a British girl curious about my existence? Now, understand that when you simply lack many meaningful friendships, any desire for romance is overridden by a simple desire for friendship first. So I honestly, truthfully never had a romantic interest in her, though of course there's always that childish desire of wanting to be liked by others. So we hit it off and talked nearly every day after school. To be real, she kept me sane through the rest of high school. But I felt like I always had to keep her a secret from people because her online friend of opposite sex they must be romantically interested. The alternative was hardly less embarrassing to admit, just wanting a close friend. Fast forward to past college. I'm rooming with a friend. He's cool with it, and I and her both have enough money to have her come visit. Now, I had a girlfriend who was of course extremely jealous by the whole deal. I talked to my online friend frequently and was quite close to her, and she wasn't exactly unattractive, so naturally my insecure girlfriend got fairly defensive. As such, I spent the majority of her visit trying to comfort my girlfriend and keep her satisfied. Now, out of respect for everyone involved, I won't get into more details, but let's just say it was a shit show for my online friend, my girlfriend, my roommate, and me afterward, and I felt at fault for the most part. After some time things recover with my online friend and me. So a year later from the last visit, I bought a house. I was just getting back together with my then ex, after she more or less figured herself out, and we are doing fine now, but wanted to have a do-over with my online friend visiting. Again, she saved up money. Despite getting back together with my ex, I promised she'd be out of the picture this time, and she was more understanding this time and willingly stayed out of the way. So my online friend visits again, though another friend from college, who was very clearly interested in her, asked if he could also visit and stay with me at conveniently the same time. Ugh. The point was that I got to hang out with my online friend without the interference of others, but I can't turn him down. It's been forever since I've seen him, and honestly I'm better in groups of 3. Felt too awkward to just be the two of us. Anyway, I was sick most of the time, and just in general stressed about everything. I wanted to appease her, make the visit worth it, but I kept comparing myself to my roommate from last year and the other friend currently visiting in my ability to find stuff to do around our area. I cooked a meal or two, took them out to places to eat, found things to do, and just felt like she was never quite satisfied, though she claimed to be. I felt like our interests were too different. I felt inauthentic for the duration of her visit, just generally uncomfortable. I had extreme difficulty hearing. My ears don't adjust to changing air pressure well, and non-Americans just generally talk quieter, so I couldn't understand her often, and hated making her repeat herself, so we just didn't talk all too much. All around, if I was to be brutally honest, I couldn't wait for her visit to end, which upset me, because I remember as a teen dreaming about when we could finally meet, and I could be my real self instead of just who I was online. I thought we'd get along so well. So I'm honest about all of this. After she gets home, and she was understandably upset, claimed she had a fun time, I'd more or less go between feeling guilty and trying to justify my feelings. I can't change how I felt, though I wanted to change my general attitude. I had felt so disconnected from her, it was difficult to keep talking. Because I didn't want to upset her, I went back and forth between not talking at all to responding when she would message me again. I felt our conversations grew mundane, and I just became so serious and bored/boring. I took it for granted that all friendships should be effortless, and I figured, hell, maybe we just shouldn't talk anymore, which was insensitive of me, and probably just a result of me being at a high level discontent with life and unable to find fulfillment. But I was so focused on stress management and eliminating stressors that I mistakenly looked at cutting people out of my life. And for a good while it didn't bother me that I did this, though I otherwise didn't wish any ill of her, and acknowledged even at the time that my actions were harsh, but I was unable to find alternatives. Then finally, after enough developing, reading books, figuring out a sense of purpose, etc. All the cheesy stuff. The idea of what friendship was clicked on me, what should come obviously to most people. So I tried to message and apologize. As of this comment, she declined talking again, though she hasn't blocked me yet either, so I guess we'll see what happens. Either way, it was a life lesson worth having, and I don't regret the friendships that I had in the past. They're closed chapters, and I'm focusing on writing new ones. Sometimes they involve childhood friends and sometimes they don't. There's no hard rule about that. TLDR, had an online friend visit twice, only to come to the conclusion that we weren't all too similar anymore. So I forsook the supportive aspect of friendships and cut her off, realizing too late that it was wrong and her having since cut me off instead. TLDR, we ended up in the emergency room in the middle of nowhere. I never saw her again. I met this girl on Bumble BFF. I'm pretty outgoing, but my job doesn't lend many opportunities to get out and make friends, so I tried the app. So many people just talk for 2 days then delete the app. It's bullshit. So I started being more forward. Basically I would chat with someone for a few days, get a phone number, and ask if they wanted to hang out. In total I hung out with 3 girls. She was the first. We spent several days texting pretty much constantly, talking about Game of Thrones and other cool shit. She said she was going through a divorce, just moved back with her family, had no car. No biggie, I drive a lot for work, so driving about an hour for a potential new friend was okay with me. I live in a fairly crowded suburb. Her city was on the outskirts of the suburbs, different county. We met at a PF Chang's for an early boozy lunch. She had Uber there, and I offered to drive her home afterwards, and she beat me there. When I got there maybe 10 minutes late, she already had 1 drink finished, and was working on a second. Okay. But this girl was tiny. I'm talking 5 feet 1, 90 pounds soaking wet. I joined her at the bar. We start lunch and we are getting along just swimmingly. She orders the same drink over and over again. Vodka cran, she tells me, but there's an important difference in what she's getting. About 2 hours and 5 drinks in, she starts slurring really badly. She's not making sense. She stood up for something and fell. She was flirting with me. The bartender looked sort of amused. At one point she seemed embarrassed and put her head down on her arms. I gave her a minute, thinking maybe she was just being weird and needed to chill for a minute. Then I started trying to talk to her and she was barely stirring. So I'm worried. At this point I'm thinking she needs to get home and I can just take her to her family. The bartender lady has completely disappeared at this point. But here's the catch. I don't even know her last name or her address. At this point she's completely non-responsive, slumped sideways, so I'm holding her up. I can't grab my phone because I can't let her drop. Finally this rando comes across the restaurant and asks if I need help. He hands me my phone and hangs around, wasting his lunch break. I call paramedics. I'm a lifelong Girl Scout and trained to handle emergency situations. So while they're getting the address I'm taking her pulse, checking her breathing, and the guy helps me lay her down on a booth seat. The guy asks if I can check her breath and I give him all the stats I took. She mentioned earlier that she was supposed to go with her father to pick up her son from school, then texted to ask if he could do it so we could hang out a little more. So I figure at some point he might call her, but at this point they're loading her into an ambulance. The main/older guy from the paramedics asks me questions, and I admit I don't really know her, but I also tell him I'm the only person who knows where she is right now. I can connect with the app to see if they can help, and I'm not going to abandon her. He tells me I'm not family, so he's not supposed to tell me where they are taking her, but there's really only one hospital around, so it shouldn't be hard to figure out. I'll probably have to wait in the waiting room. I grab her bag and go to pay for lunch. The paramedics leave and I get the bill. She'd been drinking doubles. The bartender seriously overserved her, and that's a potentially lethal amount of alcohol for someone her size. So I'm freaking out, pay the bill, decide I'll call another time. Bigger fish. I drive to the hospital and they ask me questions. When I get there, they won't let me back because it's obvious I don't know her well. I wait maybe 30 minutes and dig through her purse, ID, random stuff. Still no phone call. So at least now I have some info on her. I use the phone to the nurse's station in the back, and after some back and forth, they let me into the back. My phone has garbage signal. I have to go outside to send texts to my husband updating him on my eater. Her phone has signal, still no call. I waited by her bed, waited for a call, fielded a few questions from the doc, told him everything I knew. Her back was well into lethal levels. He said it was a miracle she wasn't dead. Hospital policy says they can't release her until she's conscious and has her back at whatever level. It's well after 8 by this point, so I go get something to eat and buy a crappy phone charger that doesn't work. I've tried talking to the people from Bumble, but they are totally not helpful, just giving me peppy messages about taking good care of my new friend. Sometime around 10 she starts to wake up. Sometime around 11 she's more conscious. The doctor comes in and gives her an earful, tells her she could have died. He says she's near the release limit, so after her fourth is done he'll check and maybe let me take her home. He discharged her at 11:30. It's a Tuesday. I'm tired. I help her out to my car. She still can't quite process info enough to give her address. Remember, she just moved back, so I use the CA address on her ID. Towards the end of the drive she's able to finish giving me directions. I pull up to the house, but she can't even button her shirt back up. I help her get dressed again. She's apologizing the whole time, but I just wanted to get out of there. I watched her get all the way inside the house and bailed. The next day I texted to make sure she was okay. She texted the day after that super apologetic and offering to give me money for lunch and whatever, but I basically just told her I'm glad she's okay. Take it easy, be more careful next time, and she's lucky it was me. I knew what to do, and I stayed with her. We obviously didn't hang out again after that, but she did tell me at least you'll have a story to tell when people ask you how Bumble is. I somehow still met up with 2 girls after that. One of them sort of got too busy and the other one, my husband and I hang out with her and her husband now and then. So all in all, kind of a net positive, but I'm never trying to do that shit again. Bumble sent me flowers and another note about taking care of my friend. So many years ago, I had a small group of friends online and we mostly talked through message boards. I guess the subject of where we all lived didn't come up before because one day, one particular girl and I discovered we lived in the same city. We had known each other for a few years by this time and online she seemed sweet and funny. She said she was a model and had posted some of her modeling photos, so I had a general idea of what she looked like. We arranged a time and public place to meet up, and when I arrived, it was obvious she was no model and those photos she posted were not her. She also wasn't sweet or funny. I think maybe she felt insecure because I knew she lied about her photos, so she had an attitude the whole time. The meeting didn't last long, so I went back home and told a few in our group about how she wasn't who she said she was, and of course she got defensive. She then posted real photos of herself as proof she hadn't lied. I don't know what she was thinking, but others stated that it was obvious the photos she claimed were her were 2 very different people. Eventually she broke off from our group and went silent for a short time until suddenly a few of us were being stalked by an anonymous person who apparently knew details of our lives that only people in our group knew. It was relentless for a while, but I tend to change screen names often, so she seemed to lose track of me, or maybe just lost interest. This all happened nearly 20 years ago, and I still live in the same city, but haven't seen any trace of her since the day we met. I've actually met a few others from that same group since then, and they've all been awesome. One person has come to visit me several times and we've become very good friends over the years. 10 plus years ago I met this girl off Yahoo Chats or Craigslist. I talked to her via chat and then phone for over 2 months. She was cool as hell. Then the big day comes. I drive to her house 40 minutes away, and when I arrive and knock on the door this bigger girl answers the door, and I figure it was her sister. It wasn't. No big deal. When I get inside the girl's mother and father want to talk with me before we hang out. Also no big deal. I was like 19 at the time. The girl said she was 18, so I ended up talking with the dad for about an hour about my plans for the future and how I might incorporate his daughter into them. So after the long chat he decides that we can hang out and then reveals that she's actually 16, and at that point I freak out a little and say she told me she was 18 plus and that I want to leave now. He reassures me that it's okay and that we can hang out in her room only if we keep the door open. I agree and we hang out and watch a movie for about an hour, and in that time span she ends up eating like 5 plates of food, and every time she comes back from the kitchen she sits closer and closer to me. Finally, after her 5th plate, I act like I forgot my wallet in my car and leave the house, and instead of coming back I just take off. Later she ends up calling my house to yell at me, and then I basically said, "You lied about a bunch of stuff like your age and your appearance." She basically just cut and pasted herself small Spain style. Weeks later she ends up telling her cousin about the whole ordeal, and then he calls my house a couple of times threatening to beat me up, and she also pranked calls my house for like 6 months after that. Anyways, that's a story of mine, kinda lame. Thanks for reading. Back when Craigslist personals were still a legit place meet people, circa 2008, I responded to a woman who said she was recently divorced and wanting someone basically for a rebound, but mainly just companionship and a person to go out with, since it had been a while since she'd dated. We talked via email for a couple weeks. I was in grad school at the time, and she was a nurse who had several days off at a time, so I was looking forward to being this 30-something's boy toy for the summer and having some fun with an older woman. We met in person for the first time at a popular bar downtown and hit it off really well. She had told me while emailing that she was living in the house she and her husband had lived in, but at the end of the night she asked if we could go back to my place. I had already told her, in the interest of full disclosure, that I was living with my parents at the time to try and save some money before I graduated. When I reminded her of this, she seemed a little flustered, but said it was fine and that I could come to her house. It turned out that she wasn't divorced, and although she was in a trial separation period with her husband, that just meant that he was sleeping in a guest bedroom in their house. She also had 2 kids that she had told me were living with her husband, but we are just down the hall. She was drunk when we got there and was all over me. I realized after being there a few minimums that she had lied about her situation, but at the time I just wanted to bang and sleep the night off. So I followed her into her bedroom while she drunkenly tried to apologize for not telling me the truth about things before. So as we are undressing each other and kind of talking dirty, getting ready for the main event, her 7-year-old daughter walks in and just stares, horrified, at her naked mom and me, as I'm quickly pulling blankets off the bed to try and cover myself. This woman tells her daughter in that moment, "Honey, you need to go back to your room. Mommy is having her private playtime, and you don't need to see this." I was so freaked out I quickly dressed and left. I blocked her number on my phone and quit answering her emails. I later learned she had eventually gotten a divorce and spent some time in a mental health facility before moving to a different part of the state. This experience was so traumatizing for me, it was several months before I could even bring myself to socialize with new people again. TLDR, I met a woman online, proceeded to meet and hook up with her, only to realize she had a family who were all in the same house as us after coming back to her place from a bar the night of our first date. Oh boy, finally something I can comment on. I met a guy in a Twitch chat when I was 16. He was 18, and we started whispering each other every other week or so, which escalated over time to talking pretty much every day. We moved to Steam messages at one point, and then after about a year, we added each other on Discord so that we could voice chat. I was really young and shy, so it took me a long time to be comfortable with this. After that, our relationship kind of grew pretty rapidly. We got into this routine of getting into a call when we woke up and spending the day together playing games and talking until we went to sleep. We eventually started FaceTiming, and then after probably around 2 years of talking, we sent each other back care package type things for our birthdays and Christmas. Well, this whole thing lasted 3 years, and it ended because we had both started college and found ourselves arguing a lot. Over stupid things too, most of the time. It never got better, and I grew sick of it and thought it'd be best for both of us if we parted ways. He didn't like that I ended it. I was harassed for about half a year after that by him and his friends/family. A few weeks after I broke up with him, I got a text message as I was sitting in my car in the parking lot of my campus, 20 minutes from taking my first college final, telling me that he killed himself. I was a mess and called my mom crying. She calmed me down and told me she'd figure it out and that I can call her after I get out of class. Well, it turned out he was perfectly faking fine. I was furious and acted out by calling him in a rage and demanding to know why someone would text me that bullshit. He tried talking to me like we were in a relationship again, as if everything was normal. I knew it was him who had done it, just to get some attention from me, and ended up blocking him everywhere I could. Well, a few more weeks after that, and I'm chillin' in my room and my mom comes in and tells me that he's at the front door and wants to talk to me, and I was hysterical at first like fuck no, but thought maybe I should just give him closure and be done with it. It was awkward as fuck. Apparently he and his family were driving through my state on their way to visit more family and thought he'd stop by to try and get our relationship back. He visited family every year, but really went out of his way this time to come see me. He deadpan stared at me the whole time, and I was so uncomfortable. All I wanted was for him to leave, and I kept telling him he needed to go, but he just kept talking for like 20 minutes until finally he gave up and left. That wasn't all though. That happened in December a few years ago. The April after that, I get a message from an anonymous number telling me it was him, and he had a big plan that would prove his love for me and gain me back. I didn't know what to do with this information at the time, but I let my family know that he was planning something. About a month later, I'm up at around 12 to 1 am to let my dog outside to pee, and I see a faking note taped to the door frame with my name on it. A letter from him which read all about his journey from his state, 800 miles away, in which he had walked/hitchhiked his way to me, and that he was staying in a motel in my city for a week, and couldn't wait to meet up and talk. Nope. I woke my parents up, and we filed for a restraining order immediately. I never went to see him. I guess he finally understood that we were never getting back together after that, because it has been a few years and he doesn't contact me anymore. When I was 18, I met a guy on Omegle. We talked on there for hours and I gave him my email, wanting to continue the conversation. We emailed back and forth for months, and I finally gave him my Facebook link. He added me, and we talked for another year before he came to visit me. He was living in New York, and I in Northwest TN. He gets there, and it's not the guy I've been talking to online. The same age and personality, yes, but it wasn't the same guy. The guy on Facebook had been white, blonde, tall and thin. The guy that showed up was Asian, short, thin, and balding. I decided to ignore that he'd lied about his appearance. I was young and naive, and believed him when he told me that he was afraid I wouldn't like him if he showed me who he really was. I brushed it off, and we went on our hike like we'd planned. We get out in the woods, to a place I know like the back of my hand, and he's acting pretty normal. We talk and joke around like we always had, and honestly everything seemed fine. It wasn't until we got back to town, near my house, that everything changed. He said, "So am I sleeping here?" Which is not what we'd agreed upon. He'd already checked into his hotel and his things were in his room. I told him no, and his whole demeanor changed. He went from being this bubbly, happy, joking guy to being quite sullen, almost angry. He pulls up to my house and throws the car in park and says, "Well, do you wanna come back to the hotel with me? We can smoke a blunt." I brought a lot of weed with me. I was already starting to get uncomfortable, and I told him I didn't think it sounded like a good idea, but I would if I could bring my roommate with me. That's when he completely flipped. He starts screaming about how I'm just a cork tease, and that he wasn't driving almost an entire day and not getting any ass. He then tried to kiss me, and by kiss I mean he grabbed me by the neck and shoved his tongue down my throat. I scratched, punched, and pushed to get him off me, all the while trying to find the door handle so I could get out. I finally found it and got the door open just as he was reaching for my shirt. I fully believe he intended to wrap me right there in his car, in front of my house. I got inside and called the cops, but he was already gone. So, Eric of New York, if that was even your real name, fuck you. Not really a horror story but very confusing. In freshman year of high school I felt lonely and wanted to find a friend to talk about things we both liked. I only had my sister to talk to, but she was very busy. I tried out an app that looks pretty similar to Tinder, but is directed to making friends instead. I tried it for about a week with no luck and decided to delete it, but left my Snapchat in case someone found my description interesting. A few days later, and I get a friend request on my Snapchat. Got curious so I texted them, and they said they found me on the app. We talked for a day and found out we had a lot of stuff in common. We were both free, and I decided to invite her to my house. We ate quesadillas, watched Stranger Things on Netflix, and walked around with my dog. She left and I thought we had lots of fun, but apparently she didn't, because she blocked me on both Instagram and Snapchat. At the time I had no idea about ghosting, so I thought she deleted her account or something else. So what did I do? Spent about a week trying to contact her again, not to be friends, but just to ask why she ghosted me. After a bunch of internet stalking, she finally texted me, but it's not what I was expecting. She yelled at me, cussing me out, and calling me crazy, because I won't leave her alone, and here I was oblivious at her sudden anger. I kept asking her why she blocked me, but she wouldn't give me a reason. I even said, you can never talk to me again after this, but just tell me what I did wrong, and she wasn't saying anything but calling me crazy. After the conversation going on for a loop for 10 minutes she says bye and blocks me again. I was so confused and slightly hurt at what she did, because I have social anxiety, and decided to take a risk, and this is what happened. I literally have no idea why she ghosted me after just one time hanging out, but whatever, I'm over trying to figure it out. TLDR, met girl from the internet just once IRL, and got ghosted right after. This happened around 2002-2001. My friends and I were 16 over 17, and we would chill in my basement. It had internet, pool table, chill pad, etc. Well, one of my buddies would hop online and always chat with a girl he met on AOL Instant Messenger. This one particular friend was the guy in the group who said obvious lies. Stuff like, I used to be a street racer, but my car was impounded by the cops. Being a racer was cool around this time, and kids would drive around in loud Hondas claiming they were a car club. Anyway, so my friend and this girl talk for quite some time on AIM, and he is filling her with stories about how he is the football star QB, and threw the winning TD pass, got carried off the field, cheered at pep rallies, was an international racing superstar, etc. I found all this out because she used to message my account asking for him. I just thought he needed some self-esteem boosting, and was using her as that. Never in a million years did I think he was actually going to go see this person, because of all the lies he told her that would obviously render not true the second she met him. Well, about 3 months later he asks my buddy and I if we would drive him down to South Ganiamakan to see this girl. I told my buddy immediately about the lies of my other friend, and to my shock he was like, we have to go. And so we went. We arrived at her house, but she was not home. So my friend wanted to wait for her. Also, he didn't tell her he was coming. He told us he told her, but in keeping up with his MO, he went ahead and lied to us about that. Her parents called her where she worked and told her some boy was waiting to see her. So she left work and came home. The girl told Ryan she was prom queen, very popular, was a model on her spare time. You know, pick some imaginary made up bullshit about what and who you want to be, and then type it out on AIM. She pulls up and gets out of the vehicle. She is no less than 270 pounds and wearing Gigolo makeup. My other friend and I quite literally break down laughing. It's uncontrollable. Ryan, the girl says with a pause, looking scared. Ryan immediately starts yelling at her. You lied to me, was literally the first thing he said out of his mouth. I can still remember his distraught tone. My other friend and I are literally crying on the driveway on our hands and knees because the entire scene was such poetic justice. Two pose catfishers caught in each other's net. Ryan never even spoke to her after those words. She went to stop him from getting in the car, and he told her to go away. We got in the car and drove back to Atlanta laughing the entire way. Ryan continued to lie like a pose for the rest of his life. This is late, but boy do I have a story. Long af, so TLDR below. Several years ago I was heavily enmeshed in a fandom surrounding a band. I had a Tumblr for it, and it was a lot of fun. One of my mutuals was Music Lover for Life. She was pretty cool. Around my age, 23 at the time, and into the same theories and interests surrounding the band. One of the things fans in our corner bonded over was the atrocious way the band's management, PR reps, label and handlers were treating them. Like most fandoms, there were fans who went really deep in, seeing everything as a coded message or secret sign, going in depth with what may secretly be happening behind the scenes too. Anyway, Music Lover for Life was a mutual. She'd posted pictures of herself and about her life on several occasions, and we'd sent messages that were posted on my blog. Nothing heavy. When I put out feelers looking for people to go to the band's next concert with me, she bit. Seemed great. 2 other fans, in their 30s, bit as well, even offering to drive. I bought tickets and Music Lover for Life paid me for hers via PayPal. I was getting a ride to a city an hour away to meet up with her, and then she would drive to the next city where the other 2 ladies would drive us the next 2 hours. All was good. We started talking more and more up to the day. Nothing seemed unusual or strange. First red flag. A few days before the concert, we were talking about fashion/beauty and I mentioned wanting to lessen the obviousness of my upper lip hair before the concert. She recommended I try a wax strip and a particular brand of them. Said they work great and don't hurt the skin. So the day before I go out and buy them, follow the instructions to a T. The strip ripped off a layer of my skin. It was horrific. By that night I had huge oozing scabs all over my upper lip. In desperation I bought an expensive cover-up foundation. It did little to hide it, but I wound up going to the concert looking like that. When I mentioned what happened to her, she said, yeah, that's why I never use those. And that brand is known for ripping skin. But she recommended it, even the brand, saying it worked great. Normally I'd do a lot more research, but I really didn't want to think she did that on purpose, knowing it would probably hurt me. But red flag 2. When I get down to meet her, we are supposed to meet at her apartment. After driving around ages unable to find her place and not getting any response to my texts, me and my ride getting more and more anxious. She calls, she says meet me at the Starbucks on street name. I start feeling uncomfortable. It was weird. I get to the street, grab my stuff, and I'm about to walk over when a woman approaches me. Same race as my internet pal, but more than 100 pounds heavier than the pictures she had posted in the past. Different facial features too. She introduced herself. Hi, I'm Music Lover for Life, aka Caitlin. Okay. Weird that she's been misrepresenting herself. But I was young and anxious and wanted to see this band, so I go with her and we meet the other women who were exactly as represented and really lovely. Red flag 9000. We get to the venue and this woman starts acting nuts. As anyone at a concert, we talked about the band and its music. I mention my favorite member and how I think he's got a great sense of humor and I like the lyrics he comes up with. She tells me you don't know him like I do. He's a faking little rat. You don't even know the things he's done. Okay. She said more uncomfortable, if or even bizarre things, and I decided I was just going to try and enjoy the concert and never speak to her again after this because I was feeling really creeped out and uncomfortable. Red flag 6 billion. When we got to our seats I gave her ticket. I didn't even think. One ticket was so much closer, even though it was a seat away. She grabbed that seat so fast I thought I had whiplash. Mind you, I bought the tickets, found the seats, and she just paid me back. She would wind up spending the whole concert crowing about her seat, purposefully blocking my view, and if I even stretched my neck to get a good look she'd start yelling that I paid for my ticket too. I paid for my ticket and deserve a good seat. If I didn't think she had some mental health issues, then I certainly did after this next one. Red flag 7 trillion. My favorite member of the band had been hanging out with a guy recently, and they had been photographed/seen on what could look like dates. To the public my favorite member was dating another person, a woman. Some fans were thinking she was a beard for him, or maybe he was cheating on her with this guy. Well, we had pretty good seats, and this guy, the friend of the band, happened to walk by us. I was kind of excited, I won't lie. He's friends, or whatever, with my favorite member, and it was neat to see someone I'd only seen in pictures in real life. I did not approach him, or say anything though. Music lover for life went nuts. She started screaming, "There's the homewrecker. I'm going to slit his throat and run him over. Ho point lies point it." He kept walking, and I'm sure he had to gave herd. I was shocked. She believed that the band member this guy was friends with was secretly gay or bisexual, and this dude was trying to split up the relationship slash beardship with the girlfriend. I said to Music Lover for Life very firmly, "You cannot threaten to kill people, and you certainly may not do it around me." I then told her I was going to get Wi-Fi, and I contacted my mother to tell her what was up and that if something happened it was this girl. A few years on I realize I should have told security. When I got back, Music Lover for Life was texting on her phone, on full brightness with an extra large font, telling someone that I was the crazy one, and I'd stormed out after I had caused issues. Not only that, but she met up with the owner of a large blog I knew of while we were there. The blog owner showed up and absolutely refused to acknowledge me, so I knew Music Lover for Life had spread these lies to her. It was nuts. Music Lover for Life proceeded to tell me she believed that this bigger blog was an insider who could get her in on the secret behind the scenes band stuff, and that was all she cared about. More than that happened afterwards, involving her acting more and more erratic. After the concert she spread lies about me to many blogs in the fandom. She claimed I was nuts and dangerous, and that I had gone crazy at the sight of this friend of the band. I'm sure she said more, because I was swiftly blacklisted. I noticed a drop in messages to my blog. Online people I would talk to about the band stopped answering my messages / texts. It was really upsetting. I decided something that should be a fun hobby should stay that way, and eventually left Tumblr and the band fandom. I do still sometimes listen to their music, though. TLDR, internet friend turned out to be mentally unstable, didn't look like her pictures, may have recommended me a beauty product she knew was dangerous on purpose to hurt me, and threatened to kill a friend of the band at the concert we attended when we met. Also got me blacklisted from the fandom we were in. Not mine, but an ex-coworker told me this story. His son, A, met a kid, K, online playing FIFA. K lived about a 5-hour drive from Phoenix. Somewhere near Vegas, I think. Anyway, they became really good friends and K asked A to come visit. Coworker decided fuck it, why not, you're old enough. So they went out on a Thursday to meet K and his mom. Everything went fine for the visit and Coworker felt good enough to leave his son there for the weekend, and he'd be back the following Monday. Well, everything was fine for the first half of Friday, until the landlord went to the house closer to the evening. He was demanding rent money and the mom exploded, dragging K into the fight too. Landlord didn't get money and left, super pissed, and K's mom and K kept fighting. I was in K's room the whole time, with his headphones on, playing games. Some time passed, and K went back into his room, crying his eyes out. He explained the situation, and asked A for some money. I was like 18, and had just graduated high school. He didn't have much money, so I awkwardly had to call my coworker, and explain the situation. He didn't say yes or no, he said I'll be right there. He was thinking that they were going to harm A if he said no, so he immediately drove out, and went to get him. When he got there, the mom was like, "Oh my god, thank you so much for helping," but my coworker told A to get a sheet, because they were leaving. The mom realized that she wasn't getting the money, so she ran inside, and tried to bar A from leaving, and when he ran past her she got a knife from the kitchen. Luckily, by the time she came back, I was already in the car and they were driving off. They don't talk anymore. Met this guy on a Cupid. The context is that I had just been very painfully rejected by a guy I was deeply into, and was still in a funk months later over him. I was trying to date again, and this guy started messaging me. I was basically an open book, and we had some long ML threads mostly talking about me and how I felt. I appreciated the attention and I think I missed the red flag aspect of it. Because I was still feeling vulnerable about the previous rejection. So I was totally okay with this guy telling me how great I was and how much he liked me. Some of his messages in hindsight were a little over the top about how much he related to me and felt he knew me, how we were the same, and how he was having these revelations when talking to me, and things like, wow, I can't believe I've met someone like you. This is just so unbelievable that you have this interest, that I also have, etc. This went on for a few weeks, and we decided to meet up in person. I had met up with people I had talked to much less in a shorter time frame off there before, so I didn't really feel too nervous about it. Well, we agree to meet at a restaurant in my neighborhood. Guy shows up and immediately he's acting very weird, twitchy, strange mannerisms. He's telling me how he hasn't slept in 3 days because he was so looking forward to meeting me, and apologizing for acting weird because of it. I'm already kind of on edge, because I definitely didn't have strong feelings for this guy. I was expecting a normal first date where you both kind of feel each other out with no real expectations. It just gets weirder and weirder. He's acting very strange, and finally we order some food, after he's acting overwhelmed by the menu. Then he is telling me about how he is certain that the dating and timing of when we messaged each other was of cosmic significance, because the date and time were some number that had special meaning to him or something. At this point, I'm guessing he has some sort of schizoid personality type, and I feel deeply uncomfortable and don't really know how to talk to this guy. We get our food, and he isn't eating any of it, keeps saying he's too nervous to eat because he had been looking forward to this so much. So I'm sitting there eating my food while he's talking about how amazing and great it is to finally meet me. He basically takes 2 bites of his food the entire time I'm there. He won't finish eating, even though I had finished my meal 20 minutes ago. It had been about an hour since the date started, but it felt like about 8 hours, and I'm desperate to leave. Finally, I try to tell him that it's getting late and I need to work in the morning, so we leave, and I can tell he still wants to hang out, or is kind of upset I want to leave, but he lets me go. Later on, he messages me about how great he thinks the date went and is excited to hang out again. I told him there would be no more dates because I found his behavior really bizarre and I didn't feel comfortable. He goes on to say he knows he was weird, but if I just gave him another chance, he swears he would be totally normal. He wrote me probably 5 hugely long messages that were essentially essay length following up. I still don't know if this guy was just incredibly anxious and was basically acting weird, or if he was seriously mentally unwell, but he creeped me out in a way that I've never experienced again. Not me, but a close friend of mine loved to stay with and host people through that site couchsurfing. She was having 2 guys come stay with her coming through our town from Portland the weekend that TurdyFat was going to be happening here. One guy was traveling around working on a documentary about something. The other guy was someone he'd picked up in Portland, who said he'd been robbed at the airport. Suitcase, ID, ticket, everything was gone. All he had was the clothes he was wearing, which included khakis, a button-up shirt, and some like dollar store flip-flops. Guy said he worked as a producer for PBS and seemed super normal and nice. So we meet up with these guys and our friend and go to TurdyFat so the one guy can film people for his documentary and the other can hang out. This other guy, the one who was robbed, was totally broke, so we bought him some beers and lunch and even a new pair of shoes and some toiletries. We all felt so bad for him. The guy stayed in town for the weekend and then moved on, and we didn't think anything of it until a couple days later someone contacted my friend on couchsurfing to tell her to check and see if any of her stuff had been stolen. Turns out the guy had been traveling around romancing single girls on couchsurfing and dating websites, moving in with them, convincing them to support him and his career, stealing their stuff, and then leaving town. He was eventually caught and arrested, and once in a while I Google to see if I can find any more about him. Luckily he didn't steal anything or do anything creepy to us or our friend, but this guy came to our home for a meal, accepted our charity, etc. What a creep. Here's an article about when he was first arrested and when he was released. I never met this dude, but when I was in late high school, maybe 16, I had a group of friends I played games online with. I had been playing games with a few of these guys for 6 years at that point. We had a newer friend who we had only been friends with for a few months, and who I wasn't super close with, but he was good at the game, and he was friendly, so we accepted him. We will call him Casper. So for reference, I at the time was a 16-year-old drama nerd, weighed like 100 pounds, and I'm female. This man lived in Louisiana, but was from Russia. He had a very clear accent. He was in his early 30s and worked in a mine. One day I was playing and he joined my game and we got to chatting, just the two of us. He added me on Facebook through our group chat and began messaging me through Facebook all faking day. I eventually unfriended him because he was being annoying and overtly hitting on me and getting really pushy when I wouldn't message him back. We still sometimes ended up in games together through mutual friends, and I tolerated it because I didn't want to make him angry. Eventually, like the leader of our group, he will be called Dave. He was also 30, but he was military, had 2 kids, and is genuinely one of the best dudes I know. Noticed I wouldn't talk really when Casper was around, and I told him. So Dave orchestrated the mass unfriending of this dude. I'm talking a network of probably of 100 people just iced this dude. And then it was over for a few months. Things went back to normal. 5-ish months later, I got a message request through Facebook of Casper in my hometown, in California, by the town square sign. My blood ran cold. He sent another message that he was hoping to see and to send my address. So I told my parents and my parents told the police. I also told Dave and everybody, and they organized a group of people who lived with a few hours of me to go and chase him out of the faking state. And it worked. Over the years I have received the occasional message from Casper on alternate accounts. As far as everyone could gather, he moved back to Russia not long after this whole incident. I fell out of regular contact with Dave due to life circumstance, but I will always have infinite respect for what he did and how he organized a legion of gamers to come to my defense. Dave and my core group are still all friends with me on social media and even a few on Discord, though Dave never figured out Discord and never made the jump to PC. When I was in high school, I joined an RPG message board site and met a bunch of people who would become my best friends for a few years. Among those people was a girl, I'm a girl as well, who, it turned out, lived only about an hour away from me. I was 15 and she was 17 at the time, and she was going through some tough stuff, drug use, some messy relationship stuff, and a pretty rough home life. She was struggling with mental health and self-harm stuff as well. We became close, exchanging MSN details and eventually home phone numbers, but once we started talking in person, I quickly realized that I was in over my head. I was trying to be a supportive friend, but she's saying things that made me really uncomfortable. Things like I was the only thing keeping her alive, and how she wanted to come meet me, and for us to run away together and stuff. I eventually tried to cut contact, but because I had shared too many identifying details, she was able to figure out which high school I went to, and also figure out my class schedule. We had seen pictures of each other, so I knew what she looked like and vice versa. One day, a couple weeks after I'd talked to her last, she showed up at my high school and followed me into my math class saying she just wanted to talk to me. My math teacher just thought she was in a different grade and ushered her out, but I was freaked. I ran out of class and ditched the rest of the day so I could try to make it home without seeing her again, which I did. But that afternoon she called me house and my little sister picked up. She told me little sister to tell Idris that I love her and I'll see her soon, and then hung up. I should have told me parents what was going on, but they were pretty strict about internet usage and internet safety, and I thought they would be mad at me for breaking all the rules and allowing an internet person access to my real life, so I just figured I would deal with it myself. I honestly don't remember what happened after that, but we did start talking again online and she never showed up in person again, but I was so horrified for those few days. Met a guy with similar interests who seemed really cool on an online car forum. He was from my hometown and he moved back. We hung out often. However, whenever I asked him a question and he'd give an answer and I didn't believe it, I'd casually ask another time and he'd give me a completely different answer. He would ask me to do things that I didn't feel comfortable doing, then get super upset when I didn't do them. For example, called me up and asked me if I would buy a car if he gave me the money and insured it in my name so that he could drive it. I asked him why he couldn't do it himself and if he had a driver's license. He said he did, but it was complicated but wouldn't elaborate. I said no, I wouldn't do that, and he got upset. His lack of driver's license came up before, and he'd mentioned he lost it for whatever reason, and then I casually asked him again a few days later, and he said he had one, valid. I helped him out once, because he said that his friend ripped him off and paid him for some stuff with counterfeit money, and he had no recourse. Then another buddy I introduced him to told me that this guy took him aside and asked him if he'd be interested in counterfeiting money with him. So much for the I got ripped off story. Yikes. Essentially nothing he said added up, and he was very suspicious and would get angry when I tried to ask follow-up questions, and he sensed I wasn't buying it. Changed his number frequently, as in once every 2 weeks or so. One time he showed me texts from somebody he said was harassing him from an online buy and sell. This guy said he got ripped off and was going to the police. This buddy dismissed the buyer as crazy and promptly changed his number. His backstory was dubious, always changed, and his source of income was suspect. I got the impression he was scamming people online. I promptly noped the fuck out of spending time with him. This was over 10 years ago. I was talking to this guy for a few weeks online and things were going well. We decided to meet up for a date. He actually seemed like a cool guy and things were going well. A lot of other online dates I had in the past were bad from the start. However, at the end of the date he invited me to his place. When I'm there, he is giving me a tour of his home. He had this beautiful house in LA, which was probably crazy expensive. We got to his room and I said, "Oh, I gotta see how big your closet is, because I'm sure it's the dream closet, haha." I opened the door, and it was a huge closet, but it was full of these nicely organized boxes. I asked him about the boxes. He was quiet for a while, and asked me if I had any fetishes. I told him, not really, just typical shit. He opens one of the boxes and they are full of new diapers. He told me that each row was a different brand and sizes. He said that he likes to wear diapers and is really into trying different brands, styles, and materials. He then takes off his pants and was legit wearing a fake diaper. I really did not know what to say. I'm a psychotherapist in real life, so I think sometimes my neutral response to odd things makes people feel validated. I just started at him for a second and thought, fuck, why did he have to be into diapers, haha. He started telling me that he enjoys wearing them to work, around the city, and even likes to use them, just to see if anyone would notice. Of course no one had, because you wouldn't expect that. I stayed for like 15 more minutes, to not embarrass him. But, after that I never saw him again. He even told me that he hosts these diaper parties and thought I should join. I swear LA is a fake and weird place sometimes, hahaha. Not so much a horror story as just a turned out to be a shitty friend story. When I was 14 my family and I moved to another state for almost 2 years. While I was gone I kept in contact with my cousin who lived where I was from. One day while talking on AIM she mentions she had been hanging out with a girl that reminded her of me. She was really into fantasy and anime. She gives her my AOL name so we can talk. I'm not the most social person, so I was a bit peeved my cousin had done that, but she ended up being right. We had a lot in common, and we hit it off great. A new friendship was started between me and this girl I had never met, Stephanie. For over a year we talked multiple times a week online. We would watch the same animes and shows at the same time, and then discuss them, sometimes read the same books even. It was fun. Then my sister had a baby and my parents wanted to move back home to be closer, so right before my junior year we moved back to my old town. Naturally that meant Stephanie and I could meet up and hang out now that we would be local to each other. And so we do. And it was awkward. I'm a naturally awkward person by the way, so for me to call someone else awkward is saying something. We attempted to hang out a few times, sometimes with my cousin, sometimes just us. It was always awkward. None of that great friendship chemistry from online translated in person. And I guess, because it wasn't working we even fell off talking online too. Well, I just checked it off as one of those things and gave up on the friendship. Now Stephanie attended a private school, so I never saw her anywhere else. I figured we were done after not talking for 4 months until one afternoon she shows up at my house out of the blue. I was surprised. She had wanted to borrow some anime I had. I didn't really know what to say, but there she was in my room looking through my box sets asking to borrow 2 series. I just kinda shrug and say sure. Maybe there was still hope for the friendship after all, if she felt comfortable asking that. So these were 2 big series animes, so I wasn't calling her a week later asking for them back or anything, because I knew it would take a while to watch. But weeks turned to months and nothing. After a few months I started sending emails and texts, just friendly little messages like hey, wondering if you finished those DVDs yet? She never responded, not once. I tried going through my cousin too, but she admits they hadn't talked in months either. Great. I never knew where she lived. All I could do was call and leave voicemails that she never returned. I was pissed because it was almost $200 worth of DVDs she had borrowed, but after a while I just let it go. Eventually I sold off all my box sets anyway. Flash forward a few years, and I'm hanging out with my cousin, and she tells me she ran into Stephanie one day and even asked her about the DVDs. After talking a little while, "You're not going to be happy," she warns me. Apparently Stephanie admitted she ended up trading them into GameStop along with some of her own collection, so she could get credit to help buy her boyfriend a DS. What a cunt. It started innocent enough. Back in the 90s Yahoo groups was all the rage. I was in a bad watching group. I met some girl in there. I would log into the internet to check my email, mess around in the groups, maybe chat on Yahoo Messenger, whatever. Pretty much all that I shouldn't do when I should be doing my homework. So this girl would pretty much wait for me to log in and then talk my ear off, figuratively speaking. She would talk and talk in the chat program. I sometimes log in and not plan on initiating talking anyone. I wanted to just log in to see if any other friend IM'd me. I was then going to log off and do whatever. She, I'm sure, would wait for me to log in. I log in and there she would be talking my ear off, figuratively speaking. I didn't want to be rude and not answer. She would not shut up. After a while I had to excuse myself to do homework or chores or whatnot. I live in Michigan. She is from Oregon. One day we were talking and she admits she is going to Michigan for an event. Okay, cool. So she goes on and she says she is going to the event in my hometown. I had no clue this event was going on because it was not publicized. At the time I just hired in at a fast food place. I would go visit her at the event the week or so she was in my hometown after I got off work. So she seemed pretty normal. Her parents seemed cool. Her many siblings at first seemed cool. She has like 5 siblings or so. So I invite her over to my place. She and her brother came out. We ride my parents' golf cart around. I think I went back to her campsite to make sure she gets back safely. I forget. This was a long time ago. So they demand I say a prayer with them. I'm agnostic. I'm fine with folks and religion. I have issues with fanatics. So they seem to be a tad on the fanatic side. I get home and mom tells me to be careful as they seem to be fanatics. She also tries to teach me about strangers online and such. I did have permission to ask her over though. Mom was home when they came over. I also had mom's permission to tell the girl I'm from the town she was visiting. Time went on. Yahoo groups died. At some point we found each other on Facebook. She gave me her phone number. I called her when it would be late in Michigan because she would be still awake out in Oregon. I moved all over the state, but I always lived in Michigan. I ended up going to a community college in one town I moved to. I joined the Gay/Straight Alliance. I'm a straight ally. So I would call her and she would make like no effort to talk. I ran out of things to talk about. She sometimes talked here and there, but I could hardly hear her. I gave up trying to get her to talk as she would make little to no effort to talk, and if she did I couldn't hear her. That is one complaint. Oh, and I even tried to get through to her. I ran out of things to say. I pointed out when we met she would talk my ear off on the chat program. I even IM'd her on Facebook one day demanding she talk more on the phone instead of making me do all the work. Didn't help. Oh well. It's not like I could hear her when she did talk. Another complaint is whenever I did something with the GSA she would act like I was doing something bad. For instance, our school would put on drag shows. Granted, you don't have drag shows in church, but I see no problem with them taking place at a public school. If anything bad went down I would have left. Nothing bad went down. I stayed through the whole thing. keep in mind, when we had these events the school police would be on duty and watch the event right there in the room with us. I think it was because of the big crowd. I guess if something bad happened then there would be a police officer watching. I'm not sure exactly why the police officer was there. Crowd control I figure. So picture it. A. An uniformed police officer on duty watching the show from the crowd. B. At least one advisor, a school employee, there. Do you really think anything bad happened at these shows? Not really. The acts were PG at the worst of it. Ever been to a drag show? It is cross-dressing with lip singing. Pretty innocent. The school let us put these shows on. If we were too out of line I'm sure the cop would tell us to chill out. If we really got out of hand I'm sure we would get kicked out and or arrested. I think she is just ignorant and automatically thought I was doing something bad. She is very religious. She thought pretty much everything I did was bad. I was just being a silly college kid. I'm not sure if you could call her homophobic. I guess yes, because whatever I did with the GSA seemed to offend her, but yet she has gay friends. I don't think she accepts them as equals though. If I did something not related to the GSA some of that stuff she thought to be immoral too. I think she is too strict. So she has gay friends. She goes to a church that believes, if you are gay you are not a Christian. What the fuck? I believe if there truly is a Christian God it loves everyone equally. Like I said I'm agnostic. I'm not going to claim I know what is there, because I don't think anyone can know for sure. I believe that everyone who can behave in public can go to church. I don't give a flying fuck if you are gay or not. Sit there, listen to the service, sing a few hymns, take communion and leave. What you do in your private life is between you and God, not me. I don't believe being gay is a sin. I believe that one does not choose to be gay. It just happens. Some people are gay. Some aren't. No big whoop. She has pretty much no sense of humor. I played an innocent prank on her. She was not happy. Oh, lighten up. I used a website to send anonymous texts to her cell phone. None of the texts were dirty or mean. I thought it was harmless fun. She was not thrilled. So I outlined all my complaints I have with her. This was the straw that broke the camel's back. So I got back from school after a drag show. It was pretty late Michigan time. I was pumped because I love the arts, be it visual or performing. The drag shows are pretty fun. I have been in a few plays. As a performer I can honestly say the amount that goes in to do one of those is amazing. It truly is an art. Not only were students allowed to be in the show. Some professional drag queens from the gay bar in town donated their time to perform as well. Sure, they got tips as they performed, but we didn't pay them beyond that. Classy people, those professional drag queens. I was so grateful they were so kind to us to help us out. I called her that night pumped. So I go to tell her about the show, and she flips out and cuts me off. Well, I didn't really have anything to talk about except the drag show. I was mad she cut me off, and she was not willing to hear me out. I hung up. I then unfriended her husband, her mom, and her. Oh, and when that girl and I were friends her mom got my email, and every week would write these long email updates on the family. I found it to be really weird. I asked her why she did that. She had a legit reason, but I only knew that girl well, and I hardly knew the family. Why would I care about the rest of them? So from then on I refused to call her, email her, her or anything. I cut her out of my life. One day I was working out with my personal trainer, and I got a text as the trainer and I were going out for a walk. She said she got an email from me, but she thinks it's spam. People keep hacking Yahoo accounts and sending spam to folks in your contact list. She seemed to think we were still friends. I texted back no email. That was the last thing I ever texted her. I did get spam from her account one day. I sent her an email stating she should change her password as I got spam from her. That was the last time I said anything to her. I have nothing against religious people as long as they don't think everything I do is a sin. They are not fanatics, they don't push religion on me. They are not bigots, not weird. She fit some of those things in that list, plus she was so boring. I couldn't get her to talk hardly at all, and loud enough I can hear her. When I was going to that school I was pretty stressed out due to some people in that town, the one I was living in, making my life a living hell. She was adding to it. I wasn't getting anything out of our relationship. She was adding to my stress. She was judging me pretty hard. She had no sense of humor. She was adding to stress and not fun to interact with. Why should we be friends? I see no reason to. Glad our relationship is over. I'm a lot happier now. Probably a mild example compared to what most of you guys posted, but after I turned 21, I took a Greyhound to Charlotte to meet my best online friend of 9 years on Steam. There was nothing wrong with meeting them, and the actual trip itself was fantastic and still one of the best times of my life, but the journey back to Detroit was when shit just all went horribly wrong. There was a bunch of confusing stuff that happened once I got off the bus to wait for my connecting one to arrive at the Charleston station, but due to some kind of unforeseen circumstance, the bus didn't show up, and I was stuck waiting at the station for a little over 15 hours. The place was filled with sketchy people, and I had anxiety medication I needed with me to take. Then you can imagine how it feels when the power briefly goes out, and I'm in the restroom. When I left to go find my stuff, everything was as it should be. And then I find both of my medication bottles were gone, and I hadn't taken any that day. I'm searching through my bag and I always put the bottles in a specific pocket of it. They weren't there, and I know full well I didn't have them on my person. It was my prescription for the rest of the month and the rest of the 18-hour ride home, not to mention the 2 weeks, until I got my prescription refilled, tried filing a report, talking to my doctor, etc. No dice, was probably some of the worst withdrawal I've ever had in my life. TLDR, someone stole my drugs in a Greyhound during a brief blackout on my way back from spending a month with an online friend, and the ensuing month was horrible. So I joined a pretty massive CS gaming community. They also had other games, but CS was the big one. They had several servers always at the top of the custom browser, full and waitlisted. The website was done very nice and had a very organized leadership. It was all ran by this one dude that basically funded everything. I happened to move from college to the city where they were based out of just by coincidence. They did meet and greets every few weeks, so I finally decided I would go and check one out. It was a cookout out, and I actually had a good time. Met some people IRL that enjoyed games as much as me, and I eventually met the leader and we talked a bit about what I do. Some time goes on, and I stay active in the community. I guess because I had visited an event, it automatically raised me in the ranks, and I was given more responsibility. After a while the leader kept pursuing me and wanted to talk about some side work for the website using my skills we had discussed. I go to meet at his work office one day and we start talking more about myself and if I had a personal life. I started to get a bit uncomfortable thinking I knew where this was going, and I think he sensed that and quickly cut to the chase. Basically he was running this little scheme where we would attempt to find lonely gamer guys and hook them up with Chinese girls whose families were trying to get them in a US medical school. He wanted me to marry this girl and would give me a couple grand and then more when she graduated. He advised I could divorce just after 2 years, but who knows, you may get yellow fever like me. I was seriously in what the fuck mode. He then showed me this picture of what I'm sure she was a very nice girl, but was so ugly. I don't consider myself hot stuff, but if I was going to have to change my whole life and only get paid 10k, they could at least make it worthwhile my while. Anyway, I kind of bullshitted my way out of it. I also found out this guy was bringing in Chinese families and charging them rent to run donut shops. The families basically work 23 hours a day to be able to make enough to pay him back and could barely save anything for themselves. I slowly removed myself from the group and gaming community. They are still around. Not sure if the guy is still in charge or not. I hope he is in jail. Disclaimer, I live in NC. I met this girl on POF, decent looking, nice, polite, kinky, wanted to try exploring my submissive side, and she liked being dominant, so figured fuck it, why not, right? From the second I showed up the horror started and didn't end. I really liked her, came to her house, she met me outside and invited me in. Been a change Bob and dependopotamus mother, we're this girl's faking home life, still no idea in their relation to each other. First thing I'm greeted to was Dependopotamus, who was toothless and had a 3-year-old. She waves and says hi. Benishange Bob says hi and goes back to TV. Now this girl looked a little overweight in her pics, height slight chin etc. But she's cool and I've been texting her for a month falling for her. She's shorter than me. I'm 5'7" and weighs 240 plus. Easily she proceeds to sit on my lap and kill me for 2 hours as we play Card Against Humanity with her friends who showed up. Cut to dinner. We go to the kitchen, dollar store pizzas yay, and she sits on me again and starts faking biting the fuck out of me hard. I ask her to stop and she says I like seeing you in pain, though internally I say fuck, gotta get out. Externally I say well you did say you were dominant, haha. She does it some more and I deal with it. Go back to living room sitting on couch side by side, thank god my knees. Benishange Bob in front of me 3-year-old and girl says, when I get my dick I don't wanna have ant balls. They can do that now. Oh I'm sorry if you don't want to hear this. I respond oh it's fine whatever, be yourself, your house I guess. She laughs, offers me a job I decline, and she and Dependopotamus mother go to bed. Girl gets me back to her room. I don't know how the fuck that happened, probably to polite in months without sex. She's laying on me, I'm dying, and she says I have a secret I go to. Or what is it? She then says I recently lost my virginity to my who isn't important, weird but okay. We talk for a bit longer and she says I recently had to move out of my cousin's cause I couldn't afford rent. Red flag goes off to add up a bit and I ask her well what happened? She explains that her cousin said as or GTFO and after a couple months of doing that she felt wrong and nasty and left. I kind of pitied her, but legit was not interested. After I heard her fuck her cousin, told her bye good night, left and told her I'm not interested in talking anymore over texts on the way home. Had an online friend from clear across the globe, quite literally as far as possible, for several years. I knew he had a crush, but I wasn't interested, and told him so. He would talk about coming to visit someday to see the States and meet, and I told him if he made the trip someday for himself then I'd be okay getting lunch or something, but that I wasn't comfortable with him coming here for me. He said he understood, and that was the last I'd heard of it. At least until my mother informed me that she'd talked to him at length. Back then, it wasn't unusual for my mom to also speak to any of my internet friends to sort of vet them. I was young and the internet was new, and decided he was sad and lonely and needed a holiday, so she went ahead and invited him to come stay with us for a month. I was so horrified, and when I tried to explain to her why that was so not okay, she told me it was her house and she'd have whatever guests she wanted, and I was to behave politely or else. He arrived. It was horribly awkward. He had no sense of personal space and often moved so silently through the house I'd have no idea he was standing behind me while I did the dishes until he said something and I could feel his breath on my ear and neck. He'd knock on my bedroom door insistently and at all hours, and more than a few times tried to open the door even, which was of course locked, and then pout to my mother that I was being cold when I didn't let him in. My mom then forced us into a 8-hour car ride to Disney for several days, and then abandoned me at Disney with him and my siblings. He always tried to touch me or be in my personal space, and I spent basically a month in a constant state of anxiety and stress akin to terror. I never spoke to him again after he went home, for which I was vilified, and to this day my mother has never once apologized to me for any of it. This was decades ago, and he still tries to contact me sometimes, as recently as a couple years ago. I was 18, in a philosophy forum. I met some people there. One of them was a woman. I don't know her age, but she was married and had 2 children that seemed to have around 5 years. She looked more like 40 than 30. From time to time she talked about things like chemtrails or other conspiracy theories, but I thought that it was fun, and after all she was a good person. I sent her a book that I liked. After few weeks of talking she says that she is going to left their husband and she wants to see me. 10 hours in car. She knows where I live because I sent her the book. I refuse, but she doesn't want to hear. If you come to my house I'll call the police. After that she seems to accept. A few days later I'm alone at home. My parents were in holiday. I live in a house near a forest. It gets dark and there are wild animals. It wasn't a stormy night, but around 0 hours someone knocks at the door. Yep, it was her. She didn't look threatening, and all that time in a car only you know me. I let her in. I offered her a dinner. I played ping pong with her. She offered drinking alcohol, I know, an evil cocktail. I refused. It was too late in the night. I didn't want her to sleep in her car or search for a hotel, so I pointed at my parents' room. You can sleep there if you want. I didn't sleep that night. I was listening carefully for any kind of noise the whole night. Well, the next day I say good morning and say she had to leave. She asks if I want to hang out. I say no. And that's the end of the story. I didn't come back to that forum. Sorry for my English. Knew our girl for years. We met on a Harry Potter fan forum and role playing site. We really bonded. It was like we were friend soulmates. Well, fast forward a few years, and she meets a newbie on the site, a guy. He's obviously one of those people who gets off of making shit up on the internet for sympathy. Had a whole story about how he was in the close line of succession of the royal family, UK, super rich, etc. When I expressed skepticism, he came up with an additional sob story about how he was dying from a brain tumor. My friend bought into the whole thing. Hook, line, and sinker. She thought I was an asshole for even doubting. Still, we managed to salvage our friendship, and I stayed neutral on Dude publicly. I flew out to visit her in California a while later, and it seemed to be going okay, but when we were out at Disneyland one day, I caught her texting Dude, and she was saying how she couldn't stand me anymore, and wished the trip was over already, and she'd have rather spent the time with him. I was crushed. We'd poured our hearts out into each other, and she was throwing it away for some guy begging for attention. I flew home, and found she'd blocked me everywhere, and we haven't spoken since. I'm still sad when I think of her, but I've slowly managed to think of her less. Last I heard of her, some of his lies ended up getting exposed, but she never tried to reach out after. I guess her pride stopped her. It's made me a lot less open to new people. I'm tired of getting hurt. Had been talking to this guy on Habbo Hotel, online game-ish, for a few months. We got talking on MSN and really hit it off for a year or two. We'd confide in each other, and I'd tell him all my worries. We'd plan on meeting up, though I was only 15 over 16 at the time, and learned a lot about internet safety, so was always careful. I'd spoken to his brothers in a joint group chat and separately, and everything seemed to be going well. Until one day he slipped up by somehow pasting a link to a profile on FB. It was a picture of him, only a different name. Turns out that the he I'd been speaking to all along was actually a she, same age, but female. Fair enough, I thought. I love them for their personality. She seemed to be feeling quite guilty and had a few issues, and then one day she said she had to leave FB and all the rest because her mum had died tragically. Eventually I found out that the brothers I'd been speaking to had been either her friends when in a group chat or herself. So I'd been made a mockery of, I felt, and that in actuality, her mum was still very much alive. Even through all of this, after a few years of not talking, we got speaking again, and eventually finally met in person. We had a bit of a relationship for about 6 months, but the distance got in the way, as well as more red flags cropping up, such as she'd also told her mum that I died at some point, and the other numerous lies therein just completely confirmed it would never be a legible relationship. I had a group of friends that all met through the same couple of games. Over time you learn things about them through the side chats, and found that one person had a lot of same interests as me. On summer break a few years later, a few posted about doing a meetup somewhere depending on where we lived. One of the people lived near New York City and had a place to stay for any traveler. Most people in our group had never been to New York City, so we planned it out and made the drives. Mine was 8.5 hours, some were further. We got there on a Sunday night. It was actually really neat to meet people face to face you have known for ages for the first time. The next day we all took the bus to Times Square and walked around New York City. Fantastic day. The next day it rained, so we stayed home and talked about the games we played, joked about shared experiences, etc. Completely casual. The hosts at some point started asking philosophical questions just like this sub about religion as a curiosity driver. Discussion started getting kind of deep to the point a few of us were just quiet and listening. To me it was the feeling of at what point did the conversation go from some buds hanging out enjoying company to this is getting a little creepy, why are we talking about this? By the end of that day, just night 3 of a week-long planned stay, we found out that the hosts were a part of a cult, and their goal in getting us all together was to convert as many as possible and get us to relocate near New York City to help expand the teachings. Some kind of laughed it off in a no way, but this is funny, but it creeped me out. These were people I've talked to on these games and in chat, some 4 years, and you would have never guessed this situation going in. The stereotypical warnings about people you meet online. 2 of us, myself included, left the next afternoon. I'm grateful I got to visit Times Square and see the city, but I was forever changed by that experience. Hello. So I have township and joined this community with one other person. We became really close. Others would come in and out of the community, yeah. So I didn't give the other person my name. I haven't been on township for years since this incident. So I gave her my email address. And being an idiot, I gave her some details on how I looked. My mom warned me that it could be a creepy old guy online grooming an 11-year. I was 11 at the time, 14 now, girl. Or something. As usual, I didn't pay 100% attention to that, but wasn't stupid enough to give the address. But that person did know what city I lived in. She lived in Saudi Arabia, I think. If she was a she could be lying about her whole identity. Anyway, I got really close to her. One day, a guy who was at least 20, she told me she's 13. He was like, hi, I'm from township. I was like, what the fuck, this guy's not 13, not a girl, not from Saudi Arabia. I actually said, hi, you mean you're her dad or uncle, right? Nah, I'm her. I had to kinda like cause I wanted you to like me. You want to visit? I got a nice place. And I never did learn your name. What's your address? Maybe I could visit your place. Anyway, then my mom came by and was like, who's this guy? And I said, a guy from township who totally lied about his identity. Anyway, let's go. And we left. My younger sister was pretty creeped out, and my baby sister didn't even understand what was going on. Not much of a horror story, but yeah. It is creepy when a guy totally lies about his identity online. I was a total idiot though. The guy kept calling out to us until it got to threatening and cursing, and we just ran away before anything else happened. So yeah, that's my horror story. Or horror-ish. A while ago I had an account on a small social media platform. I posted something, got a response from a smaller account, and we get to talking. Turns out she lives just south of the capital of my state and I live north by around 1 hour and 20 minutes. We talk for a while, start dating, and I invite her up for sushi and a movie with some friends. She grabs my hand in the theater and we share popcorn. A few months later she invites me down to spend the night. I make the drive, show up with 3 holidays worth of gifts for her, and instantly feel really anxious. I play it off in my head, because she's a female too, and I'm probably just nervous being away from home in someone's home. We play some Switch, and with her chinchilla, and it's time for bed soon. She says something, and I feel put off and unwelcome, so I lay down in the guest room, like I feel I should. She comes in and asks me why I'm there and not in her room with my things. I move to her room and lay down to hang out. Later on I'm panicking pretty good and hyperventilating. Anxious intrusive though of what if she's awake and doesn't give a shit crosses my mind. She's helped me through them often, leading me through calming exercises, and I've done the same, so I figure if she's awake she'd be interacting with me. I calm down after an eternity and look around the room as part of calming down. I notice she's awake, so I ask if I can have a hug. She replies yes and rolls over, so I'm spooning her. I give her the benefit of the doubt. I mean, she might been asleep. I wake up before her, she's still there, and I decide to text a friend. I don't know how to feel. Am I overreacting? If I'm not, is it my fault? Did I make her uncomfortable? We wake up, she gives me a plate of chicken to take home, and I leave a hoodie in addition to the gifts I've brought her. A week later she blows up and breaks up with me. I'm devastated. We decide to remain friends. A month later I'm having my dad fix my phone and she messages. Curious, he taps it and reads through the last few Snapchat messages. He says she'd been manipulating me to the borderline of emotional abuse for a while. She also sent sexual things and made me feel obligated to reply. She'd shame me and ignore me or act passive aggressive if I wasn't messaging her 24/7. He sits me down and explains all this. My world is shattered. She'd conditioned me to treat her as my only priority for so long. After a week of late night chatting with him, many tears, a month of recovery and a year of attempting to move on, I can finally say that I probably need therapy. I'm still just as confused about it all to this day. I'm curious what Reddit thinks of the situation. TLDR, naive me is probably emotionally manipulated by chick for around 2 years, resulting in mental health drop, but who is really at fault? I met a woman in a Kik chat room randomly. We hit things off immediately after a somewhat funny misunderstanding in the chat room we were in. As we chatted, she asked quickly why I was on Kik. I said looking for my Russian. I noticed she was Russian due to get solo. Smiley faces. I'm from Michigan, USA. Bride. However, they can't be divorced or have kids. She then told me she was married and had a child. I said, I think we can figure this out. Within a day I fell in love with this woman. She was perfect, beautiful, intelligent, hardworking, thought I was an idiot, just everything I've ever wanted. We decided we both felt the same say and met 2 times in person for 10 days each. Israel 2 years ago, Greece last year. I remember the first time I saw her and gave her flowers, how stunning she looked. We had these amazing trips where we argued, laughed, cried, and loved each other. I wouldn't change those trips for the world. Throughout the 2 years we've had many discussions about her possibly leaving her husband, what we need to do to make things work, etc. We've even stopped talking for weeks on end, trying to put a stop to this relationship. Always, I came back to fix things, because there wasn't a single second where she's not on my mind. Today she told me that she will never leave her husband, doesn't want me to visit her, and won't come to the US. I told her I would move there to be with her, and she did no. So, I suppose that's my horror story. Here I sit, sad and heartbroken. The only woman I can truly say I'll ever love, and I've had a good handful of longish relationships, will never be mine. I know she's out there. I know she exists. I know she belongs to someone else. I went to Vegas once, shortly after turning 23. I had been talking to a girl at the time. She was kinda cute by her pictures, had a great sense of humor, and I enjoyed talking to her and with her about random shit. Well, we finally meet up and basically miss space angles because she barely looked like her picture. Either that or extreme photoshopping, but either way my buddy and I hung out with her for a few hours, saw Judge Dredd, and had some food before buddy and I dipped to go gamble and get sheet-faced. Like, I get not having confidence in your looks, but don't lie folks, or give the impression of being someone you aren't, especially if you remotely consider liking someone, because you can't build any sort of healthy relationship or friendship on a foundation of lies. On Horror Story Meetup, I met my best friend who I've known now for almost 14 to 15 years now. We talked on the same chat room, and played Halo 3 together constantly as well as other games. He flew up one year to go to a pirate festival, and we got drunk together and basically had the best faking time in the world. No homo, but he's definitely one of my all-time favorite dudes, even if we butt heads sometimes. Another one is I flew across the US from the west coast to the east coast to help a buddy install a set of French doors. We had only really ever talked via Facebook Messenger and in Destiny. Him and his wife are pretty awesome folks and treated me like I was part of the family. Not to mention their doggo was absolutely precious. So basically not all online meetups can be horror stories, but many can be. So I played games with this guy for a few years in my teens. We'd talk about all sorts of stuff. Of course the topic of drugs came up. I'd smoked pot a few times and he asked if we could meet up and have a smoke because he'd never tried it. I found a weekend where my parents wouldn't be home and invited him around. I figure we'd smoke, play some Halo or watch a funny movie, and pig out on munches. Seeing as he was a bit green behind the ears, I wanted to give him a couple tokes of a joint, though I preferred bangs at the time. He rocks up, we chat for a bit, I show him around the place, and then decide to light up. He gets a bit of the giggles, says he feels funny but fine. After chilling out for a bit I decide I'd like a bong, so I pack myself up and smoke it. Then he says he wants to try one, because he was feeling fine. I'm hesitant because first time bong smokers usually have a bit of trouble, but he seemed alright, and convinced me he really wanted to try one. Okay. I pack him a little cone, he smokes it without too much trouble besides a bit of coughing and sputtering. All is well for about 30 seconds, then he straight up goes limp and crashes on the floor. I'd never seen anyone react like this. Is he dead? Did he have an aneurysm? Should I call an ambulance? Fuck. I grab his arms and start dragging him out to the garden to dispose of the body. Just kidding. I thought some fresh air might help. He was breathing. It's pretty tough honestly. Corpses must be surprisingly heavy. I prop him in a chair and go for some water to splash him. I slap him in the face lightly and eventually he comes to. Dude, where am I? What happened? Thank fucking God. You fainted, man. You're alright. It was a bit awkward after that. We chatted for a bit about weed and what it can normally do to people. I think he hadn't eaten, so I got him to dig into the snacks, and he was totally fine. He left like an hour later or so, and I haven't seen or talked to him since. Wow, this brought up some repressed memories. I was only about 12 years old and cell phones were pretty new at the time, but I had one, since my parents wanted to make sure I called them after school, to let them know where I was. I was into online games back in the day, and was playing Perfect World, don't judge me. Well, I ended up chatting with two people Fat Boy was in a party with. Turns out they were roommates. Let's call him Kyle and Kelly. At some point, we ended up trading phone numbers. Keep in mind, I was just 12 and stupid. Kyle and I talked all night for several nights, and then told me that he wanted to meet me, and I wanted to meet him too. I had mentioned what city I lived in, and our conversations lead to him asking me for a picture, and of course I asked for a picture of him as well. Welp, the picture that I was sent sobered me up real quick as I realized that he was well into his 20s and looked creepy AF. By this time, I had already sent him a picture of me and was freaking out because I told him what city I lived in and ended up freaking out and ghosting him, hoping that nothing bad would happen. After he gave up on trying to talk to me, several weeks later I get a text from Kelly warning me that he was a terrible person and to never answer any of his texts or calls anymore as he was a wanted criminal. I didn't reply, didn't tell my parents, because I was too scared, and was super paranoid for several months before totally forgetting about what had happened. Keep your kids safe, y'all. TBH, I don't know how I survived my middle school years, considering I went on Omegle as a kid, and did stupid things like this thinking that people just wanted to chat and hang out with an 11 over 12-year-old. TLDR. Had a repressed memory of being groomed as a child by an online predator, and found out he was a wanted criminal later on. I never met her in person, but I spoke to her for a year and a half every day through video chat and texts. When I first met her, her classmate, not a close friend, they hadn't spoken since they were kids, had committed suicide, which is sad, but she took it really to heart, and would talk every day about how she wanted to kill herself. She would get drunk every day and gave herself alcohol poisoning twice over the phone while we were chatting. She would keep me up till 3 AM crying and drunk and talking about how she was going to kill herself. I went kind of insane during the time I knew her, and I couldn't stop knowing her since she would threaten to kill herself every time. She eventually cut contact from me because she decided that I had become toxic, which I kind of had, but towards her I was mostly just telling her how the things she was doing were negatively affecting me. She would message me sporadically every few weeks, and it was always the creepiest stuff. The last text she sent me was 3 days ago where she tried to tell me that she was trying to get rid of her phone and she needed my full name, address and postal code so she could send me letters. I shouldn't have responded, but I said no and called her a stalker, and then she sent me this long thing about how she'd hoped for a better response and that she was finally giving up on our friendship. I haven't had a conversation with her in almost a year and she says she's gonna stop contacting me every time she contacts me with her creepy weird messages. A couple weeks ago she went on a public writing space she knows I use and spoke about how she wants to kill herself and murder other people as a way to get my attention because I was ignoring her phone calls. I knew a girl from several states away. Let's call her Gigi, was married and 12 years older than me. We played online 4 years and we were very close friends. G started having marital issues and swore she was going to get a divorce, but that didn't change anything. We still played together and didn't have any problems. But then out of nowhere she wanted to come see me. G drives 600 miles to come see me. She stays at my house sleeping on the couch. My current girlfriend was very concerned that something was going on, but I reassured her that nothing was going to happen. G was married and well out of my dating range. G talked a lot about getting a divorce and moving to my town. Then after 5 days she grabbed all of her stuff and moved back home. Didn't say anything, didn't call, she even waited until I was at work so I wouldn't see her go. It is clear G has some social phobias. Several months later my other friends online tell me that G had a huge crush on me. I was completely oblivious to it. Even if she did, she is married and too old for me. She is almost 50 years old. My dad is 55. Besides, I'm loyal to my girlfriend, so sorry. Well, years pass and my current girlfriend becomes my wife. When we finally are blessed with our first child, G wants to come visit to help with the baby. I talked it over with my wife and she thinks it would be fine. But G shows up 2 days after the baby is born, but then sits around and does nothing. The baby cries and she just sits on the couch playing on her phone. Over 3 days she only holds the baby once. All the diaper changes and feeding is done by my wife or myself. I guess she really wasn't interested in helping, she just wanted to get away from her life. I asked G if she wanted to go anywhere while she was visiting and she said no. My wife and I are still interested in being good hosts, so we take G to the zoo. And of course we bring our days old infant with us. We had to pack a whole bunch of stuff and of course I paid for everything. After it was over and done, G didn't say a word. In fact, I'm not sure she even cracked a smile the whole time we were there. Eventually my wife gets upset that G is not helping around the house. Worse than that, G has a really bad cough. My wife is very concerned that G will get our infant child sick. Fevers at that age can cause permanent brain damage. G says it is allergies, but regardless of how much allergy medicine she takes, she still coughs. Finally G gets ready for her trip home, and I apologized for it being a rather uneventful 5 days. With a hug and a smile, G says she had a great time. Then she leaves. The following day I find that G has blasts us on social media, saying we were bad hosts and I was a bad friend. She hated staying with us and we never took her out for coffee. Naturally this angers me, so I fire back. We asked if you wanted to go somewhere, you said no. You came to help with the baby, but you didn't change a single diaper. Honestly, it was a miserable 5 days for us too. This only caused G to delete me from her life. She even went so far as to try to turn my other friends against me, including my family members, telling them that I locked her in a room for 5 days. I can understand that you're mad about coffee, but that is taking it way too far. Several years later she contacted me and asked if we could still be friends. I did not respond. This actually isn't a horror story, quite the opposite. I used to go on the chat rooms on Equestria Daily, Brony news/media site, and talk with other people who liked My Little Pony. This was back in the days of everyone on the internet is a pedophile scare tactics being used on preteens. Well, I was no idiot, but I knew that most of the people I was talking to were decent people. I made one friend, who we'll call Data, who was much older than me. I was maybe 12 or so at the time. He was an adult. Sounds like a recipe for disaster, but this guy was actually really great. We had some cool conversations, mostly about the show and our predictions for the next season. He was a metal worker, and he made some really cool MLP wire art designs. He was headed to the Brony convention in my city, where I was also going. We were excited to meet and say hi, maybe hang out in the arcade for a while. They had one in the convention center. Unfortunately, one night while we and a couple other friends were watching old episodes on a streaming site, my mom demanded to see my screen. She insisted that these people were only trying to take advantage of me and called them all perverts in the chat under my name. I was terrified. My parents took my computer away for upwards of a year, and I thought I would never hear from Data again. Fast forward a few years, I'm headed back to that same convention that Data and I were talking about way back when. Little did I know, Data was going to the convention for a different reason than me. Turns out he was a merch vendor, and he had a stand in the merch hall along with all the other artists and vendors there. We never touched on this detail, so you can imagine my surprise when I walked into the merch hall to see my friend of 3 years selling his metalwork mere feet away from me. I nearly sprinted to his display stand and introduced myself. To my surprise, he recognized me. We stood at his stand and talked for a good 20 minutes until my dad got bored of waiting. I bought one of his wire sculptures, we hugged it out, and I went on my way. Really awesome guy, definitely very good at what he does. If you're reading this, Data, you're the man. I hope we run into each other again someday. I was friends with some team members in a slots game. We all chatted regularly on FB and Messenger. One guy and I used video chat to talk. He was so kind and intelligent for someone who raised himself on the streets from a young age. He had a foot job and a home now, and was taking care of an elderly family member as well. About a year and a half after we started chatting, I was driving cross country, New England down to the southwest. So we decided that was a great time for me to stop by and meet. We planned for me to stay at his place for a few days. When I got there, he said I had to be very quiet and brought me in through a creepy basement. Turns out his lives with the family member and hadn't asked if it would be okay for me to visit on my way through the state. He explained that when we first started playing the game, he had just gotten out of state prison and was a multiple felon on probation. Said that was from when he was young, had anger issues and partied a lot, was in and out of prison for a total of 15 years. He casually mentioned being diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia with pathological tendencies. He didn't like taking his medication because it was a plot by the penal system to control felons. I left and lucked into a motel on the other end of town somehow. He showed up around 3 AM acting all jingle/jangled and see. He had a friend drive him around until he found my car. He asked me if I wanted to go get a drink and if I liked to party. He proceeded to pull out meth and smoke it. He was so spastic and scary. I had to nope out of there fast. I was terrified. I had never experienced anything like this before. I slept in my car in a rest stop on the highway before finishing the last 500-ish miles of my drive in record time the next day. I was so sad and disappointed. I had really cared about the guy I met online, but oh my god, what an eye-opener. Can really only be mad at myself for believing in what people say. Never again. First off, I'd like you all to know that 1. This is considered an NSFW post as it could potentially trigger a few fellow redditors. If you're sensitive to the mention of harassment or sexual manipulation or anything of the sort, then please spare yourselves, as this story depicts a similar situation. Second off, there's a bit of a cast for this story. Red, the online friend I met. Jay, Red's ex-sociopath, an ex-friend that I'm not exactly fond of. And now, a bit of backstory. I met a boy over Instagram through a few other friends from my hometown. Let's call him Red. Turns out after I had moved from Florida to NC, he'd moved to somewhere near my old neighborhood and attended my old school. Red had made friends with my old friends and was a year older than me himself. The year he moved was 2017 to 2018, and as of this coming year, 2019 to 2020, he will be a sophomore in high school. My ex-boyfriend and a few of his friends had added me to a group chat months prior, and I had barely spoken to Red. This was when I was 13, and he was 15. I was in the habit of smoking cigarettes, because they calmed my anxiety, and by this point, since summer I'd gotten myself addicted. One night sometime late I was in the group chat with a pack of Marlboros or some other brand at my side, and smoking one of them, while using an Altoids tin as a makeshift ashtray. Lol. I knew a bit about smoke tricks, since they were getting increasingly possible with jewels out on the market, and I decided to send the GC a video of me making this huge shadowed cloud out of a huff of cig smoke. Red seemed to find both me and my smoking habit attractive and messaged me privately. He told me about how masculine I looked and how I didn't even look trans. First of all, I'd like to note that I'm FTM for context, and second of all, UHM, what? Close bracket. And other heartfelt cutesy romantic stuff about how cute I was. In retrospect, he was literally only doing this because he was horny, and this dude proceeded to attempt to get in my virtual jeans and even sent me a dick pic or two. Mind you, I hadn't known him at all before this night and had only been speaking to him for an hour or so. I don't recall sending him anything other than maybe an undershirt pic or something, because he kept asking me for lewds. He wasn't being aggressive, just a little persistent. I gave him something close enough to what he wanted, and we talked for a while more about general topics like normal people would when they've just started talking to each other. We started to talk every day, and it was incredibly obvious that Red had feelings for me. On the first night we started speaking, he was talking about how he'd immediately caught feelings, and how amazing I was, and how badly he wanted to get to know me. UHM, okay, not too strange, sure I guess. He continued to talk about his crush on me, but other than that, honestly I enjoyed spending time texting him, and we had a few of the same interests, so we had some pretty rad conversations. I'd never detected anything strange or bad from him other than the fact that I got this vibe. I don't know how to describe it. It was just a strange feeling that something was going to happen. I ignored it, however, and carried on. Everything was fine until one night we were on the phone, and he decides to confide in me about his ex-boyfriend? Girlfriend? I'm not sure. They identified as a trans male a few months ago, but I went back to their profile and their cleavage is out in quite a few pictures, but let's call them Jay. Red told me that Jay was a cheater, an abuser, and an overall manipulative person. Now, Jay was my ex-friend's best pal, and their group was always unnecessarily nasty to me, even when I hadn't exactly done anything until their words set me off. At the moment I hated them all, and Red's claims furthered my beliefs that they all were terrible people. Until I realized that, hey, Red's done unbelievably shitty things to this person, and they didn't deserve it, and I didn't even know if all that shit was truthful. Turns out the cheating part was true, but in all honesty Red is a terrible dude, and he had probably pulled an awful lot of fracassery in order to make that justifiable. So a few weeks later I crack from the guilt, and I message Jay on another account, and confess to them that Red was the coding genius, not really, that had gotten Jay's account unrightfully deleted, and that, while I was in on it, I didn't know that Red's claims about Jay were lies. I also told Jay that Red had showed me Jay's nude photos. As someone who's gotten nearly leaked, I could almost feel the horror leaking from that conversation. Jay tells their friends, and then all their friends immediately gang up on me saying that I tried to get other people's accounts deleted. I really, truly wasn't. I was attempting to pull a dumb ML prank, and quite frankly I'm not smart enough to pull that big of a stunt, even if I wanted to. Everyone immediately gets mad at me. Red finds out and gets mad at me. Sociopath. Look at the cast above. Gets mad at everyone else's claims and gets mad at me, and I throw a few choice words that aren't exactly family friendly. Red attempts some guilt trip bullshittery about how he trusted me with this information. Listen buddy, I'm not exactly sure that your authority is the one I'm supposed to be listening to. The night ends and everything is terrible. I get a text from my ex-boyfriend in the middle of the night that I had blocked on my main account talking about sociopath and asking if I had pulled the stunts everybody was saying I had. I said no and immediately got pissed. If it got to the people that I wasn't even on speaking terms with, it got to a lot of people. Can I mention that Red also persuaded me into hating and blocking my ex-boyfriend? He wasn't even being an asshole. It was all Red. Time goes on and Red asks me out. I wasn't super duper attracted to this dude romantically, but sure. Okay. I was a stupid heartbroken idiot, mind you, fresh out of some relationship I barely remember. Another thing about Red, he loves truth or dare. He plays it with me and only gives me sexual dares most of the time. One day, he wanted to play, and I said sure. He keeps daring me to take off my clothes and I'm uncomfy, but I say yes. He dares me to do kinda painful things that he knows would hurt me. I comply until it physically hurts, but he still wants more from me. I'm uncomfortable, horribly dysphoric and in pain. I say it hurts. I say I'm dysphoric, and this fuckhead nearly yells, "Do it," until I reply with tears in my eyes and a crack in my voice. He immediately switches to the sorry victim and tells me about how he didn't know and how he didn't mean to hurt me and that he was sorry. Buddy, pal, chum, friend, matey. I was nearly crying the entire time. I was telling you I did not like this. Did it really take me about bursting into tears for you to understand that I was not okay? What the fuck? Mind you, this isn't even the story. He gets super sad, and I leave, and I start crying, and I go to bed. The next day he pretends it never happens, and he never spoke of it again. A few weeks later, my ex texts me. We talk, I apologize. I say Red made me block him. I admit I'm not happy with the relationship. X breaks up with him for me. Red gets upset and still wants to be friends. I say whatever. We are friends again, and for a few video calls he keeps giving me really sexual dares and it's faking weird. My other ex texts me scolding me about breaking up with Red, that Red was so amazing, and he had even gotten a job to take care of my surgeries. Bro, I told him faking not to do that. I'm not an asshole, because I didn't know he was doing it behind my back to rope me into some weird debt situation, and that I was selfish for breaking up with him, and that I destroyed his life. A week later, and he's dating my other ex. Surprise. Whom of which is a dickhead with no regards for anybody else's feelings except his own. And I'm like, sure, okay douchebag, let's play the "see I'm moving on without you, look I'm so much better than you" game. Again, whatever. I start dating someone else. She's incredible. I'm very happy. A few weeks later, maybe a month, and my other ex had broken up with Red for the same damn reason, and refuses to admit that he looks like an idiot, and texts me all hurt and beating himself up. I'm gonna sound like an asshole, but I fucking cackled at those text messages. What a damn joke. Fast forward a month or so later, I visit Florida once or twice every year to surprise old friends and satisfy my homesickness, and my family had planned an Easter trip over my spring break. Red wants to meet up. That's just great. In all honesty, I still hadn't seen who he actually was as a human being, so I was kinda excited to meet this dude. I lied to my parents about us being classmates. Before I moved to NC, they bought it, and we go to the mall the day before Easter. He shoplifts a ton, even though I had around $80, and keeps slipping things into my bag. He even took a box of Yu-Gi-Oh cards or some shit and just walked out of the GameStop we were in, while the cashier was on his break. I'm kinda having a good time even though I'm anxious. He's being a little too handsy. He keeps asking me strange questions about himself, and I'm ignoring how much I was low-key breaking down and trying to have a good time. An hour later he takes me out of the mall and leads me up to the roof of a parking garage. He didn't tell me that we weren't supposed to be up there, and he didn't tell me why I had to get out of the way of the elevator cameras. Other half of the story below. Less of a horror story, and I don't know if this counts. Point English ISN _ my forced language, so SRY for any spelling or grammar errors, SRY for bad formatting. I _ on mobile. When I was 15 I met a guy and a girl in an online game. We had very similar senses of humor and had a lot of fun together. I had them as friends and we stayed in contact and found out they were members in an online gaming clan. We become good friends, and after a few weeks I joined said clan. After some time the girl, E, confessed that she had a crush on me, and from then on lead an online relationship. Sounds pathetic, I know. They both live in the same city, and we decided that I would visit them IRL one day. We had a great time together, and I stayed at E_'s house for the night. Now the guy, M, had depression and anxiety, and he wasn't the most mentally stable person either. One day, M_'s sister, who was also in the clan, told us that M had hung himself in his room. E was the last person to ever speak to him, and she blamed herself for M_'s suicide. M apparently also loved E, but when I was visiting, he learned that we were already together. He blamed herself, saying it was her fault. She noticed something was off about him the evening before, etc. I tried convincing her that it wasn't her fault, but it didn't help. 4 days after M*S suicide, he sent me a message saying I'm so sorry, goodbye. And to M*S sister, she sent a message saying I'm sorry what I did to M, and went offline for the last time. I have no idea what happened to her, because I only had her Discord info and her phone number, but she didn't pick up. I had forgotten the address from when I visited, so I couldn't send M's sister to check. We figured he also committed suicide, and like that I lost the two best friend they ever had.